Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the United States of America. I'm sure it's more complex and more difficult to travel this time, but we appreciate everybody who could join us in the GTIPA network, and also just other folks who are here today and also watching online from all around the world. So I'm Rob Atkinson. I'm president of the Information Technology Foundation, Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, and I'm going to turn over to my colleague Stephen Ezell, who's the secretary for GTIPA. But I just want to say, to me, this is just like one of the best, or the best think tank network in the world. It's 44 think tanks from about 30 countries all around the world, all focused on making the world better through innovation and globalization. So it's really fantastic. And the work we've been doing together in terms of joint reports, which Stephen will talk about, I'm really excited about that, and also excited about today. One thing I want to do before we start, many of you may know Jim McGann, or know of Jim. He was the president of the Think Tank and Civil Society program at the University of Pennsylvania, and probably most relevant to us, he was the organizer, founder, leader of the annual Think Tanks Index and ranking. But some of you may know, unfortunately, he passed away suddenly on Monday of this week, which was really tragic because Jim was sort of, if you will, the cheerleader, the supporter of the movement of think tanks, of the industry, and so we really owe him a debt of gratitude. So if I could just ask everybody to just take a brief moment of silence to remember Jim. Okay, thank you. And I'll turn it over to Stephen.
Well, thanks, Rob, and we welcome you all to the 5th Annual Summit of the Global Trade and Innovation Policy Alliance, GTIPA. As Rob said, 44 think tanks from 30 countries, representing a community of think tanks who advance a shared vision that trade, globalization, and innovation, if conducted on private enterprise-led, market-based, rules-governed terms, can maximize welfare for the world's citizens. The Alliance exists to collectively amplify our voice on these issues and to conduct original crowdsourced research into trade, globalization, and innovation policy issues. Our website at gtipa.org also cross-posts flagships, reports, and events being produced by our Alliance members, and as a useful source of scholarship on these issues. Some of our single publications from years past includes ones such as on national innovation policies, what countries do best and how they can improve, which is a really great comparative study of global innovation policies. The intent of our summits is to facilitate discussion and exploration of creative solutions to the difficult economic, trade, and innovation challenges faced by the international community. Following a keynote introduction by Matt Murray of the State Department, who I will introduce briefly, we'll have 5 panels covering issues such as COVID-19 and digital transformation, the future of the World Trade Organization and global trade, managing the challenges of globalization versus localization, getting intellectual property and data policies right to support global innovation, and how countries can introduce effective policies to stimulate regional and national innovation. For our audience watching online, you can submit questions to our panelists using the Slido application on ITIP's event webpage, and also in the event description on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. For those of you with Twitter implants, our hashtags are threefold. Hashtag GTIPA 2021, hashtag fostering innovation, and hashtag GTIPA DC 2021. Lastly, I would like to thank our event producer, Cindy Burton, for all her phenomenal work in pulling this off, and also Pharma and Facebook for their generous support of this year's summit. So we're delighted to have with us this morning Mr. Matt Murray. Matt is the Senior Bureau Official in the Bureau of Economic and Business Affairs at the U.S. Department of State. In this role, Matt leads the Economic and Business Affairs Bureau's efforts to create jobs at home, boost economic opportunities overseas, and make America more secure. He joined EB as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Trade Policy and Negotiations September 2020. Immediately prior to his service in EB, he was the Economic Minister Counselor at the U.S. Embassy in Beijing. He also has served as Economic Counselor at the U.S. Embassy in Canberra, Australia. Matt holds master's degrees from the U.S. Army War College and the University of Pittsburgh, as well as a bachelor's degree from Washington College in Chestertown, Maryland. Matt's going to talk about 12 to 15 minutes and take about 10 minutes of questions. He has a hard stop at 9 o'clock. So, Matt, thank you so much for being here. The floor is yours. We appreciate you being here.
Well, thank you very much, Stephen. Thank you, Rob, and good morning to everybody in the room, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, as we've gotten used to saying to all of the people online. It's really a privilege to be here, and thanks for the opportunity to kick off here the 2021 Global Trade and Innovation Policy Alliance Annual Summit. I'm very honored to be invited. I'm also very humbled by the brain power that I know is in this room and is online. And I look forward to having an exchange with you following my remarks. And I'm very hopeful that today will be the first of many opportunities for our State Department Economic Policy team to deepen our engagement with your organizations, wherever you may be in the world. Your organizations and your think tanks are at the forefront of examining the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. And it's timely, very timely, that this summit will focus on what comes next on digital transformation, innovation, and trade. At the State Department, in our Bureau of Economic and Business Affairs, and across our embassies around the world, we're doing our very best to try to contribute in fighting the ongoing pandemic and laying the groundwork for a post-pandemic economic recovery. As your summit agenda indicates, this recovery will be predicated on a wide range of economic policy priorities, from digital transformation to global trade to intellectual property protection to regional economic integration to supply chain resiliency. All of these areas are really important. In the time allotted, there's no way I can get into all of them. So what I do want to do today is I want to focus a bit on supply chains. Because for a few reasons. I think, first of all, as a challenge to our economic recovery, supply chains and supply chain disruptions is a really paramount concern right now.
A better microphone. Maybe not. Take this one back. Sorry about that, folks.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes.
All right. So supply chains, clearly the disruptions in our global supply chains clearly present a challenge for economic recovery as we move forward. It cuts across a number of the trade and innovation challenges you're going to be talking about today. And it also requires a global response, which is why for us at the State Department, we really want to make sure we're playing a constructive role. I also want to talk a little bit today about how the State Department has tried to open up new opportunities for international engagement to promote supply chain resiliency and security. Oftentimes, when you talk about supply chain resiliency and security, the first thing that comes to people's minds is reshoring, domestic investment, all of that kind of thing. It's all obviously very important, but at the same point, there needs to be very strong international engagement with our partners, particularly to avoid protectionist tendencies, to make sure we're communicating well, to make sure that we're as transparent as possible. And I'll say that as we've gone through the last couple of years at the State Department, first with the crisis in supply chains on medical equipment, PPE, medical supplies, all that kind of thing in 2020, and then to the 2021 disruptions in other sectors like semiconductors, it's been an interesting exercise for us at the State Department. We've had to take a page out of the think tank community's book, do a bit of whiteboarding, do a bit of crowdsourcing here in Washington at our posts overseas to try to figure out where are our resources where we can be helpful in this effort. And we're very fortunate that we are able to leverage some of our partnerships with our key allies and partners. But also we have a forward deployed force in all of our embassies and consulates around the world that want to be helpful in this effort. So I'll talk a bit more about that. And obviously my background here in Washington, but also out at our embassy in Beijing plays into that. But another reason I want to talk about supply chains today is I really want to ask for your help and your organization's help in providing input, providing feedback, providing ideas on the things that we could be doing as the State Department and as the U.S. government because it's really the think tank community that's always great about being out there and pushing the envelope, right, and trying to come up with some approaches that maybe we haven't considered in government. And so, these kinds of engagements are really important. So clearly, COVID-19 has stretched global supply chains like never before. In some areas, it's created the problem. In some areas, it's exacerbated problems. In some areas, it's just raised some problems we didn't necessarily focus on to the surface. So looking beyond the pandemic, we know our supply chains have vulnerabilities, ranging from geographic concentration and geopolitical exploitation to extreme weather, unpredictable natural disasters, and malign cyber attacks. And I think we've all, as we've done our whiteboarding and as we've done our crowdsourcing, we've also realized that we have some dependencies out there that make it harder for us to realign our supply chains. And I'm happy to talk about that today as well. We recognize, and we know that you do as well, that transparent, secure, sustainable, and diverse supply chains are essential for American manufacturing and American competitiveness. It's also essential for the manufacturing competitiveness of all of our partners around the world, many of the folks who are online today. President Biden has made resilient supply chains a top priority and has identified supply chain disruptions as obvious problems that drive up prices and create shortages that hurt working families across our country. And so the President has issued several executive orders to assess what needs to be done to strengthen supply chains, especially for critical sectors like semiconductors, electric vehicle batteries, critical minerals, pharmaceuticals, many of those areas where your community has significant concerns about the way to promote trade and innovation going forward. And so through Executive Order 14017, America's Supply Chains, there was a very strong component there within that executive order on promoting international engagement, and we've been very privileged at the State Department to try to lead some of that, and I'll talk about that a bit more in a minute. But there's other executive orders that have also extended to agricultural commodities, to public health supply chains, including safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines and personal protective equipment, and other industrial bases which are key to our national security and prosperity. And so a 100-day review of Executive Order 14017 concluded that improving our supply chains will require strengthening the U.S. industrial base and investing in innovation, as well as trading with reliable partners, including many of the partners represented by ITIF. The President has made clear that the United States will not be able to address its supply chain vulnerabilities alone. We must work with our allies and our foreign partners to strengthen our collective supply chain resilience through actions that also ensure responsible labor and environmental practices, while also removing regulatory barriers that impede innovation. So on October 31st in Rome, the President held a summit on global supply chains with leaders from 13 like-minded countries and the European Union on the margins of the G20. And participants agreed to work toward greater cooperation on near-term supply chain disruptions and to strengthen and diversify supply chains for the long term. And that means looking at raw materials, intermediate and finished goods, manufacturing, as well as analyzing shipping, logistics, warehousing, distribution, regulations, and investment incentives. And the President announced that Secretary Blinken and Secretary Raimondo will convene a multi-stakeholder ministerial forum on supply chains in 2022. And we look forward to supporting that effort from the Bureau of Economic and Business Affairs at the State Department. In the near term also, we've seen that the administration has worked with port operators to expand port operating hours on the U.S. West Coast, and also will be launching $240 million in grants to improve U.S. ports within the next several months. And last month, the President signed the $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill to invest in our own roads, our bridges, our ports, and broadband to help companies to get goods to market quickly. This September, the State Department also partnered with the Commerce Department to set up an early warning alert system to address COVID-19 related semiconductor and microelectronics supply chain disruptions. So our colleagues at U.S. embassies in areas affected by disruptions have been working with the private sector to monitor operations in semiconductor manufacturing. And this system will help us identify potential problems earlier, such as when a COVID-19 outbreak might close a semiconductor plant for a period of time, so we can address immediately the downstream disruptions in the most effective way. We recognized in early 2021 that for our long-term approach, the State Department would need to launch new engagements on supply chain issues, a process that I referred to as informing, storming, and norming. In the informing phase, Our team worked with interagency partners to launch more than a dozen bilateral dialogues focused on improving supply chains with partners. We compared notes on our shared challenges and began to brainstorm on shared solutions. And this was an important effort to undertake because this was not a topic that we were routinely getting together to talk about. And so it really was helpful. We brought a bunch of agencies into the process and had some good discussions with our partners. But then as we moved forward into the storming phase, we embedded engagement on supply chains in multiple regional dialogues or existing dialogues that have supply chain components, such as the US-EU Trade and Technology Council, as well as with the Quad in the Critical Emerging Technologies Working Group. And other key U.S. government agencies, such as the Commerce Department, the U.S. Trade Representative, obviously co-lead or otherwise participate in these dialogues alongside the State Department. And at the East Asia Summit in October, President Biden stated that the United States would move forward as well with an Indo-Pacific economic framework, which will also include elements like supply chains and infrastructure. So we anticipate additional regional collaboration on supply chains in the future. But next, we need to turn to norming, how to develop strong practices and mechanisms to undergird our cooperation. And as a first step, the United States is working with our allies to map supply chains and vulnerabilities in priority sectors. And the Commerce Department has also done so through a voluntary public comment process with participants in the semiconductor market. Future collaboration and coordination will be aimed at sharing information, best practices, and increasing transparency. It may also include coordination of incentives for investment in research and development, effective use of export controls, and cooperation on international standards and traceability and certification protocols. And we also expect additional steps to be announced as more of the administration's one-year reports on supply chain issues in 6 key industrial bases are completed in February. So I'm proud of the work our team has done at the State Department to lead international engagement on supply chains in tandem with our interagency partners, as we believe these activities will be central to Build Back Better and our economic recovery. But this also brings me to the point where I want to ask for your help. We know that in all of the areas you'll discuss today, and particularly in the area of supply chain resiliency, any initiative will need the engagement of the think tank community in order to be successful. We want to ensure that each of our dialogues will have a mechanism for private sector engagement. And the President has recognized that supply chains have many stakeholders that range from private companies to workers and labor organizations. So we want and need we need think tanks at the table with us. So the State Department has been reaching out to companies, unions, civil society organizations, academia, and think tanks. We will continue to work to make sure you have the opportunity to take active part in international engagement to ensure your perspectives are heard. And again, this is a great opportunity for me to hear from you in this forum today. We also need to carefully consider future potential supply chain disruptions. We know that technologies work together and work across sectors. With this in mind, you may have seen that Secretary Blinken announced the State Department is setting up a new Cyberspace and Digital Policy Bureau to help address issues associated with cyber and other emerging technologies and make the necessary connections with allies and partners through diplomacy. And you'll hear more about that process as we move forward in the coming months. But in summary, I want to emphasize that the government, and in my case this morning, the State Department, we don't want to be part of the problem, we want to be part of the solution. And we recognize the need for private sector leadership across these areas. Private sector leadership, free fair trade, private sector-led innovation, all the things that Stephen was talking about a moment ago are obviously critically important to the future development of stronger supply chains, but also all of the areas that you're going to talk about today. So as we work toward the post-COVID economic recovery, we continue together to use the overused metaphor of 2021, we're building the plane as we fly it. But on all of these issues that you'll discuss at today's summit, whether supply chains or IP protection or the multilateral trading system or digital transformation or regional economic integration, we want to focus on doing what we can to support private sector-led innovation. It's this innovation that is the United States' competitive advantage. So I look forward to hearing from you today on each of these topics and look forward to your recommendations on how the State Department can be helpful in the future. So thank you again for the invitation to be here. How do you want to do questions?
I'll point out, but Chris, go ahead.
Chris Kane with the Center for Global Enterprise in New York City.
Yep.
Thank you very much for coming today. And thanks to the administration on this budget. Given the geopolitical environment of the world, especially the underlying economy, centrality of so many supply chains, I have a suggestion. I'm happy to help you with the execution. Because as you rightly said, execution is going to reside in the private sector. The private sector is aircraft, popular. So the State Department is also continuing business as business from different. It's uniquely the role that this is like the Department of State Department. But businesses will not go. Many businesses will not move. We even have discussions with U.S. or other country businesses, as long as their governments are looking at that dialogue, either in a threatening manner or in an unauthorized way. So my suggestion would be you can help advance your strategy on creating space for business to dialogue.
Yeah. No, thanks. That's a terrific recommendation, and it's definitely a direction that we're moving in. One of the things, and you talked about the geopolitical realities, one of the main big points of emphasis over the last year is, we've tried to step back maybe and be as objective as possible, just looking at the situation that we have. In supply chains, obviously we have over-dependencies on certain countries. There's one country in particular where we have an over-dependency, and we need to address that, and we're not the only country that faces that kind of situation. And so, one of the things we've tried to do very much is focus on the positives of like-minded partner engagement with a lot of our partners and allies. And then, as you said, bringing business into those discussions as well. And I think your recommendation to really have to be able to support those kind of business-to-business exchanges will be incredibly important. And we've done a bit of that, but we need to do a lot more of that. Thank you.
Peter?
Just job, Peter.
Thank you so much. I don't have a suggestion or a question. You talk about resiliency, but I haven't heard, maybe I was distracted by my phone, but I haven't heard about the word sustainability.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that the president was very much engaged with the COP26. And as a European, Europe is investing a lot in new policies that actually require strict regulations. And this is one topic that I'd like to discuss today on sustainability against deforestation along the supply chain. That most of the supply chain coming to Europe obviously are from Asia, South America, or Central America. That would have a tremendous impact on the supply chain, on the producing countries, in favor of sustainability. But if Europe is doing it on its own, the risk is that those countries that will have to invest on sustainability that requires big money will revert to other countries that might have lower standards of sustainability,
Yep.
China, for instance, and therefore the entire plan of going toward a greener future, greener world would collapse. So I would like to know if you have answers.
Yeah.
What's the position of the United States in these, for instance, in anti-deforestation supply chains, protection of biodiversity? These are topics in Europe now are on top of the agenda. I'd like to know after COP26, what's the position of?
Sure, absolutely, and it's a great point. And one of the things that the president highlighted at the summit that I mentioned on global supply chain resilience on the margins of the G20 summit is he basically focused on 4 areas where we're going to need to collaborate with partners. One was sustainability. The others were resiliency, security, and diversity, supply chain diversity. So sustainability, yes, very much has to be a part of the equation. One of the things that I've seen over the last year, in particular with the executive order that I referenced, is with the focus on electric vehicle batteries, a lot of the impetus for that really is to be able to support our own energy transition here in the United States. So very much a sustainability focus. Not just an economic focus, but very, very much in the longer term sustainability. And so I think that's going to have to be an incredibly important part of what we're doing. And you're right, coming out of COP26, obviously the stakes are even higher now, as we go forward. So yes, absolutely, that'll be a focus, and that was one of the 4 areas that the president identified at the summit. Thanks. Yeah.
One of the things that is a growing concern.
Thank you. Well, one of the things that has been of growing concern in the last 4 or 5 years, US has been very much missing in the global scenario. I mean, before in the previous administration, like whether it was COVID or multilateralism, cyber issues, in a democracy, it's very, I think it's better without it.
I think that democracy is part of the game that governments change. But globally, there's a general concern that US opted out of Paris, got into COP26. These are long-term things: climate, technology, digital transformation. And there's a growing concern in the world about the reliability, continuity of US leadership. You mentioned President Biden's agenda, but on the back of the mind, to every non-American, the first question comes: how long? If there's another change, what will happen then? How do you assure stakeholders around the world, no matter which government comes, or the fundamental thing, because technology will play a vital role in tackling climate. We're talking about post-pandemic recovery, multilateralism. These are very core areas of the Biden administration. What message are you giving from the State Department, the policy strategy that you're adopting, one way or the another? Because no country wants to get involved in a strategy policy without having certain degree of minimum certainty. How are you keeping that in mind going forward in the next 4 years?
That's a great point, and the way I would say that we're keeping it in mind, again, I'm a career Foreign Service officer. I've been in the State Department for 23 years. I've certainly seen various policy initiatives come and go in different administrations. But one of the areas we're really focused on right now are some of these longer-term concerns. So we can't just look at, for example, supply chain issues and say, oh, we need to fix it by Christmas because that's there are these short-term disruptions. We need to be looking at the longer-term impacts, which is why some of these sectors were identified in the executive order. The same sustainability point as well. We need to be looking at the longer-term impacts on sustainability. We can't necessarily, we can't at all control the politics here in terms of what the future agenda might be. But what we can do right now is really get into back into multilateralism and engage with these long-term objectives in mind. And I think for the past several months, it's been a very busy agenda. Whether it was the G20 Leader Summit or the G7 Leader Summit, the United States also hosted the OECD Ministerial, and Secretary Blinken led that delegation to Paris in early October. We've also launched the US-EU Trade and Technology Council. We've also upgraded the Quad to being a leaders level forum. There are a number of other areas in which we've been getting engaged. And so we want to continue to do that. But to your point, we need to continue to do that with long-term objectives in mind and not just try to solve the problem of the moment. In terms of the climate agenda or Okay. So I think that one of the messages that's been consistent throughout the administration is that a lot of these solutions are at the private sector level, and that we are working closely with the private sector to try to implement all of this agenda, whether it's the climate agenda or the innovation agenda, and trying to provide the right level of resources. There's obviously a domestic side to that, which is not my purview at the State Department, but there's also the international engagement side of that. So, one of the things that we've definitely been trying to do, again, beyond even the multilateral meetings, is also engage our partners bilaterally in many of these areas. So, I was just in Germany and Lithuania a couple weeks ago. We were discussing a lot of these longer-term considerations. Another one that I didn't really get into today, but it's going to be really hugely important, is building out the infrastructure of the 21st century, particularly when we look at developing countries and how can we do that and how can we raise the standards in infrastructure. So all of these very much are longer-term agenda items, and they all are going to involve that sort of continued engagement with the private sector, and so and like-minded partners, and so that becomes a pretty busy agenda for us in terms of trying to move forward in that direction.
Don't forget to remove it's the transatlantic bridge.
The
transatlantic bridge.
Yeah. No, and I think I'm in another meeting with the EU later today. So it's really important. Yeah, sure.
As part of supply chain diversity, is there going to be more focus on making America? Dependency on China for so many manufactured products is very significant. So, geographically speaking, how is this going to be in terms of is that the US government is going to identify multiple countries, like for the private sector that we can depend on for supply chain diversity, or is it like just going to be completely left to the private?
So two great questions. On the first point, in terms of Made in America, clearly, and I think this came through in the executive orders, there needs to be more domestic investment in the United States. That's been a big agenda item for the administration, and working with Capitol Hill on the infrastructure bill, and also looking forward ahead to the CHIPS Act. And so this has to be a big part of what we're doing is some of the domestic renewal. But we've also recognized, and the executive order recognizes, that we can't make everything here, manufacturing everything here, produce everything here. And so, that's why we have been doing all this outreach to partners. We also recognize that our partners around the world, they have the same concern, right? They know they can't make everything at home. They know they're going to need, robust, resilient supply chains in order to make things happen. So we can't have a race to the bottom where we're all trying to make things just at home. But on the other hand, we all need to be investing domestically in order to improve the situation. So that's going to involve a lot of information sharing, a lot of collaboration, a lot of back and forth, and that's a big part of the reason that we're focusing so much of our time and energy in this area. And that relates to the second point. Yes, we have a dependency issue with the People's Republic of China and a lot of these issues, or a lot of these sectors, with the manufacturing that happens there. And so, we're not in a position where, I don't think any country is saying we've got to pull all the manufacturing, out of there. But we are in a situation where we need to think about diversification. And so I know our companies, as I talk to them, a lot of them are looking at the position, well, maybe it makes sense to have one part of the operation it's still in the PRC, but maybe one other part of the operation in another part of the country, or another part of the world. And so, to your question, though, that can't really be a government-led process. We can help facilitate and provide information and perhaps provide resources for different decisions, but that really does have to be, private sector led, because supply chains are private sector led. So that comes back to my point of, we want to be part of the solution. We don't want to be part of the problem. We don't want to get in the way, but that's why we really appreciate and really need additional input and feedback as we go forward from think tanks like yours and from the private sector directly on what are the ways in which the government could be the most helpful. Yeah. Was there anything online? Were there any questions online? Or?
A couple of questions.
I have a few more minutes. I have a few more minutes.
People Chatterjee from Cust International. I have a couple of quick points to make. One is that they to know about all these initiatives that you are taking. What is know that in a couple of years that Japan is fund like their
Yeah, I think just very briefly on the private sector thinking, because I don't want to speak on behalf of the private sector, but in our exchanges with them, they have talked about, the supply chain issue brings into play a lot of different concerns, right? Like you have companies that compete against one another. So when you start talking about supply chain transparency, how does that work? Because how does that impact some of that competition? And a lot of that competition has, naturally led to stronger supply chains over a period of time. So we have to work through some of those frictions. We also have to work through some of the challenges where companies have said, look, we've invested a lot of our resources in particular countries because of the way that the supply chains were working, 5, 10, 20 years ago. And so they need to assess their own longer term implications for how they want to be positioned going forward. So there are some challenges and there are some concerns, and in our ongoing conversations with them, those are some of the things that we tend to talk about. To your question about Japan and their fund, I mean that's one of the things that we talk to our Japanese partners about. How does that work? What is the nature of it? What are they trying to accomplish? What are their objectives? We don't have any plans in the near term for anything like that, but there's a lot of ideas out there on the table, and many of them initiated by our partners and allies, and so we want to make sure that we're learning as much as we can, and that we're collaborating as much as we can, and that we're coordinated going forward. And in terms of the engagement with civil society and think tanks, one of the things that we're trying to do is build stakeholder engagement into a lot of these dialogues. So, for example, in the US-EU Trade and Technology Council, there is a stakeholder engagement piece of that that's working both at the ministerial level, but also at the working group level. And so that's something that we're doing, and I expect that as we have more of these kinds of opportunities and more dialogues and regional engagements going forward, there will be more of those kinds of stakeholder engagements. And then days like today where, I come out or others from the team go out and just have these kinds of back and forths, I think are really valuable. Yeah.
Yes. Because you're from the city.
So on that question, I don't know. In terms of the expanded membership, I do agree with the first part of your point that we're trying to do more in economic areas. The area that my team's been involved in is the Critical Emerging Technologies Working Group, and there's also a Standards Working Group, and there's some other areas there. So, but we want to find lots of different mechanisms with which we can engage regionally. I think when you can have good bilateral conversations, but when you get regional, you get real in the sense that then you have competing interests, competing views, competing visions, and so it's really important to have those kinds of regional engagements. And in the Quad's case, to get the views of Japan and Australia and India, three very strong partners of ours with diverse backgrounds and diverse views. I think that's really valuable. Sure.
Can you tell us a bit more?
So for the Development Finance Corporation, we do work closely with them at the State Department, and our Undersecretary, Jose Fernandez, is very engaged with them. So, right now, a lot of the focus of the Development Finance Corporation is on the infrastructure side and looking to build that out. We have the President's Initiative, the Build Back Better World initiative, trying to be supportive of that, particularly in developing countries where there is, a huge deficit in investment in infrastructure. And so, that'll be a big part of the focus that we're looking at. I think also DFC is very involved in the point that was made earlier on sustainability, on this, making sure that we're supporting clean energy transition, and so, working with partners to invest in that area as well.
All right. Well, we know you're ready. So, Matt, thank you so much. On behalf of the Global Trade and Innovation Policy Alliance, thank you so much. All right, we'll take about a 10-minute coffee break. So, get some coffee, another bite to eat, and we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes. Thanks.
I don't think we talked about purpose, they realize.
Is that not just you're thinking about quality development.
Well,
All right.
It's wrong with you.
All right, you tell me when.
Go ahead.
All right. You know, I was told early on in my career that you should never give any presentations involving technology or animals. And I still haven't learned that lesson. But thank you for your patience. For those watching online, I do want to remind you that we can receive your questions via the Slido application on the event webpage at ITIP site. So please feel free to participate there. So welcome to our opening panel on COVID-19 and digital transformation, where our intent is to discuss ways in which COVID-19 has inspired the digital transformation of societies, industries, and economies, and how it's changed laws and regulations permitting services such as digital or e-health, sidewalk delivery, robots, drones, etc. We'll look at the innovative application of digital technologies such as AI in delivering COVID-19 diagnosis, treatment, monitoring, and care. We'll also look at how COVID-19 has accelerated the deployment of digital platforms like 5G broadband and wired internet in developed and developing countries alike. So we're going to have an all-star panel to guide us through this discussion. First, we're going to hear from Syed Munir Khazru, who was the chairman of the Institute for Policy Advocacy and Governance, IPAG, Bangladesh's leading think tank, which also has branches in Australia and the UAE. He's a regular collaborator with the G20 and guest on the BBC. He holds an MBA from Penn Wharton Business School. Next, we'll hear from Carlo Maria Rosoto, who is Principal Investment Officer, Global Head, Upstream Telecom Media and Technology Infrastructure at the International Finance Corporation. He previously spent 7 years at the World Bank, first as European Regional Lead, and then as Global Lead for Digital Infrastructure at the bank. Carlo holds a master's from LSE. Next, we'll hear from Stefano D'Ampoli. He is the president and principal policy analyst at the Italian think tank ICON. He also teaches political economy and economic policy at Roma Tre University. Stefano and his team at ICON regularly produce reports on technology and innovation policy commissioned by the OECD, EU, and the Italian government. He holds a master's in economics from George Mason University. Next, joining us through the magic of the Beam robot from Chicago, I believe today, is Paulo Valentin Rodriguez Mangado, who is the technology officer at TEDx, a startup accelerating AI-powered medical diagnosis, and whose IRX telemedicine platform offers accessible and speedy medical attention in COVID-19 cases. IRX is one of Mexico's most exciting startups, and he previously worked at the Mexican tech startups Grillo and Testera. Lastly, my colleague Jackie McDowell, senior policy analyst for intellectual property innovation here at at the Institute for Intellectual Property Research. She holds a law degree from the Saluki, Southern Illinois University. All right, so before I turn over the floor to our panelists, I want to note that there are 3 reports that are going to provide the foundation for much of our discussion today, which are available at the back of the room there. The first is a report we are excited to release today called GTIPA Perspectives, COVID-19 Impacts on the Adoption of Artificial Intelligence. It highlights 16 case studies contributed by GTIPA members showing the application of AI-enabled tools to combat the COVID-19 pandemic in areas from healthcare, combating misinformation online, facilitating the delivery of financial and government services. And I gotta say, many of the applications of AI described in this report are truly fascinating. From the outset, companies like Canada's Blue Dot and Bay Area's Data Robot built AI-powered mobile phone apps that could track if you've been exposed to individuals with coronavirus down to the city block level. Companies like Carlo's IX are using AI both to detect whether or not an individual has coronavirus, but to immediately be able to predict the likelihood of severe cases in a patient as a guide for better treatment and care. The report also describes elements of the national AI strategies that a number of countries, from Bangladesh and Chile to Austria and Mexico, have introduced to facilitate their nation's competitiveness in developing and deploying AI solutions. Second report we're going to talk about is one that a colleague Munir was involved in. This was a report for the G20 Task Force Digital Transformation Group on exploring the development technology nexus with digital transformation, a great G20 report on the topic. And lastly, a report that Jackie and I wrote back in April called 10 Ways in which IP has enabled innovations that have helped sustain the world through the pandemic. We talk about a lot of interesting technologies like robotic puppies and sidewalk delivery robots, and Jackie will share more about that. So with that, I would like to turn the floor over to Munir, and we welcome your comments, sir.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Um, First of all, thanks to GTIPA for having invited me. It's a pleasure to be with my friends, colleagues, peers in the GTI Alliance, and also to meet many of the dignitaries, experts who are joining the two-day conference. Um, Let me start by broadening the horizon. I mean, these are very different times that we're living through. And I don't think in our lifetime it's highly unlikely we'll experience something similar what has been happening last 2 years. Just as if you remember after the 9/11 attack, the airport security tightened up and it's still happening till now. This whole COVID and vaccination and test and whatever is happening, PCR, will be here for quite some time. So what this pandemic has done, it has fundamentally changed the rules of the game in a manner unfathomable 2 years back. And last time something similar happened was Second World War. Even then, not every country, every citizen was affected. And none of us were born during that time. So I don't think there's any individual or family or community or society, nation, region that has not been affected by COVID. Now, what has happened? Before going to the detailed transformation landscape, which Stephen has alluded to, and I was privileged to lead the G20 policy brief for the leadership summit that happened in Italy. And I was joined by my colleagues, my head of digital transformation from World Bank, Asian Development Bank, Google, and the Lord Mayor Charitable Foundation, Australia. So what has happened, as we already know, life has become completely upside down, and global growth has plummeted almost to 4 to 5%. Just in Asia Pacific, merchandise trade dropped by 10%, industrial output by 2%, and this has been a difficult time. People have lost jobs. Unemployment has soared up. Many governments are struggling, providing healthcare services, creating employment, subjects, so on and so forth. Now, the good thing that has happened, which is why we are here to talk about, the pandemic has triggered, catalyzed the digital transformation. Imagine without these platforms, how we would have dealt with what has been happening in the last 2 years, from healthcare services to e-commerce to education. Imagine without digital connectivity where we would have been. So what has happened? E-commerce has boomed, and as a share of global retail trade, e-commerce has jumped from 14% to almost 17, 18%. Then also, e-education has become a lifeline for many students, and it's now almost close to $350, $400 billion industry. We can't think of e-healthcare services without the platform, digital platform, whether it's developing countries like India, Indonesia, or Bangladesh, or developed countries like US or UK. I mean, the only way, even when we get the PCR test, we show it in the airport, all is happening by our mobile phone. So these are small but very big changes, fundamentally changing the landscape. Just as these are good things, but unfortunately and equally true, there's a yawning digital divide. I mean, most of us in this room are not affected by it because we are well connected. But we are not even a tiny fraction of what's happening around the world. Even as we speak, 4 billion people do not have stable internet connection. More than 2 billion children out of school without any digital platform. These are stark reality. So there's a huge gap. And even look at continents. Europe has internet connectivity of 85%, Asia 57%, Africa 35%. Even within developed countries, look at Italy. Italy has one of the well-connected digital connectivity nation in the Europe, but 1/3 of Italian population with digital connectivity do not have sufficient devices and connectivity to take care of digital learning. Then there's a gender dimension. Women are lagging behind almost 15 to 20% in digital connectivity. And what has happened, while internet connectivity has boomed during this pandemic, most of the new users are men. So women continue to fall behind. So there's a huge gender dimension to it. So I can go on and on and on, but these are introductory remarks. So I thought I might as well open up the sort of tone of the kind of challenges we're facing. Now, we have talked about challenges. What are the opportunities? The plethora of opportunities, but the key challenge is, as we have always known, how do governments, private sector, academia, academia, think tank like us come together in a collaborative scheme. And the policy brief which I was asked to lead, there are a couple of things which we really highlighted. First and foremost is to make this digital transformation inclusive, equitable, not leaving anyone behind. Because the danger is the large portion of global population who are outside digital net, if they continue to be there, we might end up in a socio-economic instability that might seriously threaten the post-pandemic prosperity and growth that we are aspiring for. So that is something we need to tackle head on. Now, there is always this north-south issue, developing country versus developed countries. But this is one occasion, actually, global south and north need to come together to find a way to work together. Because just as many global leaders have said, until everyone is vaccinated, the world is not safe. Unless everybody is digitally connected, prosperity will not happen, plain and simple. And the easier thing is when we talk about investing in digital infrastructure, when we talk about making digital connection affordable. But the more difficult thing is how do we change the behavioral pattern? Because as you know, parallel to digital transformation are also cyber risks. And for developing countries, it's a costly affair. I mean, this year's cybersecurity expenditure is going close to $60 billion. But most of the developing countries do not have the kind of resources to provide for privacy, data security, so on and so forth. So that is something the world has to work together, because we have seen when these cyber crimes happen, it has no boundaries, it has no national barriers, it's a global thing. And the reality is, as we have seen COP26, G7, G20, unfortunately, the global leadership still has not been able to rise to the occasion, to speak in one voice, to have a coherent strategy. So, which is something we as a think tank have to keep on pushing our boundaries. And in the panel interaction round, when I hear from my other colleagues, I'll be really happy to chip in. So with those initial remarks, I think, Stephen, my time should be out by this time, and 6 minutes or whatever you allotted.
It's a delightful framing. Thank you for being here. Oh.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the organizers, ITIP and GTIPA, and I for the invitation, this chance, and I start with the disclaimers that you usually have, that basically these are my personal opinions, and they don't reflect necessarily those of the World Bank Group that was honored to contribute to the G20 digital transformation.
We are the same global.
Exactly. So it's in the case that I start with that. So let me focus a bit on digital infrastructure first, and what has happened to digital infrastructure in emerging markets in the last year, in the last 12 months. So first of all, it was a major shock. So the first quarter of 2020 brought to a collapse of revenues and some resilience, network resilience issues in selected countries. But by and large, over 2020, the telecom revenues grew by about 5 to 8%. This growth was not uniform across segments. Data grew by 25%. So COVID has accelerated the use of data across the board and across regions. The first thing that happened that is quite interesting is network resilience. So in that first quarter of 2020, one can look at how networks have reacted to this strong growth of data needs. And you find out that particular regions in emerging markets, for example, the Maghreb, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia, or Central Asia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, they suffered major losses, major slowdown of internet speed and network resilience issues. Professor Kass from Columbia University has studied Latin America as well. But these two regions in particular, so Maghreb and Central Asia, are very important because these are countries that did not open up their market to competition. The international market, the international segment, still had considerable entry barriers, and as a result of which there was not enough network diversity, and they suffered more than other regions that actually had more redundancy in the supply of international connectivity. So I think this is the first thing that has happened, and that was directly related to COVID and to the way that different emerging markets had organized and opened up their markets to competition. In terms of profitability, EBITDA margins were up by 5% across the board and also across segments. If we look at another indicator that is quite important is the amount of capex investments in digital infrastructure in emerging markets. The average of 2016 to 2020 was $8.9 billion. In the year 2020, digital infrastructure investments in emerging markets exceeded $36 billion. So you have a capex expansion of 4 to 1 with respect to the annual average of the previous years. But there also is quite interesting to see where did the investment go. It went into towers and it went into data centers primarily. So the data centers infrastructure was considerably expanded during the COVID period, and also the towers, because regions like South Asia, for example, expanded their infrastructure to be able to reach these remote and underserved areas. So ACA and South Asia, so Eastern Europe and South Asia are the two regions that attracted most of this incremental investment. Regions like Middle East, North Africa, and Africa in general were lagging behind, which goes to your point that there is a digital divide which probably COVID has increased. Why it has increased? One, if we look at the price of data, large data packages benefited from faster drop in prices than lower tier data packages. You have countries in Africa where buying 1-2 gig of connectivity costs up to 30% of the disposable income, so making it unaffordable for the large part of the population. So indeed, this issue of digital divide that starts from infrastructure, and then it reverberates into gender divides and exclusion, I think is a major issue. I believe that COVID has compounded it. The digital infrastructure industry moved from telecom to cloud. Cloud is the new telecom. Cloud is the new telecom. So it means that basically if you don't have a connectivity that is able to support cloud-based services, your school will be excluded, your region will be excluded, your town will be excluded. Cloud also accelerated dramatically during 2020, and with cloud, there is a cluster of enabling technologies from artificial intelligence to network virtualization. All of them support digital platforms. So the other thing that we saw in the last 18 months is an acceleration of unicorns coming from emerging markets that are typically, let's say 80% of the cases, they are digital platforms. At the beginning of the COVID crisis, if you looked at the world, if you looked at the 700 unicorns, 800, 350 were Americans, 300 Chinese. Europe had less than 100. During COVID, actually, emerging markets like Brazil, Indonesia, India have added a large number of unicorns that are digital platforms. So that has changed the landscape a bit. So at the beginning of COVID, one could have said it's a bipolar world when it comes to digital platforms. During COVID, emerging markets that have set the right conditions grew proportionally faster than the rest of the world, which is quite interesting. It means that if you look at digital finance, if you look at multi-sided platforms. Now, for example, India is adding about 30 in the next year. So moving from 30 to 60. So India is becoming almost at par or of comparable size with European platforms, which is very interesting. So this is another important, I think, development that we have seen during COVID, and is there to stay. So this would be 5 minutes of introductory remarks, and then I think would be interesting to go into the behaviors and the policies that have supported this transformation.
Well, it's excellent. Really like the global overview from all regions of the world. Thank you. Stefano, the Economist reported that last May, fully 2/3 of U.S. GDP was produced from within America's households. What's been the perspective from Europe on COVID-19 and how it's led to digital transformation?
I think, of course, I build especially on the Italian experience, but I think even as also it was said before, Italy is slightly less developed in terms of digital than the EU average, but more or less I think some experiences are the same with other European countries. I would say very positive signs by private companies. We saw in Italy a cloud demand skyrocketing. Consider that less than 30% of Italian companies purchased cloud services before COVID. More than 50% did so in 2020. So a real jump, and this gave you the idea. How the private sector reacted to the necessity, to the need to move to smart work, remote working, and so on. Of course, the cloud was an essential facility in doing so. I would say much more mixed experiences for public administration and households. For public administration, recently the Italian government decided to for public employees, to come back to work because they judged the experience a failure, basically, for several reasons. Of course, digital skills that were quite poor. Devices that were not, in many cases, able to allow people public employees to work at home. And the public administration was not fast enough, of course. All the public vendors that people do and so on was much less fast than the private sector. But I would say the main challenge is how to change the methods of work, kind of work that public employees need to do. But the same challenge as in the private sector. But the private sector, I think, reacted on average much faster than the public administration. Of course, you have to work by objectives. If there is no control in place and no way to judge how you are working, your public employee at home are working, of course, that's a problem, and so it leads to lower productivity, of course. While for the private sector, at least for a part of the private sector, was an opportunity to raise productivity. So really the opposite. For households, data tell us that the digital demand increased a lot for people who already were more or less in the digital realm. If you look at the data but at the same time, people that were outside, the digital realm didn't enter into it, or at least not. You don't notice any increase. The data on e-commerce penetration is is incredible in this respect. I mean, if you see the growth of e-commerce penetration in Italy, you see in the last 3 or 4 years increase of 4 percentage points year on year, and 2020 was not an exception. The increase was still more 4%, good, but you don't notice COVID-19 at all in this respect. People who already purchased online purchased much more online in 2020, but people that didn't purchase online before, in just 18% started purchasing online. So there is, of course, a problem of digital divide even in countries such as Italy. And it's not. There were, I mean, some measures like vouchers for digital demand for lower income families. But the measure, I mean, it expired recently, was not that successful. Only 50% of the budget of this measure, we did a study of this, were allocated. So not very successful. And I mean, just to finish, the opportunity is very important. The opportunity represented by the recovery and resilience programs that in Europe, European Union launched in 2020, and they are entering now in the adoption part. At least for many countries, there are still countries that are discussing with the Commission, such as Poland, Hungary, but basically for political reasons, rule of law reasons. But for 22 countries, the plans were approved by the Commission, and European Union decided to allocate that more than 20, at least 20% of these funds should go to the digital transition. Some countries decided to allocate more than 20%. Italy was one of these countries. So, for example, in Italy, I mean, more than 50 billion euros will be allocated to just for these funds. Of course, we have also other funds, I mean, that the government is investing next year. So it's not that bad, I mean, for a country such as Italy. And the other thing that is important for the Recovery and Resilience Fund is that it gives targets. So each country receives funds if it can prove to have reached targets, and the time horizon is quite strict. And a traditional problem for Italy was not having the capacity to spend EU funds in a quite strict time, and so that is a challenge, of course, but it's also an opportunity, of course, if we will be able to change that and to streamline, I mean, the process which funds are spent. And finally, I mean, just a word on, you asked me something about semiconductors and so on. Here at European level, there is a lot of debate about it. It's for sure it's perceived as a very important factor. In the recent, I mean, few days ago, I mean, Premier Mario Draghi at the press conference with President Macron, and one of the things that they discussed and they raised in the press conference was semiconductors, how Europe should spend more on that. And actually, another topic that's important in this respect, especially for national budgets, is how the Stability Pact that try to control public budgets in European countries should be relaxed or not. Draghi said that given several challenges. One of them, and he quoted semiconductors should lead to change these rules to allow member states to spend more in this respect. And next year, by the end of the first semester, the CHIPS Act, the European CHIPS Act, will be proposed by the European Commission.
We're going to talk a lot more about semiconductors later on today in the supply chain panel, but that's great. And you know, as I read your report from there, and I was struck by the difference, even within Italy, between the North and the South about access to broadband and the internet. But I shouldn't be surprised, you know, in the United States, one study found that 23% of American households don't have a desktop or a laptop computer, and that 7% of Americans don't use the internet. So it is an issue even within the United States, let alone thank you, Stefano, for those remarks. All right. Well, let's talk to a technologist and an entrepreneur who's actually building real solutions to some of these challenges. Carlo, can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you. Talk as loud as you can. That will be helpful. But we'll turn it over to you. Did we decide you wanted to use a presentation, or are you just going to tell us about the business? Okay. Cindy, do we have a presentation?
We do.
Excellent. All right, we're pulling that up right now, Carlo. Okay. Just say next slide, and we'll advance it for you, okay?
Yeah. Well, thank you for inviting me. It's the first time I've been so nervous of being in a panel, because I was contemplating a role. So at the moment, my mind is like this is going to be the new normal. Yeah. So, well, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So my name is Carlos Rodriguez. I'm the CEO of IX, which is the private company that creates technology for diseases. But also at the same time, I'm the CEO of IRX Mexico, which is a non-profit that we created in order to legally provide this technology to public health systems in the most vulnerable regions in Mexico. So how this started? In the pandemic, as many of entrepreneurs that were affected by the pandemic, I have an artificial intelligence company dedicated to marketing. Because of the total lockdown and closures of many businesses, that company started doing marketing. So one day, me and my partner were discussing, okay, what we could do in order not just help the society, make these things happen faster, and also at the same time, this first kind of revenue continue keeping alive. So after many discussions, many sessions, we saw like, okay, about healthcare is we don't know now, and it's something that will be in the life support for the following months or for the following years. So what we know is about intelligence and also about how to create technological products. So again, doing brainstorming, asking the doctors, to our friends, we say, okay, what's an issue that we could solve using a bit of complexity and also artificial intelligence? And the doctors told us, like, there's a huge lack of specialized doctors in many parts of the country. And the ones that are available are concentrated in big cities, leaving rural areas, not big cities areas, really vulnerable. Make them vulnerable because the pandemic brought a lot of people inside the hospital, and these people will need to get diagnosed, but there's not enough doctors to do that. So it was a really bad combination. So we said, okay, you are really good at doing clinical controls, you are really good at doing image processing, and we create tests like this. So we create a platform that we connect rural hospitals in vulnerable areas to the cloud, and we receive the chest X-rays coming from the X-ray machines coming from those hospitals. And in the cloud, we, for an algorithm, we detect COVID and non-COVID patients, and also signs of infection in body. This happens in a matter of seconds. Then, in a remote location, doctors, certified doctors, give the last review this diagnosis. and send it back to the doctor on the ground or to the patient. Otherwise, this patient would be able to get a reliable diagnosis by X-ray. Why chest X-rays? Because chest X-rays are widely available. CT scans and MRIs are really not available in most cities of all of that. But chest X-rays is more than enough to at least give a overview and diagnosis. Okay, the doctor inside the treatment. And with the project, and now we've been working in 20 hospitals, more than 50 doctors, we have more than 10,000 patients during this process, we learned a lot about the reality of the healthcare systems in Latin America and Mexico. We created the non-profit IRS because even though that we want to give for free this technology and services to the hospitals, as a private entity, it was really cumbersome, the process, really administrative. But if you approach the public healthcare systems as a non-profit, they already have the pathways and procedures to receive donation. So this was some kind of donation for them, and because we are non-profit and the steps non-profit, the paperwork was faster. Also, we found out that to finance these type of initiatives, there's many philanthropic and foundations that they don't often place their money. They want to place their money in initiatives that have an impact. So this also creates a global way to fund these initiatives because we go very close with the non-profits and foundations. Next slide. So we can trust them, and we get the funds, and we get the funds in order to provide free service to the hospitals. And it's a really interesting look that creates value for both sides, for the philanthropic side, for the healthcare system side, for the doctors, and for the patients. In this case, we want to continue for labor. I don't know if next slide, please.
Oh, next slide.
Yes. We want to continue with our labor as there's many pandemics going on. The definition of pandemic is an event in which a disease spreads across several countries and affects a large number of people. Well, let me tell you something. We live in a sick society. There's many diseases that we have gone around since forever, but we normalize those diseases and make it like normal. Like if you see someone sick of cancer, yes, it's like, okay, it's common for cancer. Well, being sick is not normal, and these diseases affect a lot of people. So they should be considered another disease. So with the learnings that we got with the COVID initiative, with the learnings we got working on the field, working directly with the doctors, me getting inside personally COVID areas, computer machines, etc., we saw this. So as we found this way to provide a service for free, we found a way to help them make an impact in their money. We are continuing our labor to create more technology for cancer, for heart diseases, and also expanding our technology in chest trade. Why? Because the next pandemic is cancer. Cancer is going to be increasing in the following years. Because during the pandemic, the cancer treatments in developing countries were stopped because of the more focus of the COVID. For every pandemic, people die every day in large quantities of heart disease. This should be legally considered as a pandemic. The always have been a pandemic is also respiratory disease, not just because of COVID. And mostly Latin America, the population in Latin America is really prone to have respiratory disease. Also, with chest X-rays, you can detect more than 75 different diseases. So if we have this tool that is widely available in rural areas, we should use it and we should empower the doctors to use it. So this is like this. So how we're doing it? So we are making aware authorities about the problem, about these general pandemics, and that making them aware that there's already technology out there that can help them tackle these problems. And also, it doesn't it's enough to tell them that this technology outside, they say, okay, it's a good technology, go I can use it because I feel have no skills, no personal clinical practice. So we become the technical partner by helping them integrate these technologies into their operations and show them that these are real value, and also show them to the doctors, to the radiologists, to the doctors, that this technology is not to replace them, it's to empower them. And at the moment they see this empowerment tool, the perspective completely changed. They start using it, they want it, more doctors from other hospitals want it. And also, we connected, as I mentioned, we connect philanthropies with the urgent problems that we live in the society today. So now they have a way to make an impact and also place their money in where they have the most impact. COVID-19 pandemic made the authorities receptive, not because they want it, because it was the only option they have. The COVID-19 pandemic, it was like a Uber moment, let's call it that way, where something really, really strange happened, really big and massive, and forced you to do a little transformation to an industry. COVID-19 was a Uber moment for the healthcare industry. And also make them, the problems that were there, make them more visible. And we as a society need to push to continue giving visibility to these issues because healthcare should be the focus in the following decades of all the government investment. And also as a society, we know to shift many of our behavior society to the healthcare personnel and as a world. Because as I mentioned to you, because of the pandemic, many other diseases that are right now, let's say normal distribution, are going to get increased because with testing, people start not getting aware of also on COVID, etc.
So, Carlo, I love how you describe it as an Uber moment. I think that's really nice framing. Now I'm reminded of when Einstein said that we're not going to get out of these problems with the same way of thinking that got us into them. What we'll do there, and we'll come back to you. We did a study earlier in the year. It's amazing. 1 in 2 American men and 1 in 3 American women will get cancer in their lifetimes at current life expectancy rates. And missed cancer screenings caused by the COVID-19 pandemic alone are expected to cost 10,000 Americans their lives a year going forward because they didn't catch the cancer in time. Fortunately, there are technologies like what you're developing, Carlo. A company called Grail, spin-off of Illumina, is building multi-cancer early detection technologies. They look to have the ability to detect as many as 50 different types of cancer with a 97% degree ability to connect to tissue origin in the body from a single blood draw. So solutions like what you were developing, Carlo, are fantastic. They're much needed. This is a great story. We're so happy to have you here. It's a great example of profiling innovators from all around the world. We'll come back to the Q&A, but on account of time, I want to turn to my colleague, Jackie. Jackie, just maybe take 5 minutes to tell us a bit about the reports we worked on over the course of the year. And also, I think it's quite interesting we can talk about this. My sister is a psychologist in Seattle, Washington. And when COVID struck, of course, many wanted to use the opportunity to work remotely. So she had several patients who moved down to Oregon. But the laws say that if the patient lives in Oregon, then the psychologist can no longer see them due to licensing issues, even though it's the same person. So it's really been a time to reflect on the nature of the laws we have and are they really providing the benefits for patients and citizens and society. So, Jack, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And it's a pleasure to be here with all of my esteemed colleagues, so thank you very much. As Stephen mentioned, I'm just going to touch on a few examples from some of our previous reports, including this GTIPA and some policy things that have come about simply because of COVID and how technology has changed. AI has been at the forefront of a lot of things. There were French doctors who developed an open source AI tool that helps to predict the likely severity of COVID-19 infections in specific patients. In Australia, DetectedX also was another AI tool for detecting COVID. Scanners, tracing apps have become widely spread. I believe Singapore was one of the first ones to adapt a tracing program. Ecuador, India, Jamaica, Canada's Face Drive Health. They developed TraceScan, which uses AI again in order to track these things. In the US, there's a company that developed a system called Proximity Trace. So construction sites, oil, gas, all of these intensive industries where it's hard to really track where people are, safety issues and things of that nature, they developed a device to track not only for COVID detection, but also for the safety of the workers. So these are things that have applications far beyond just the pandemic, and so it's incredible to see this. There's AR and VR training. Surgical theater was developed by former Israeli fighter pilots, and it's been used to teach surgeons how to detect and identify and operate without having to get into the surgical theater and that sort of thing. They can literally go in and perform the operation before they actually get in to perform the literal operation. And so it's just incredible. Telehealth, as Stephen mentioned, has become a thing. There are virtual triages in Brazil and Nigeria. Most people at this point have probably heard of TytoCare, which is an all-in-one modular device for at-home telehealth. At-home testing kits. We were talking earlier about, point-of-care testing. Everlywell is a company here in the U.S. that it's not just COVID-19 testing. They do testing for allergies and dietary issues and all sorts of other things. But it's not just healthcare that's been affected by this. In Japan, they developed a robot for remote work. So actual store stockers could work remotely, which is something that most people wouldn't think about. But everyone's working remotely. Why not those working in the stores? We've all gotten sort of sick of the work app expansions, Zoom and Teams and Slack, but a lot of those things have ramped up and expanded because of what's going on, and it makes it a lot easier for us to have things like this, where we can connect with people from all around the world. There are also autonomous delivery robots. Starship Technologies, which started in Estonia, has delivery robots that can bring you your groceries, your food, just about anything. And they're in 5 different countries. As of April, they were in 5 different countries around the world. And they are 99% autonomous. And so they are, they say that they stop and look both ways before crossing the street, which is more than we can say for most people right now. But it's, incredible, the things that come out of it, as was mentioned earlier, mobile banking, payments, etc. There are places in rural areas that didn't have any kind of online payment system until COVID-19 hit, and then all of a sudden they had to adapt. And a lot of this stuff has spurred on policy changes, which is both good and bad. There's a lot of stuff that we still need to do. A lot of Pennsylvania and Virginia updated their laws permitting sidewalk robots, like the autonomous ones we were just talking about. Australia, Bangladesh, the Philippines, Austria, Nigeria, and Chile, they have all developed policy plans for AI and digital tech. Telehealth, as we were just mentioning, is significant. Many of the states here in the US have expanded their Medicaid and private insurance coverage requirements to include telehealth. Some of these are permanent coverage changes, such as in Massachusetts, North Dakota, Vermont, Washington, while others are temporary. And that's something that we need to consider going forward, because some people would prefer the telehealth. It's a bit easier. You don't have to drive as far, especially. It would be especially good in remote areas in India and Africa and that sort of thing as well. But there are also limitations with it being temporary. Some of these only offer audio-only consultations, which can get very difficult. As Stephen mentioned, there's the location issue with licensing requirements. If you don't reside in the same state, they can't provide for you. And as we've mentioned several times at this point, broadband availability, computer literacy, and tech availability are all significant challenges that policymakers need to consider moving forward and making sure that where we are, we can continue going forward.
That's great. The National Council of State Legislatures just yesterday sent around a very helpful email that cataloged all state level changes to the laws in the health domain as a result of COVID-19. Happy to share that if it's of interest to anybody. Also, I gave a presentation to the APEC group on the front's digital health technologies over the summer. Application in health globally is going to be at $400 billion worth of new value in the next 5 years. And the number of health products being delivered to developing countries has actually increased to 165,000. It's a five-fold increase over the past couple years. So it's just in the health domain, really profound impacts. And broadly, the World Bank finds that fully 25% of developing countries' economic growth since the year 2000, which were a direct result of the application of ICTs. And there was a study the other day from the research firm IDC where they estimate that fully 60% of global GDP will be digitized by 2025. I mean, heavily impacted by the application of digital tools for whatever job you're doing. And that certainly offers a lot of promise and potential, but it does also raise the reality that nations are going to have to do much more to equip their workforces with the digital skills everyone's going to need to individually remain productive and competitive in the global economy of tomorrow. There's a great study from the OECD just came out over the summer, found that for every 10% increase in ICT task intensity in a job in OECD countries, the individual salary rises 3% on average, with the highest effect in the United States, 4%. So I just released on Monday a report assessing the state of digital skills in the United States, and that really found some staggering findings. 1 in 6 working age American adults can barely use email or basic web tools like research. A study by Coursera in the United States, 29 out of 100 countries, the quality of digital workforce skills. So with that, I'm bringing my first lecture to you all, which is about the challenge of digital skills. And you can offer some commentary about how we're trying to tackle that in countries like Bangladesh or the work you're doing at IFC.
You've hit the nail in the right place.
I like that. That's kind of a sound effect.
Yeah, I must have missed the nail, otherwise repeat it.
By the way, nobody signed it.
It's okay. Can we go?
Oh, you're fine. But we do retain all copyright to these things at ITIF, so if we do wish to put you in some sort of
I
dance.
want to hit it once, no more than once, in any case, with a light note. No, I think one of the things is, I'll just share a few common fallacies which we frequently trap into. When we talk about this creating an enabling environment, digital ecosystem for innovations, products to thrive, much beyond digital literacy. There's this tendency, first and foremost, we'll talk about, pumping more money into research and development, say, for example. The catch lies in many instances. If research and development activities are not also complemented by organizational good business practices, then also corruption-free, free from political interference, then it's really good money chasing bad targets. And there are many examples around the world. So, first of all, the intellectual domain, researcher, analyst, scientist have to work independently, free from political independence, and the resources being put, they should be able to share to their colleagues and peers in the industry. Because as I said, the digital world has no boundaries. I'll give a simple example. A country in case is Tanzania, which started a digital ecosystem. It started well, but things started going wrong because they have a socialist legacy. So governments were interfering with foreign direct investment, disrupting cross-border data flow. Then it sort of fizzled out. Like, let me give you 2 good examples. One is from Asia, which is Singapore, and Middle East United Arab Emirates. These 2 countries very smartly leveraged their unique strength to develop digital innovation that both propelled their economy and also attracted a lot of foreign investment. And
When we talk about tech giants like Google or Microsoft or Amazon, and we think that engaging the tech giant investment automatically propels, that's such a wrong perception. Because what happens, as you alluded to, Stephen, in one of your remarks, you need to have a reasonably sized, skilled manpower to propel such growth. Then you need to have a transparent, matured tax system. Then ease of doing business. So these go all hand in hand. Those are some of the things we also brought out in our policy brief. And with all due respect to our friends in IFC and World Bank, some of the things with taking advantage of the larger audience, you also need to look into country-specific situation and sort of avoid this cookie-cutter approach, that if you have one policy set up in Washington, which is equally applicable to every country in the world, it doesn't work that way. And in many instances, because these monies are gone, but there have been success stories definitely, but there are also been cases where government have been resistant. So going to my original argument, government, multilaterals like IFC World Bank, private sector tech giants, academia, it has to be a concerted effort. So because this is such cross-functional area, and at some point, if I have time, I'll talk about sustainability, because the big thing that's happening now is sustainability and COP26. But just to respond to an immediate thing, that it's not a question of Bangladesh and Australia, it's a global issue. And these parameters are equally applicable no matter which country you are. I hope that answers.
No, that's fantastic. Well, and on the flip side, it raises challenges, but it raises opportunities. I mean, with massively open online courses. I mean, right now, the entire library of education that MIT offers is available online to anywhere in the world for free, right? Maybe not the best professors, but it does raise the challenge of getting the infrastructure in place, because that's critical to provide access to those platforms. Cool. I wanted to talk briefly about this issue of affordability. We wrote a report earlier this summer assessing the impact that expansion of the Information Technology Agreement, the ITA. This is a trade agreement that eliminates tariffs on trade in ICT goods. We've had 2 of them now that have covered about 500 products. This expansion would bring as many as 400 new 6-digit project, HS6 project codes into it. We found in our study that an ITA 3 would expand the global economy by $800 billion over the period of a decade, and grow the economies of Pakistan and Kenya by 3%, and Brazil and Nigeria by 1.6% each, because of the reality that ICT is really a general purpose technology that drives the productivity and innovation potential of every industry that uses it. And economists find that for every 10% increase in the ICT capital stock of the country, their GDP rises by 0.6% per year on a permanent basis going forward. So maybe, and then of course the point is that if we eliminate tariffs on trade in these goods, we lower their cost, and because ICT consumption is highly price elastic, every 1% decrease in cost of an ICT good increases consumption by 1.3%. It could have a real impact on lowering global prices for these goods and driving their consumption.
Yes, I think the ITA agreement is immensely important policy reform that countries should adopt, and emerging markets in particular. So the rules of the game were defined first in the 90s, and you had the first wave of WTO-related adoption in emerging markets that looked at telecom and IT. A large number of emerging market countries did not sign to the ITA, and if I look at the map of Africa, most of them didn't. So if you think about affordability and smartphone and the ability to bring and manufacture IT equipment locally, if a country is not member of the ITA, is almost impossible, because you need to import components in that manufacturing process, and it's a globalized process. So basically, those countries that have ratified this agreement, they are at a major advantage, and it's very difficult. It's a very difficult agenda to push and to promote at national level. You have some countries where the import of equipment is subject to a 20, 30, 50% increase, so when you need to import a switch or any component, it immediately raises the cost of capital for a telecom company. You don't have a lot of choices in terms of local manufacturing and decentralizing manufacturing. So this is a very important agenda. It's an agenda that needs to be raised both at national and multilateral level. I think that the original ITA round and the WTO held from the 90s to 2010. Then around 2010, the industry changed. Global platforms, multi-sided platforms, cloud. Countries started adopting policies that were not in lack of compliance with the WTO agreement that they signed, but certain areas of the business were not adequately covered by the original agreements. So it's very important to now rethink the telecom IT industry and to include basically a definition of the industry which is 2021 and not 1990. So for me this is immensely important, and as there was a divergence in the path of growth of emerging markets, you can very much trace it to these global trade issues, and the agenda is really very, very high for international organizations, for governments, and civil society and companies.
I think it's a fascinating case about trade as well, because because the WTO is negotiated on a most favored nation status. What happened when the ITA went into effect in 1996 was that some countries said, well, I don't have to join the agreements, but my ICT exports to other countries that are in the agreements, they'll enjoy that tariff-free access. So I get the benefit, but I don't have to lower my own tariffs, so I get something for free. The reality, though, as the World Bank found, was that in the first decade after the ITA went into effect from 1996 to 2006, countries that weren't part of the ITA saw their participation in global value chains for the production of ICT goods decline by 60%. Because if you didn't offer a zero-in, zero-out tariff environment, you simply got circumvented in the global production system for ICTs. So it seemed like a win for the countries that weren't at the time. Actually turned out to be. Okay. Want to open it up to the audience here, if anybody would like to ask any questions to our excellent panelists here. Well, you can keep taking it on, because I have one or two more, and then we'll wrap up this panel, take a brief break, and move on to our next panel on the WTO and the future.
I think we have said everything. We have said everything, or just either of the two. So,
maybe just about the AI strategies. I know Bangladesh has created an AI strategy. Maybe just briefly say what's in that and what are some of the goals of it.
Yeah, no, thanks. I mean, I think with AI also, I would like to take this opportunity to bring out to the COP26 thing. As you know, we have just come out of COP26, and the results at best can be said as mixed, because even as we speak, the Paris Agreement target has been missed. It was supposed to be contained 1.5 or 1.8. We are far above 2 degrees Celsius, and we have seen both developed and many developing countries not being able to come together, whether it's phasing out fossil fuels or coal. So the reason I'm raising this, AI and some of the other technologies will be one of the very forward-looking, cost-effective climate change solution provider. And this is something I think even at GTIPA level we need to look quickly in the coming years. I'll give you some very few examples. Seattle-based digital marketplace Nora is currently buying carbon sell-off from farmers.
Then you have Level 1 Network, who has set up a carbon-free energy compact in coordination with UN, sort of making countries transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy. Then we are having companies investing on designing batteries to sort of power the gas station, electric charge station that make electric cars. Just removing vehicles driven by fossil fuel and replacing by electric vehicles. This single act can reduce carbon emission by 15%. So there are a lot of things happening, and our AI is driving the way, as we alluded to. First of all, from Australia to Bangladesh, it's helping detect climate disaster much ahead of time, so there's more proactive response. Then also it's facilitating access to renewable energy. So AI will be one of the more driving forces in the coming decade. And to do that, most of the countries will need to transit to 5G technologies, 5G platform. And many countries are not even in 4G. So that is something our friends at World Bank IFC also have to deal with, because in terms of their support to, and you have come up with a multi-billion-dollar digital enabling fund and cybersecurity fund. So the main thing is tackling climate, digital transformation, economic development will not work in silos. These can work in tandem. The question is, how do we make the policy connect? How do we put this policy connects into enforceable mechanism? So that is where actually, whether it's World Bank IFC or think tanks like us, have to work together to formulate those solutions. Otherwise, we will meet in Egypt in 2023. And the danger is, if you look what has happened in the last 2 years, the forest fires, heat waves, cyclone, sweeping from US to Canada to India, is really becoming a permanent serious challenge. So we cannot talk about technology, we cannot talk about digital transformation without talking about sustainability. Now, here comes a big issue. There is a grievance from developing countries that while the North developed with unsustainable business practices, we waited. Now we want to get into the ladder, and we are being asked to make it sustainable. So the core issue is these are not mutually exclusive. And that is something in terms of advocacy, policy instrument, implementation mechanism, the challenge for at least 10, 20 years. Right. So there's an opportunity for leapfrog technologies.
Absolutely.
Technological upgrading to help businesses in developing countries adopt not only more sustainable manufacturing practices, but more productive, more efficient ones as well. That's circle the square.
And as you alluded, like a developed country like Australia, developing country like Bangladesh, both have made smart use of AI. So there needs to be a political leadership. There needs to be more on-ground work, and of course, multilaterals, the World Bank IFC will continue to play a role. It's going to come acting together.
Excellent. Well, I do want to flag.
We can just add one point.
Go ahead.
You mentioned the investment. So just last year alone, IFC invested over $1.5 billion in digital infrastructure in emerging markets. It was a major growth with respect to the previous years. And also there are other measures, for example, facilities to support SMEs in emerging markets that have suffered during the crisis. And I think that was quite important, especially last year was a very timely intervention. But in general, I think we are following the trend of an expanding market. So it's growing. As I said, last year was a 4-to-1 increase, 36 billion of infrastructure. But also it's important to remark that private investment flows to those markets that are open and have the right policies to welcome private investment. There are many countries where the opportunities are there, but there are barriers to entry that prevent private sector to invest, and that's equally important, I think, in this debate, because the cost of keeping markets closed has increased dramatically. Countries that are, on the other hand, able to open up markets, they have seen a considerable inflow of private investment, especially in cloud towers, data centers in the last 12 months.
I think one thing that will work in your favor in this particular instance, unlike previous policy reforms where you have had issues with different countries, technology is such a, I would say, enabler and cuts across all the spheres. And each country, whether you're a democratic country or you're authoritarian regime, realizes that core truth. So that, will help you in terms of, compared to your previous experience, coming to more sort of amenable policy agreements, which allows you to also to go with. So I remain optimist, because that's one of the things technology does. And the case is such, technology will always be ahead of policy, because when you change policy, it goes to different rounds, goes to parliament, takes 2 to 3 years. Absolutely. By the time you move to that, technology is leapfrogged. So it will always be a catch-up game. It will never be the technology policy will move it tandem. Technology will always be 1, 2, 3 steps ahead. The question is, in between this space, how do you connect the lines, how do you fill the gaps, so that even technology leapfrogging, policies are there on critical issues, data privacy, personal data, and even now, the risk is, even impoverished people risk their personal data for predatory financial products and education products. So it's not that the rich people are affected, it's the impoverished people who are more vulnerable because they don't have the cyber security. But that is something I would also encourage.
Yeah, this is another very important trend. So also cybersecurity has become really core to the programs of international institutions. That's another big change that has been accelerated in the last 2 years, I think.
Yeah, that's very important. Yeah. Well, as we wrap up, I do want to flag this report. We do have one question. We're going to take one question, and then on account of time to move to our next panels, we're going to wrap it up. Please, sir, go ahead.
So my question is,
hallelujah.
So my question is that food production is a big thing that contributes to, I guess, climate change. How do you believe that IT infrastructure can help, and how do you believe IT infrastructure can help limit that, I guess, contribution from production to climate change? That's open to anyone.
Where's Pietro? Pietro does all the work on nutrition and sustainability at Confederate, doesn't he? He's the one we need to answer this question.
Later.
I think the word of assurance is, if you look at last 10, 20 years, the population explosion has been growth much faster than whatever food production was. But thanks to technology, the ability to produce more food or food grain has gone up. Otherwise, not more. If the ratio would have been equal, you had more starvation around the world. So from organic food to other, if you have noticed in agriculture sector, lot of technology is driving up productivity. Otherwise, simply had it been the old-fashioned agriculture system of harvesting things, a lot of people would have suffered from hunger or malnutrition. So that has not happened. So this is a classic example how technology came in and propped up the productivity. So at this point, many even developing countries now export out of food where they were importers. So if you go by facts, technology has played a very big role.
I'll give you one example from the past. I wrote in 2013 a report called The Indian Economy at Crossroads, and this is older data, obviously, but one of the things it found was that in 2012, 65% of the agricultural output of India never left the field. And of the 65% that did, 35% spoiled on the way to market. So just one example, if we can deploy information technology solutions to facilitate the logistics and the retail chain, we can produce much more efficiently. And that not only should solve a global food challenge, but some of the sustainability issues you raise as well. There's the Microsoft connected cow, internet-enabled cows these days, and the data says when the cow is ready to be milked or what have you, right? So, bringing that kind of real-time smart agriculture and intelligence through information technology, I think can be very impactful going forward. We're going to have to increase global food output by 50% over the next 25 years to meet global demand. So there's a sustainability climate issue, but there's also how are we feeding the global population. Okay, you got the last question. We're wrapping it up.
Another question that I could add to that.
Oh, yes, please.
So there's technology being deployed now, sort of using sensory devices in drones, where if you want to pick up pathogens, you can almost isolate it down to the plant in the field to control for pathogen spread.
And there's technologies being deployed now where you can actually, using sensors again, control and monitor the level of irrigation down to the exact by drop to the root. So like in arid climates for sustainable production, you could really manage the productivity and the control of water. So you can link that to climate change, but you could really link it to sustainability.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great example. Okay, well, listen, it's been fantastic. As we wrap up, I do want to flag this report again on the COVID-19 impacts of adoption of AI, particularly because the Mexican chapter in here features Carlos IX and the IRX telemedicine platform. So, Carlo, thank you for being part of our report and our research and this session today. It was a delight. I want to thank our panelists, and let's take a couple-minute break, and we'll reconvene and have a panel on the WTO and the future of global trade. Thank you all.
Yeah.
the WTO and global trade. My name is Barbara Colm, and I'm happy to moderate this panel with our distinguished speakers, whom I will introduce in a second. But I would just like to give some introductory remarks on what we will discuss now, and throw it over to you. And we decided that everybody will be speaking about 5 to 7 minutes in the first round, and then we will refer to each other or even immediately take questions either from the or what is popping up. So the panel will explore the state of globalization, the future of global trade, and prospects for the WTO reform, a timely discussion given that the WTO ministerials will be ongoing currently. Actually, were supposed to go on. They were supposed, but Omicron has prevented that, or at least gave a nice excuse of not reuniting and not meeting. So we will see what we can expect on what is going on, because actually I think those of us who have been working on this field have been a little bit critical and didn't have high expectations of what would have supposed to become or the outcome. But let us briefly remind of why the WTO actually was started and why it exists, and maybe why we have this instrumental sclerosis that we see these days and that many of us have covered. And talking about coverage, I would also point out that we have done with the Global Trade and Innovation Policy Alliance, we have published the key issues for reforming the World Trade Organization. It's a wonderful paper and document that is available for everybody in the back of the room. Please feel free to take those handouts, but also on the website of the Global Trade and Innovation Policy Alliance, where you can download it and make sure you spread the word, because many of the authors are present here at the conference, so discuss it with them. But coming back to the idea of the liberal trade order that we all know, and we know that countries prosper when we are able to exchange goods freely, and we elevate ourselves with that, and we create innovative processes. So back then, WTO was actually founded after World War II to make sure that we help this shaking European economies and actually fight the communistic order of the East that was there, and to prevent also those authoritarian regimes that we have seen across the world and we still see in many countries. And then, of course, the idea was to reduce the north-south tensions and to create economic growth and well-being for everybody. So the question that I will, of course, ask the panel here is: have we been successful on that or not? And we were briefly discussing current trade numbers, and if we compare that to pre-COVID and what we see these days, I think it's been a tragedy for everybody. So let me briefly introduce our speakers here. I would like to start with Dr. Kunjin Song, who will provide us with an overview and framing her perspectives from South Korea. Dr. Sung is the Executive Director of the Innovative Economy Forum in Seoul, and she has held positions and served at her country, the Republic of Korea, in various capacities, whether it was at the Ministry of Finance and Economy, and as a foreign press speaker, and many other things. But she's also a writer and publishes her monthly column, and has studied at Seoul and in Boston. So without further ado, I would simply invite you to provide us with your insights and get started. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Since you asked me to speak, the WTO and the global trading system from the South Korean perspective, I would speak from the Korean perspective. Well, Korea is a trading power. Around 70% of its GDP stems from trade. So trade in its future, as well as the global trading system and the WTO, is critically important to Korea. The Omicron variant, as Stephen just said, caused the postponement of the Ministerial Conference 12. But without the Omicron, it would have been underway at this very moment. And if the MC12 had been convened as scheduled, we would have expected to see a few deliverables, I gather. From day one of her term as the WTO DG, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala emphasized the critical importance of delivering results with more pragmatic approach. She pointed out 4 priorities to focus on in the lead up to the Ministerial Conference 12. They include strengthening the WTO action on COVID-19, completing fisheries subsidies negotiations, and making progress in e-commerce, and agreeing on the roadmap for reform of the dispute settlement mechanism. On strengthening the WTO's action on COVID-19, what I perceive as the most important role for the WTO to play is really addressing the vaccine availability as promptly as possible, supporting investment in production capacity and keeping international trade flowing. The most immediate priority in this regard, I think, is to get the developed countries to buy vaccines and send them to the developing countries as soon as possible, as they promised. Only 6% of people in low-income countries as of today have received at least 1 dose. And this is an unbearable number. I do hope and I do believe you agree with me in that. With regards to the proposed waiver of trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, TRIPS, commitments concerning COVID-19 vaccines and therapeutics, should be dealt with in a way that supports both innovation and production. And on top of that, the TRIPS itself is outdated and needs to be overhauled. Given its complexities and differing views of the 164 members of the WTO, even if the MC12 had been convened, the TRIPS discussion would not have made much progress in my view. The COVID-19 rendered a good cause and opportunity for the TRIPS overhaul. So negotiations for the TRIPS overhaul, of course, will take time, and members should patiently make progress step by step. It will take years and years. And on fisheries subsidies negotiations, it's participated by all WTO members, and it would actually have produced outcome. It has a high chance to be passed at the next phase, next ministerial conference. The fisheries subsidies negotiations have been underway for over 20 years to eliminate harmful fisheries subsidies that contribute to overfishing and overcapacity. The chair of the fisheries subsidies negotiations submitted last week, November 25, a draft agreement to the ministers ahead of the MC12, saying that it's the most likely way we can successfully conclude more than 20 years of negotiations. WTO DG is so critically important for marine sustainability as well as for the WTO's credibility as a negotiating forum. And the joint statement on investment facilitation participated by 110 members would likely be passed at the next phase as well. On e-commerce, a consolidated text on e-commerce was produced last November, laying the groundwork for actual progress at MC12. The co-conveners, Australia, Japan, and Singapore, plan to issue a statement at the MC12 to take stock of the work achieved so far and to reiterate their commitment to achieving an agreement on e-commerce and set targets in the year ahead. The participants should focus on harvesting low-hanging fruit in areas such as e-signatures, e-authentication, and online consumer protection. Lastly, agreeing on the roadmap for reform of the WTO's dispute settlement mechanism. It's especially important for Korea, as Korea is one of the WTO members that have most involved in the dispute cases, either as a complainant or as a respondent or as a third party. So dispute settlement mechanism is critical in adjusting or correcting trade frictions and conflicts, and critical in ensuring a global trading system based on rules, not based on coercion, in alliance or in partnership with like-minded countries. An appellate body has brought stability and predictability to the WTO, the global trading system, in that sense. So in this regard, what is most important is the U.S. action, in my view. And the U.S. is at the moment refusing to nominate panelists to its appellate body. The U.S. inaction until now will harm the WTO as the global trading system. So far, we have not seen a breakthrough action by the U.S. to revive the dispute settlement mechanism. Well, I think if the U.S. is not happy with the current WTO dispute settlement mechanism, it should come up with an alternative plan instead of neglecting it as it is doing now. And I don't think I have seen the U.S.'s back at the multilateral scene as far as the WTO is concerned. I have a few more comments, but I think I have spent all my minutes, so I'll stop here.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Song. I mean, you actually put it spot on, 7 minutes. But I'm sure that Jameson Greer has a lot to say on with the U.S. right now. But before we turn to you and look at that, I would ask and invite our colleague from India, Vipul Chatterjee, who is the Executive Director of CUTS, the Center for International Trade, Economics and Environment in India. He is the international head of the institution, and he's focusing on managing and strategically in advocating his institution, further advancing it, but he's also a background at the School of Economics from Delhi. And people, the floor is yours. Please bring us your Indian insight and provide your perspectives on what is currently going on, please.
Thanks, Barbara. To begin with, let me thank Stephen and Rob in particular for inviting us to become a member of this alliance, and I think we are the newest member. I think it's a great platform to learn from each other's work, to network, and also to expand collectively the kind of work that we are doing. Now, coming to the subject of today's discussion, of course, I'm going to give the Indian perspective. Some of them may not be aligned with what India's position is on specific issues. And in some cases, I'm also going to speak in my personal capacity rather than representing the views of our organization, particularly in respect to this TRIPS waiver matter. A couple of points which I'd like to flag before I come to those points. One is that I think the future of trade is, of course, the COVID pandemic has done a great dent to trade. That was expected because of the nature of this pandemic and the accompanied supply side shocks. But I think the future of trade is quite good for the simple reason that it is the business companies, they do trade, not governments. So that's what we have to keep in mind. And also the over a number of decades, I would say over the last 4 decades or so, trade has become more interconnected. Countries have become more interconnected, production networks have become more interconnected. And as a result of that, I think we are seeing the nature of trade is also changing and changing very fast. It's not just the goods, but also now we are significantly seeing servicification of manufacturing and also services value chains. And there, I think the digital trade is going to play a major role in further fostering such trade. And so, in my opinion, I think that the nature of trade is going to undergo further change, and the future of trade. But the future of trade is quite good. It's another question whether countries like us are going to be benefited as a result of that. So we have to prepare domestically for that purpose. WTO has nothing to do with that. Whether WTO is going to provide us with policy space, with enabling environment to create that kind of opportunity for us, that's the question which we need to deal with. Now, coming to your point about the future of the WTO, I don't see much of a future at the moment, at least as we speak. If I look at the history of the multilateral trading system since the Havana Charter of 1948, and then all those rounds, 8 rounds of negotiations under GATT, culminating with the Uruguay round, establishment of the WTO, my understanding is that it was always economics which had driven those negotiations. And unfortunately, since Seattle in particular in 1999, I remember those demonstrations on the street, it is the politics which has taken over economics. So unless we get economics back into the WTO, I don't see much of a future about that institution. I'll explain this point by taking 1 or 2 examples. Look at this public stockholding for food security purposes, which is being demanded by India, Indonesia, many other developing countries. And the base price is for the calculation of aggregate measurement of support to agriculture is still the triennium average of 1986-1988. It's more than 3 decades old now. So unless we change that, we revise that and make it more dynamic, we won't be able to find any solution. And it's not rocket science to understand that, the economics behind it, or it's the politics which is preventing us from, or preventing other WTO members to agree to that. The second example is this TRIPS waiver. And this is where I'm speaking in my personal capacity, not necessarily placing the views of our organization because of various reasons. I don't want to talk about it in public. But I like the comment made by the Swiss ambassador the other day, I think last week, that whether this waiver is going to produce this single dose of extra vaccine or not. Because we need to understand that it's different from the HIV/AIDS drugs, so the TRIPS and Public Health Declaration I'm referring to of 2001. That was a cocktail of medicines, drugs. Here we are talking about vaccines. And my understanding of what Philip and other colleagues, they would know much better than me, we have to go through a process of production. It's not just the final production, but we have to go through a whole process. And if I'm not wrong, there are 282 components in the AstraZeneca vaccine. And many of them are already also patented, and there is also issue of trade secrets. So if there is a waiver, then where is the secret about it? Even if we go for compulsory licensing, what is the secret behind it? And these companies, they have also spent billions of dollars in developing this particular mRNA vaccine, and it has the potential of application for many other diseases, including cancer, I believe. So we need to find a balance, and I think the licensing agreement, the kind of licensing between Oxford AstraZeneca and the Serum Institute in India, because of which we have been saved. And we are also now started re-exporting vaccines. So that kind of an approach by the global leadership would have been much better. And this is where I think I have a bit of a complaint against the US leadership, that US should have taken that leadership position to have that kind of licensing agreement between various companies who are in a position to produce vaccines. And you also need to have the system in place, the production system in your countries. Not all countries have that, and it's very complicated. It's not like producing potato chips. So it's very, very complicated. So you need to keep in mind all these things. Of course, I understand the politics behind it. Again, the politics. Yeah. So it's nice to be played before the gallery. I'm not taking any names of any country. The third thing which I wanted to flag is that we need to. Everybody is talking about that WTO requires reform. What kind of reforms? I mean, if I look at some of the judgments of the appellate body, I mean, without any disrespect to those members of those bodies, they have gone much beyond what was agreed upon in those agreements. And more importantly, some of those decisions of the appellate body, they are also being used as kind of a jurisprudence system. So I don't think the WTO's dispute settlement system is based on that. It's not based on jurisprudence. It's not the common law approach. So we need to reform that. We need to see that how appellate body members, what would be the remit that they are going to have in future. But here again, the point is that US has to come out with very clearly what it exactly wants as reforms of the WTO. For example, whether going forward we are going to accept the fact that it is difficult to get all 64 members, 164 members on board on a consensus-based approach. Whether the time has come for recognizing the value of the variable geometry approach, those countries who are ready to negotiate. And here I have a point that India tends to oppose everything. I mean, my point is that it is better to discuss and express your concerns within a room rather than shouting from outside, right? So you have to get into the room and then place your concerns on the table. If you keep shouting from outside, nobody is going to listen to you. That's the point which we are trying to make in New Delhi and also in America. And my final point, which I'll end with that, I think we also need to reform the special and differential treatment provisions. If I look at if I analyze them, that there is most of the SNDTs which they are for the developing countries, they are of best endeavor nature. Whereas there are also SNDTs for developed countries, particularly in agriculture, used to be in textiles as well. They are enforceable. So there is a fundamental imbalance in that system. And the second point is that we have to also come out with a very clear definition of developing countries. Right. At the moment, it's the countries which designated themselves as developing or developed. Yeah. So South Korea, if I'm not mistaken, is a developing country in the WTO, and Bangladesh is going to become a developing country a few years from now. There's a huge difference between the economies of these two countries. So you have to have a clear definition. And finally, I will end with this new initiative. Well, it's not a new initiative; it's been revived between EU, US, and Japan on how to deal with state-owned enterprises, so these industrial subsidies, by a particular non-market economy. So that is something which there again, I think these United States have made an assumption. There is nothing wrong in making assumptions, but it has gone horribly wrong. US negotiators in those days, in 1990s, they thought that with China's entry into the WTO, that country is going to behave more responsibly, which has not happened. It's never going to happen. in a non-market economy, in autocracy like that. So we need to think all these things and then come out with a balanced solution or a set of solutions for the WTO to move forward. I don't think it's going to happen, overnight. It's going to take a decade or so at least, but we need to start somewhere. But that is what is not happening, and I don't see that. So good that for whatever reasons the ministerial got cancelled or postponed, so we could come here for more fruitful discussion. And I think this forum is going to come out with something very fruitful, particularly on digital trade, which is the future. Thank you very much. Let me stop here now.
Thank you very much, people. I mean, you provided a lot of provocative issues, and as a typical economist, you said on the one hand, it's easy. On the other hand, it's very complex. But you also were very positive on trade and the future of trade per se, but not of the institutions. The question that we always discuss is there managed trade that we see these days, or is it really free trade? So I will, we'll discuss that a little bit later. But you have already mentioned something that is invited certain people to come back to the table to definitely discuss and not throw issues from the outside to those who work or try hard to find solutions. And I think this is something that Jamison Greer will discuss with us now. Jamison is the partner at King and Spalding, and he's working on international trade and has done so for a very long time. His practice covers trade remedies, trade policy and negotiations, trade agreement enforcement, export and import compliance rules and regulations. And prior to being with King and Spalding, he has been the chief of staff to the U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Leiteser. So I think Jamison will cover a lot of what the U.S. is heading to with the new administration, but given your experience, you could probably fill us in on what the past administration has missed on this specific issue. The floor is yours.
Sure, thank you. And thank you to the other panelists. I appreciate your comments. I agree with, I'd say, most of them. Disagree with a few things. I'll talk about that. I read the paper as well that was mentioned at the beginning, which was very thoughtful and I think highlights a lot of the key issues that we're facing. I have to give the standard disclaimer. I'm appearing in my personal capacity. The things I'm saying can't be attributed to my law firm or to any of my clients, some of whom might not agree with what I'm going to say. So I want to talk about what the Biden administration is doing, what we think it will do with the WTO. I want to talk about what the Trump administration did and what the similarities are and differences. And then I want to talk a little bit about what the U.S.-China economic rivalry means for all of this and how that impacts the WTO. But before getting into all of that, I do want to take up some of the themes that I've heard from my colleagues. We've already heard, about the genesis of the WTO, which is really the GATT, right? Which sometimes we forget originated as a plurilateral organization of relatively like-minded countries, right? So pretty different from where we are now with the WTO. And the goals, I agree with what was said earlier, was to strengthen Western economies, to reduce North-South tensions. I agree with all of that. And it's interesting if you look at the time, there was very little U.S.-Soviet Union trade, U.S. Eastern Bloc trade, right? So it was a little bit easier to kind of have, a plurilateral, the West or associated democracies, and to have kind of this existing decoupling, right? Very different than the situation now where we have China, where we are coupled, right? Even despite, some of the things that have gone on over the past few years, we're still very much tied together economically, and it's hard to see a situation where we're ever really decoupled, despite what people may say. But I will say that some of those driving foreign policy considerations that led to the GATT and into the WTO, I don't think those are as present or as valued in the United States right now. I just don't think they are. I think that because U.S. policymakers are, I mean, listen, they're beholden to U.S. citizens and voters, and that's not necessarily the case with every WTO member. Because of that, that's why the politics enter into it. And what we typically hear from, economists, and I'm not an economist, I'm not going to pretend to be one, it's very much, trade is good, let's liberalize trade, if we can get rid of the friction in trade, the rising tide lifts all boats, this was the Washington Consensus. But here we are, 25 years after the WTO and also, NAFTA after the US. And that Washington Consensus, I think the economists still agree with it, but I think a lot of just the general population does not, and the policymakers who are beholden to them do not. There is a general sense that with the introduction of more liberalization, whether it was NAFTA or with China joining the WTO, there was a movement in manufacturing jobs, right? And you can look at that. That's not just kind of rhetoric. You can look at charts for auto and auto parts manufacturing in the United States, and you kind of see this, this declining line for U.S. jobs in that sector and an increasing line for Mexico in that sector, right? And some people would say, well, that's the goal. That's the idea, right? We're going to reallocate capital. It's going to move efficiently. But what that really means is those jobs are going to a low-cost labor jurisdiction. They're going to a low regulatory jurisdiction for environmental issues, right? And so you're seeing regulatory arbitrage, maybe for things that should be more important for us, labor rights, environment, and things like that. Things that aren't necessarily comparative advantage, right? When we talk about Adam Smith, and Ricardo and all these guys, I don't think they were talking about, okay, well, we're going to abuse workers here, and we're going to have forced labor here, we're going to have a comparative advantage, right? They were talking about, wine and textiles, right? They weren't talking about, well, in Morocco, we're going to dump all of our phosphate fertilizer waste into the ocean and ship it all to the United States. And in America, if you make phosphate fertilizer, you have to put it in big gypsum stacks and the like. So, I mean, there are advantages out there that I don't think are comparative advantages that we had in mind when we think about Economics 101. There are advantages out there that are not market-driven advantages, okay? And I don't think the WTO is really addressing a lot of those. And listen, if you go and talk to an average American, they don't know what the WTO is, and they don't care about it. But they all have a sense, it's the politics, they all have a sense that there's something that's not quite right. They have a sense that there are jobs that have gone to these low-cost jurisdictions, and the trade-off of, well, you know what, you're a consumer, you are first and foremost, I'm an economist, and you are a consumer, and you will be happy because your goods will be cheaper. That would be that. But I don't think that some of the other, it's just not frictionless, right? I think a lot of the idea with liberalization was, well, there's going to be a shifting, and you're going to have workers who are going to move, and they're going to retrain their places. But the reality is, if you're in Detroit or rural Ohio and there's a factory and the factory leaves, that matters to you because probably your family's in that town, your friends are in that town, you want to stay there in that town. So I think there are these human elements to all of this that you can't really quantify in economics, which makes it hard, right? It makes it very difficult, but you have a policymaker who's elected from that district. They know what their people want. So that's why you have all these Ohio members, whether they're Republican or Democrat, wanting to have trade barriers, to be frank. So that's the ground for all of this. What did the Trump administration do in the WTO? Well, they put out a new and sophisticated proposal on special and differential treatment with very specific ideas of who should be developing and who shouldn't be. Very objective criteria for that: OECD membership, Gini coefficients, that kind of thing. They put out a new proposal for transparency on notifications for subsidies and the like, with real enforcement. They put out a proposal for dealing about arbitrage for regulatory arbitrage for environmental rules, saying that if you don't have a bare minimum of environmental management regulation, then that can actually be treated as a countervailable subsidy under the subsidies agreement. They probed into the budgets and finances of the WTO to check out how that was going. There was some critical analysis and discussion of the failures of the dispute settlement system. They initiated outside the WTO. They initiated the trilateral work with Japan and EU on industrial subsidies, non-market practices, forced technology theft. And I want to make this point too. A lot of these ideas that I just talked about, I mean, we certainly thought of them from the political level, but a lot of them came from the USTR staff, career staff, who are still there. Okay, it wasn't purely political. It was staff who had worked with the WTO for years and had these problems. And finally, they found some people who were going to like break some China, right? Like, okay, we're going to give these people, they're going to break the China. That's what we did. And then finally, we joined in the exploration of rules on a plurilateral basis. We joined the Joint Statement Initiative on e-commerce. The principles that are espoused in e-commerce, we made sure they were in USMCA. We made sure they were in the new Japan-US agreement and that kind of thing. We explored talks with Singapore and Australia on similar things. So what's the Biden administration doing? A lot of the same things, right? I will say the proposals on special differential treatment and transparency, they haven't pushed them as aggressively. I understand the transparency one that had some enforcement in it has been softened. The environmental rule, which frankly could have been written by a public citizen or environmental activists, they haven't really taken that up, even though it's right up their alley. But they've held the line on the appellate body. They've continued to participate in joint statement initiatives. They just restarted the Trump administration's trilateral work. Probably the biggest difference is the TRIPS waiver announcement, which I understand very cynically as more of a political stunt than a practical stunt. So what do we expect in the future? Well, I think that skepticism with the WTO will continue to grow in the United States, both in the general population and with policymakers. I think that's the direction that it's going to happen, and I think it's been exacerbated by COVID, which has shown that, listen, at the end of the day, if you're going to take care of your own population, you're going to take care of them because that's who you are beholden to as a policymaker. And so you see countries putting in export controls and all these different things, right or wrong, they're doing that, and the WTO could do nothing about it. And then two, China, right? The Chinese challenge just is not even, there aren't even rules for the WTO to deal with some of this stuff. Overcapacity, certain types of subsidies, strategic acquisition overseas of assets, right, that are not driven by efficient capital allocation, but driven by, frankly, geopolitical ambitions, right? All of those things can't be captured by the WTO. So we need to adjust our expectations for the WTO, right? We need to focus on plurilateral initiatives, I think, because you're not going to have consensus on a lot of these most important issues. You just won't. I mean, I saw today before I came, they arrived at some plurilateral language on domestic services regulation. Fine. I mean, that's the kind of direction things need to go. And let me just make, before I finish up, my key point on China and how I think that really is going to overall undermine the ambition of the WTO, not just because they're a voting member who has to have consensus, but because China, if you look back at what China's been doing for the past 25 years, their touchstone for trade policy is not WTO compliance. Okay? I mean, people need to understand that. In the United States, it has, since we joined the WTO, it has essentially been, okay, well, can we do this? Is it WTO compliant? Because we want to comply with the rule of law, and we've taken all kinds of steps to comply with appellate body rulings when they come down. We're not perfect, and obviously in the Trump administration, a little more cavalier. But generally that's the case. But with China, their touchstone for trade policy has always been what's good for China and what's good for Communist Chinese Party control. That's their touchstone. Okay, and so we should just kind of dispense with this idea that somehow the WTO, that China is going to care about the WTO says, unless it's consistent with what it wants for the CCP, right? I mean, that's just, that's just how it is. So I think it all calls for pragmatism, right? There are certain things with the WTO will still be good. You have to have a room to discuss, right? With respect to the appellate body, I mean, listen, the appellate body has been frozen, but I don't think anyone has been able to point to an area where trade has declined in this sector or this sector between these countries because the appellate body's frozen. There's zero evidence on that. Is there a resolution there? Maybe so. Maybe it means we go back to a GATT system of advisory panel decisions and everyone kind of agrees on these issues. And if there's a really big systemic issue that comes to national interest, people aren't going to obey the appellate body anyway, right? Look at EU with beef hormones. We won that case a long time ago. They still haven't complied. We have these little agreements to go around it. When it comes down to issues of national importance, people aren't going to apply to the appellate body anyway. They haven't so far. Why would they start? It all calls for pragmatism. Plurilaterals, I think, are the right direction for the WTO for right now. And it'll adjust again in the future as things change. And it needs to be flexible. And I'll just stop there.
Well, thank you very much, Jameson, especially also for pointing out regulatory arbitrage. And I think we will come back in the next round on that. But before further ado, I would simply like to introduce our last panelist before we really get into the dispute of discussion here on the panel, because I see there are some things that we might disagree on or agree on, but our last speaker is Philip Thompson. He's the policy analyst for IP and trade at the Property Rights Alliance. Philip has been with ATR for a very long time already, for over 5 years. He has been research assistant to ALEC and has been working with Cato, and we've seen a lot of papers and documents that came out of his not only brains but hands and his team working together. So Philip, the floor is yours. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you, Barbara, and usual disclaimers. And I was really looking forward to this panel because we have, even though we have the disclaimers, we have India here. We had South Africa, I think he was on a robot that rolled away, and we have the United States. So we had all of the WTO problem countries. And I thought perhaps if we can agree to something here, maybe we can demonstrate that consensus in the future is possible. So my contribution to our monograph concerned WTO e-commerce and digital trade barriers. At the WTO, the e-commerce program started in 1998, which is 23 years ago, which is not that far, but back then, if you search back in your memories, Amazon, Facebook, Google, all infant industries, all embryonic. It was the first year Amazon delivered something other than books. Netflix was still DVDs. But since that time, those companies have become part of everyday life. There's now estimates that digital trade is 5% of global GDP. 2.5 quintillion databytes are made every day and cross borders. And as part of that success, we see a huge proliferation of digital trade barriers. But not a lot of rules or use of the WTO to walk back some of those trade barriers on how they violate free trade rules. So recently we've seen such digital service taxes. 20 countries implemented digital service taxes, and many more had them in the wings if an OECD decision was made. We have 144 data localization measures, which is ITIF has tracked in their report. The EU is considering the Digital Markets Act. All of these, there's strong arguments that they violate current WTO commitments, but no country is using the WTO to resolve those disputes. So that tells us where countries are on where the WTO is on e-commerce. They're not considered as a proper forum or a forum that would resolve those disputes. And in addition to those trade barriers, we produced the International Trade Barrier Index that tracks digital trade barriers as part of trade facilitation. And we see link taxes, content moderation rules, cybersecurity rules. These not only potentially violate existing WTO commitments, but some of them aren't constrained by current rules. So when we're talking about digital trade or data, are there existing trade rules like that concern goods that I think what we should be looking for is if there's are there trade laws that are discriminating this data on where it's stored, how it transfers borders, how it's processed. There's a lot of rules out there by Europe, China, other countries that make that discrimination that wouldn't apply to something like a potato. And so there's this big gap between digital trade and free trade. And it's growing more and more every year. And so what we have at the WTO is this big pause. We have the plurilateral agreement that could come up, but in that agreement is also Europe, China, and the United States, and there's no big common denominator there that's going to make a big difference. So what we do have is these free trade agreements where rules are really being set. And we have, as examples there, USMCA rules, which are probably the most free trade oriented, that prohibit data localization, that use least restrictive methods if there is a trade barrier. Then we have, after that, the almost similar rules and the CPTPP. And then alternative on that side is we have RCEP in Asia, and we also have the model from the EU and their trade agreements. But so when we talk about what's going to happen now, what's the future, the United States isn't part of the negotiating table. It's not. There's no trade promotion authority for USTR. The United States walked out of TPP at the time, and now it's China joining TPP. So who is writing the rules? The EU is writing rules in their trade agreements, which are really restrictive on data flows. And China's writing the rules in their trade agreements that are more allow a lot of government intervention in terms of cybersecurity rules that require or allow governments to require backdoor encryption keys, allow content moderation rules. There's a lot more content moderation rules in Europe in the Digital Markets Act. And even in the Digital Markets Act, there's prescriptions there that would violate TRIPS agreement that would require companies to turn over IP and trade secrets on how their algorithms work. And so without the United States really showing that leadership, more countries are signing up to these agreements that allow digital trade discrimination to go forward. And that's, I think, a big problem for not only the WTO, but trading in general, that the WTO isn't being used as a space that can find a ground rule on free trade rules.
Well, thank you very much also for pointing out, especially the data privacy, cross-border data questions and issues that we see, and also for bringing us back to international commerce, e-commerce, and also to the Digital Services Act that, bypass certain things. And without further ado, I just simply throw the discussion over to you, and I think we should do it a little bit more spontaneously and not as playing by those rules that we actually set up. We can also break them. And I would start with the first one, because I think this is the easiest, by saying what is the most likely initiative to actually be passed or come out of the WTO? Is it the fisheries reform? Is it the e-commerce initiative? Or is it the moment on TRIPS that was already discussed already? What do you see? So I just start with you, and you just be there and just add it.
I think I already mentioned. I would say the fisheries subsidy will be the first one to be passed at the next ministerial conference. And for clarification, by the way, people, Korea in 2019 declared that it will not claim any developing country benefits from the WTO. And I was very happy that the Korean government finally decided to do it. I mean, it was the politics, by the way, that the Korean government was hesitating to do it for so long because of the voting power of the farmers. And in the Korean economy, the agricultural sector accounts for only 2% of GDP, and yet we could not make a decision for the longest time. So that's what happened. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. You want to hand that right? Give an answer to what you think will be the most likely success that the WTO will have in the next.
I think these joint study initiatives, they are going to go forward. If not an agreement on e-commerce or on investment facilitation, at least there will be some significant forward movement on those. Fisheries subsidies, I'm still very skeptical about whether there is going to be any agreement. I have looked at the Ambassador Willis's text. There are too many brackets in it. And some of them are, I'm surprised why India is opposing some of them. For example, we don't have any forced labor. So why are we opposing that? At the same time, we are talking about, for the first time, we are talking about trade and working conditions bilaterally with the United States. It was there in the joint statement after Ambassador Thai's visit. So there is this contradiction. I don't know how we're going to balance those contradictions. That is the question which we still don't have any answer. Again, the which country which provides the most obnoxious subsidies in the deep sea fishing, it's almost $7 billion a year, it's China. So why are you siding with them? That's my question, and I don't have any answer. I'm yet to find any answer to that. So, except these joint study initiatives, which are the variable geometry kind of stuff, things are not going to move.
What about you?
I agree with Paul on the fish issue. It's not going to go anywhere. So I think that there are maybe two things where you could see an outcome. One of them could be the joint statement on e-commerce, but I think it will be of low ambition if it does. That being said, I think that current staff at USTR, some of the political leadership there, maybe would accommodate some of the EU's views on digital trade. And so I think you could potentially see that. I think it's a very low likelihood we see any outcomes, but you could see one there. I see a possibility that there could be a trade and health outcome, because this is something that's really important to the Director General, to have a trade and health outcome. The push for the TRIPS waiver, I think, is losing some steam as it kind of everyone realizes it's really just a front to undermine IP as a general matter, as opposed to an actual solution to getting jabs in arms. So I think a trade and health initiative that, like, I guess it's the Walker process or whatever you want to call it, talking about trade facilitation, reducing export constraints, I think that's maybe a fruitful area.
I'm going to be the optimistic one and say meeting again in March is going to be an achievement in itself.
No, he's right. I mean,
that is good. Good.
20 years back when I was still young in this area, I was also very optimistic. Very young.
I also think, there might be a statement on the appellate board on in general the importance of having it back together.
Let me ask the floor. Are there any questions with? Yes, please, and let us know to. Yes, I'm sure we have one. Otherwise, I'll give you mine. Get started.
Why you can hear you.
I have two questions. I was really surprised to know that South Korea was able to claim a developing nation benefits up until 2019. So my question to you is, do you think that there should be some kind of standard based on some factors that based on which you know which country is a developed nation and which one is a developing country? I was really surprised to learn that. So I don't know whether there are some other advanced countries that are claiming developing country benefits. If yes, please share with us. My other question is, well, free trade. The definition of free trade versus how it actually works. Do you think we should be calling it free trade? What about fair trade? So do you think there is a wide gap between how we define free trade and how actually it works? So what are your thoughts on that? Thank you.
By the way, you just identify yourself.
Oh yeah, I'm Raj Boya. I'm a DC resident. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's start with Korea.
Yes, I was surprised that my government took so long to declare that it's not going to take the developing countries' benefits. Well, as far as I know, there are different definitions and categories that define developed and developing countries. Different categories from different international from one international organization to another. For instance, Korea was already categorized as a developed country in 1997 in the IMF, whereas it was still a developing country until after for 20 years in the WTO. I don't know. I would, for me, I would like to see a more forceful, compulsory categories that apply. I don't know, to members of the WTO to claim to be a developing country or a developed country. Personally, that's my view. But again, it's all politics.
Thank you.
See, there is no, as she has said, there is no one definition about categorizing developing countries or developed countries. One criteria that UN has that $12,000 a year per capita at current prices. So that's just one criteria. So you have to have a set of criteria, not just the income. But WTO should take lead along with World Bank and IMF. These three Bretton Woods institutions, I believe, to come out with a clear definition criteria, and it has to be dynamic in the sense that it should be revised within a period, regularly within a period of time. The problem with countries like India is that we're a combination of developed, developing, and least developed. For example, in my town, in my city where I come from, Jaipur, in western Rajasthan, in western part in Rajasthan, you can see camel cart and Mercedes going alongside. So how are we going to then that's a challenge before our negotiators. But we need to see, how we can overcome these challenges. That's why they are the negotiators.
Thank you, people. Maybe Jameson and Philip will come up with the difference between free trade and managed trade.
Yeah, and I do want to make one point about the special developed treatment. So in the Trump administration in 2019, we developed a proposal that we submitted to the WTO and asked people to join up that established objective criteria, so you could take the politics out of it. And it said, if you are a member of the OECD, you can't be developing. And then it went through a few other criteria related to per capita income and things like that. So they were objective, very much so. But no one's taken it up, right? And I will say, this is how the sausage is made. It wasn't like South Korea just suddenly said, you know what, we're just going to stop being developing. The United States was going around trying to get people to stop doing it. And so South Korea did the right thing, right? Brazil also decided to forego special and differential treatment going forward. Singapore did. So there are a handful of countries that responded to this campaign by the United States to do this. That proposal's still out there, right? So
no traction.
Yeah, there's no traction, right? Because you're trying to get people to give up something they have that right now is self-judging as a sovereign. So anyway, so that's that. And then on the free versus fair trade, I agree 100%. You're not the first person to think about this. Trump administration wasn't the first administration to think about this. But when you go to these big meetings with G20 and WTO, you always have this statement that comes out, and the statement always says all this like real highfalutin stuff, and it always says free trade is amazing, and we're all going to go to heaven if we do free trade. And then we said, okay, we know that the free trade is good, but it also doesn't work all the time, and we need to have fair trade. So we made sure it said in these statements, free and fair trade is an objective. And we just have tried to educate people and make them understand that, reciprocity is an important part of free trade. It's not really free trade if China has complete access to the U.S. market in most areas, and U.S. access to China is disproportionately low. That's not free trade, so we can't really call it that. I agree with you.
I think the idea of free trade, that individuals and businesses on different continents, different countries can trade their goods and services on their own terms without special intervention to make their own mutually beneficial agreement is a fantastic idea. We know that it doesn't really occur. No country is completely free trade. Probably Singapore at this point. But having that idea helps you locate where's the barriers in that. So you can say, I can't sell my goods in this country because they're putting up too many tariffs, or they have a restriction that prevents my business from having a foreign subsidiary. And in that case, having the idea of free trade helps you identify where those barriers are. And we identified a lot of barriers because of this idea of free trade today. So I think it's helpful to have that.
Thank you. People, you want to do
I think you need to understand that trade was never free. It's never going to be free. So it's a misnomer, it's a misconception about this free trade agreement. Ideally, you should call them feasible trade agreements. But the reason why, the fact that we call them, they're all preferential trade agreements. Can be maybe preferential good for us, but maybe restrictive for some others. So I think it's a wrong use of words, which has created a lot of problems. People think that we have opened up, we have sold ourselves, and all those kind of things. What this comes in. So we should be feasible trade agreement rather than PTA. All are PTAs, preferential trade agreement.
Thank you.
Yes.
You want to add something on that before I hand it over to you?
No, just a question from me to the American colleagues here. I'm genuinely curious as to why Commerce Secretary Raimondo gave an interview to Nikkei a few weeks ago, saying that the U.S. will not rejoin the CPTPP. I mean, everyone knows that the U.S. will not, for the time being. Why did she have to reconfirm it? And was it a message for the domestic audience or for a message for the international? Just curious.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how strategic it was necessarily. The reality is here in Washington, when China said we want to join CPTPP, and then Taiwan said we want to join it, a lot of people got really anxious here in Washington. China's not going to join the CPTPP. They're just not. I've talked to Japanese officials who are in a place where they make these decisions. They've said they're not going to get out. So, but I mean, I assume she felt the need to push back against some of that concern.
Thank you. You had the question.
Jameson, I'm interested in your view of the Biden administration's middle-class trade agenda. And is it possible for a nation to have a successful trade strategy like that if they think that the interest of companies and workers aren't the same? Because part of the objective of trade policy is to foster global rules that help our companies compete. But there seems to be a perspective sometimes that the rules we pursue, for instance, for intellectual property in the pharmaceutical sector is only for big pharma. And so can we have something that's good for workers and not good for companies, vice versa?
Yeah, so theoretically, can you have a trade policy that's good for workers? I would say yes, you can, right? In the Trump administration, that's actually what we tried to do. We didn't sloganeer it like the Biden folks are doing. I find, and when I was at USTR and with these folks now who are there, if I have a company who's maybe a multinational, if I can go to them and say, hey, I have a company, they're making stuff in Wisconsin, and to be honest, they have a Chinese facility too, but, what would really help our workers is if, could we take X policy or impose X policy, and it'll be good for these workers. At the same time, it's going to be good for the company. And by the way, you can say this is a worker-centered trade policy, right? I mean, that's kind of the way it goes, because a lot of these folks, a lot of politicians are not economists and maybe aren't technical folks. And so if you can go in and explain how your trade objective can actually do what they say they want to do, then that can be helpful to them. But I agree, so some of it is just, politics get into it, and things can go off the course, and hopefully the pendulum swings one way, swings the other way, and you end up in a good spot.
People, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I want to flag one thing, that trade alone cannot lead to development. You have to have an ecosystem in place. Macroeconomic ecosystem in place, trade along with monetary policy, fiscal policy, labor policy, environment policy, tax policy, which is part of fiscal policy. We need to look at that holistically. I think by linking directly between trade and development, we politicized it much more than what we could have done. We could have just said that, okay, we are launching the Doha Round. Why do we need to put an development into it? I remember within a year after the launch of the Doha Round, I was having lunch with Professor Bhagwati in a restaurant and he told me 20 years back, look, this is not going to go forward. We'll take it forward. And that's exactly what what has happened. I mean, we try to look at everything from development angle. Trade can lead to development, provided those other flanking policy measures, the ecosystem is in place. And here I want to highlight one more point, is that for 3 decades, 1980s, 1990s, and the first decade of this millennium, of the century, we keep talking about, we keep highlighting about gains from trade, the gainers. But at the same time, we should have remembered that there are losers too. We didn't talk about them. And that's where all these Rust Belt and various other, all these issues come up. United States have a trade adjustment program. Very few countries in the world. It's not working on the ground because it's too old. I mean, it is too old-fashioned. We have to have trade liberalization, but along with safety nets. That's our motto of our organization. We have supported trade liberalization, economic liberalization with India since early 90s. We have to have safety nets in place. So in this case, we have to have a good trade adjustment program in place. I'm very happy to say that right now we have started a project along with Self-Employment Women's Association, Seva of India, to develop a model trade adjustment program for informal workers. That has to be in place. Only then there will be more support for trade from the general public.
Well, thank you, Bipal. I mean, exactly those things that the tension between the poorer and better off is, this gap is opening, and we've seen that also with the trigger of COVID in the last 2 years, and there's a lot on the plate that we have to do. But I would like to take you back another 150 years, almost 200 years ago. Frédéric Bastiat said, when goods cross borders, weapons won't. So this is a positive outcome, but there is a lot of institutionalism that we have seen over the past 200 years that has been created that we have to overcome as well on that front. And without further ado, I would simply thank our panel for providing their insights. I would like to thank Robert and Stephen and his entire team for hosting us, because I think it's fantastic that we are finally meeting in person and have an audience outside there as well, and saying that, you know, the question, the future of WTO and global trade was asked for global trade in a very positive way, that we need it and it will definitely come back to and rise. But while we have to be a little bit critical with regards to our institutions, I would say there's a lot of work to be done on that front. And by now, we close this panel and have a lunch break, and we reunite for the third panel at 1 exactly here in this room. Thank you so much.
I thought the part in the report you did the commerce stuff. That was really good. Oh, really? Yeah. I did a paper. I did a paper on the ESA white paper for CCIA.
especially with COVID testing. So we'll do a hard stop here at 2:15. My name is Emily Benson. I'm an associate fellow working for the Schulter in International Business at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, just a kilometer the other side of downtown. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to Steve and Azelle for organizing and convening everyone from around the world. It's a pleasure to see everyone from GTIPA. My last conference was the one in Mexico City, so it's wonderful to see familiar faces, especially after the last couple of years. Today we'll have sort of a casual fireside discussion about the topic that everyone is hearing about constantly in the news, which is supply chains. I think it's we're all experiencing some level of vindication because for people like us, it's always been about supply chains to a degree. So it's been sort of gratifying to see supply chains receive the attention that they have been in the last year, especially the last 6 months. On a more granular level, I think we have some of the kind of most popular topics in supply chains represented on this panel here. Those are semiconductors, obviously, medical equipment and COVID-related supply chains, and then the other big buzzword of the year, which is sustainability. So I look forward to having a good discussion with our panelists, and I will go ahead and introduce them now before going into a few questions. So here we have Chris Kane. He is the president of the Center for Global Enterprise based in New York. Next to him, John Neufer is the president and CEO of the Semiconductor Industry Association based here. Hubertus Barth joins us from Germany. He's the director and head of research at the German Economic Institute. And Pietro Paganini is the co-founder, and I love this, Curiosity Officer at Comtere in Italy. So thank you all for joining us. Today, we'll start with a question for Chris and then proceed with the rest of the panelists. If you could all answer, chip in your thoughts. The first question is, how are companies responding to supply chain disruptions? How are they making decisions? How are these affecting firms and ultimately consumers? We at CSIS recently put forward a report which unsurprisingly found that at the end of the day, companies really care about one thing, which is maintaining the autonomy to make decisions about where to base their supply chain. So they really want control at the end of the day. But in other words, they don't want to be told you must reshore or you must rethink in this particular manner. What that means, I think, is that companies are indeed rethinking supply chains, but maybe not in a completely uniform way. So I look forward to hearing what you've witnessed in your research.
Okay, great, thanks. It's nice to be here. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, GTIPA, for convening. It's really fun to see an organization grow and mature like this has over the last number of years, and it's all due to the people's commitment, the association's commitments. So, Emily, you're right. There's a lot of rethink and reflection going on now among companies. We, at the Center for Global Enterprise, convene companies from all around the world in a number of different areas. Supply chain transformation was our first institute that we established. And it might be helpful for me just to talk about how companies are actually refocusing and reinvesting their resources as well as their expertise to deal with the supply chain realities we've got. There are 5 areas of focus and investment that we're seeing from companies. The first is dynamic resilience, and we heard Matt talk this morning about resilience. I'm going to draw a distinction between what he said and what we see in the marketplace among companies. But the reason I call it dynamic resilience is because companies are realizing that there's so much change going on in the world that it's not sufficient to establish a supply chain organization that is hardened and resilient at one moment in time and then rigid and breakable at the next moment in time. And so how are they doing that? They're doing that with AI tools and machine learning tools. So dynamic resilience is the first area of focus and investment that we see. Second is around visibility. Companies have always wanted to have, but have been incapable of having end-to-end visibility of their supply chain, from the order to the fulfillment back to the consumer. And in this area, companies are looking at and starting to deploy digitalization tools and processes, which is probably the most important thing to think about. This is not just about technology and tools. This is about management processes and transformation. And the second is blockchain. It gives, to a certain degree, it gives really good visibility to a supply chain owner. The third is security. So 1, dynamic resilience, 2, visibility, 3, security. In this case, there is a huge push by companies right now to extend their security perimeter and make their suppliers and their supply chain much more cyber ready. And therefore, large supply chain owners like Colgate-Palmolive, like Apple, like General Motors are saying, we now have no choice. We've always had the desire, but we now have no choice but to make our suppliers, our small and medium enterprises, cyber ready. And so they're spending a lot of time with that, and we have projects going on with Apple and General Motors and DoD agents that are preparing companies, small and medium companies, for DoD qualifications. The fourth is talent. There's a lot of focus and a lot of energy going by companies going into supply chain talent because, 1, it's not the great resignation, it's the skills that are needed for a digital supply chain, a transformed supply chain, don't exist in supply chain organizations. So the talent issue is both a skills issue and a supply issue. And we're spending a lot of time with companies on that. In particular, women. Companies don't have enough women in their supply chain organizations, and they have failed at making supply chain a profession, a desirous profession for them. So the opportunities in supply chain, now that it's cool, right? Now that people are actually thinking about it and talking about it, the opportunities in supply chain for women are exploding, but the skill set needs to be worked on at the company level. And the last is what we call the new customer. Customers have changed and supply chains have not. All right, and this is both a B2B, business to business statement, as well as a business to consumer statement. And what companies are doing is that, 1, they're having to figure out and understand this new customer, and then they have to figure out how to please it. And their processes, which have been built and evolved over a number of decades, are not adaptable enough yet to be able to be responsive and pleasing to the new customer. So those are the 5 areas that we see getting a lot of focus and a lot of investment.
Great. Thank you for that. John, would you like to chime in?
First of all, I've never heard anyone say supply chain work is cool, but we're almost there, Chris. Secondly, thanks, Stephen, for inviting me. This is one of the rare opportunities the last 2 years I've been able to wear a necktie, and I see now I actually didn't have to do it. So. But so just a few things. The chip industry has been wildly successful for a couple of key reasons. One is our breathtaking pace of innovation. This thing called Moore's Law, where you double the number of transistors on a chip every two years or so. And today now we can put about 54 billion on-off switches, which are transistors, on a chip about that size. 54 billion, which is pretty awesome. We're manipulating materials at atomic levels to do that. But the other thing is supply chains. These sophisticated supply chains that we've developed over the last 40 or 50 years have allowed us to take advantage of markets around the world and become amazingly efficient. And we've developed this crazily efficient, well-oiled machine that allows us to grow and innovate. We have the Japanese that are great at tool making. Japanese also are great at making the ingots where you slice the wafers. The Koreans are great at memory. We're great at design and manufacturing. The Taiwanese are fantastic at manufacturing. So because of these basically centers of excellence around the world, we've become an incredibly successful industry. But we found with the pandemic that there's some obvious vulnerabilities, and some of those vulnerabilities have been thrown into bold relief. And one lesson we've learned is that while we have built our supply chains to be biased towards efficiency, there are some shortcomings with that. We've fine-tuned just-in-time delivery approaches. And we found that, well, inventories in crises matter. So you have to also build in just-in-case approaches to supply chain management. And that's a very important lesson for us, but I think for other big industries, particularly auto industry. And for us, what's in particular a vulnerability that's emerged is that we don't manufacture enough chips here in the U.S. In 1990, we manufactured about 37% of the world's chips. Now we manufacture about 12%. Second piece of it is the most innovative chips, those sub 10 nanometer, those chips are all produced overseas. They're not produced here anymore. We don't have the capability here. 92% of them are produced in Taiwan, and 8% of them are produced in South Korea. So we are now trying to rebalance our supply chains to get, and I think a lot of other industries are doing the same thing for different reasons, to address some of these vulnerabilities. But what I'm not talking about is reshoring all of our capabilities. What I'm talking about is we're going to be building, our industry is going to be building literally hundreds of new fabs in the next 10 years. There's an explosion of demand for chips for obvious reasons: AI, quantum computing, IoT, and we don't have enough fabs, place where you build the chips, to meet that demand. So as these new fabs are being built, we want more of them built here in the U.S. The problem is that other governments around the world offer massive incentives to attract fab construction. Our government has not been in that business. And there's this legislation out there with a $52 billion price tag on it, which is a good start, which would incentivize manufacturing here in the U.S. With grants, there's also an investment tax credit. If you build fabs or improve fabs, you get a tax credit. This is a good start to level the playing field and to help us rejigger our supply chains. And basically, it's the underlying approach is to diversify risk, so that we don't have 75% of semiconductor manufacturing happening in East Asia anymore. More of it should be happening here and in Europe and other places around the world, so we can spread the risk out. Thanks, Emily.
Great, thank you. Hubertus, would you like to chime in from the European perspective?
Yeah, thank you very much. And again, thanks for organizing that and hosting us here. I think if I look at the European discussion, and I would not be surprised if it would be very different here, is that many very different things are mixed together and discussed under the headline supply chain issues or supply chain problems. So, for example, there's been a timber shortage for a certain period of time, which affected the construction industry. And one of the reasons for timber shortage was the US suddenly, because of wildfires, became an importer and always has been an exporter of timber. So that has nothing to do with the COVID situation and nothing to do what just has been described in the semiconductor in the industry. So these kind of short-term market tensions, they always happen here and there. There are always scarcities in specific markets, and always reactions necessary. Let's remember the 2011 Fukushima event, so the flooding and the earthquake, the tsunami in northern Japan, and there again, value chains or supply chains had to be reorganized pretty quickly because there were certain industries that only existed over there, and very quickly production, for example, could have been added in North America. And the only thing which was missing for a certain period of time was, I think it was a blue color for cars. So that was the only thing where adaptation to that new situation wasn't possible. And so these kind of things always happen, which also means that there's a certain resilience of the supply chains and resilience of the industries. And what we've seen last year was that the COVID shock hit worldwide, and production worldwide and logistics worldwide was affected more or less at the same time. And compared to that situation, or looking at that situation, we can be surprised or happy that the effects haven't been much more severe and much more problematic. And but coming back to the different things in that box. There are still COVID-related production problems. So sneaker industry says that there are missing of culture produced in the Philippines because of COVID, or there's some mining which still isn't working, and that will always, or that will be from time to time, that industry take quite a lot of time. What we also see is a huge logistics problem. It's like an echo effect of that sharp breakdown in early 2020 and the rapid recovery, and the expectations which have been fundamentally wrong during the downturn. Many companies, at least in Germany, believed there will be a long period of recession, so they stopped orders. Logistics stopped from Asia to Europe, not because it wasn't possible to ship things, but because the demand wasn't there. And then suddenly, after 2 or 3 months, everyone realized, well, that recovery will be quicker and sharper than expected. And then they started reordering additionally because demand increased in certain industries. And that's what we still see. The process of bringing all the things in that case from Asia to Europe, and that's like a traffic jam in the holiday seasons when everyone comes at the same time, and that also will take a time to be sorted out. Then, which is from the German perspective at least, the most critical of the current supply chain problems is supply of semiconductors. Critical because it affects the automotive industry, and that's for Germany at least a big lever of the economy. And car production in Germany is in 2021 almost 20% lower than in 2020. And 2020 was a COVID year, so that was 25% below 2019. So that's and the latest development that's not because of COVID. That's because of semiconductors. My fear is that as demand has risen sharply and maybe quicker than expected as well, that will take a while to rebalance that, and it will take a while for the automotive industry to be next in line to be supplied. So, and then what we have discussed earlier today was not that much maybe the short-term effects, but then we come to political risk within the supply chains. And we have been discussing that for, 15 years now, that rare earth elements more or less completely come from China, and that can be used as a political lever, or and these kind of political risks are much more difficult for companies to cope with. Normally we say, well, you have on a company level, and that was also part of the paper we've written, it should be a decision, well, first round, a decision on the company level, which costs are we willing to pay for the additional security of supply. Stockpiling costs money, diversification of suppliers is expensive, and in many cases not possible, by the way, because there are so many things where very specialized products or components or qualifications are needed that you can't choose among many on the world markets, and that's the reason why it's so difficult to have such a standard political reaction on that. So in the last thing, and I'll finish with that, is that all is mixed with transition period where many of the global value chains, global supply chains have to be rebuilt for completely different reasons. So automotive industry suddenly depends on batteries and the elements or the natural resources needed for that. So that means policymakers in the US, but concepts of the European Commission are quite similar in the analysis. That includes semiconductors, artificial intelligence technologies or qualifications, and then it's about then it's not that much about security of value chains. It's about future value added within the country. So then it's more industrial policy than it is has too much to do with the current COVID ignited COVID related supply chains risks and problems we have.
Thank you, Hubertus. Pietro, what are you seeing in Italy?
Well, being the fourth one, basically everything was already said, so I cannot add much more. I can be quiet. Take the next question. No, I agree with everything that was said, except that I would instead enjoy more talking about how some supply chain worked during the pandemic. So if you think that for 2 years, every day during the lockdowns, and in Italy we had strong lockdown, I went to the store and my Nutella was there. And now you say Nutella is a typical Italian product, but it's a global product. And it's a product that is done by cocoa. Cocoa is not produced in Italy, it's not produced in Europe. It comes from South America, it comes from Latin, some from Asia. It's done from sugar. It's done with oil palm. It's done with other fats. Nothing that comes from Italy. But still, it was on the shelf every day. So that was the case of a supply chain that functioned despite, what is happening all around the world. And I would say that we were lucky all around the world because most of us, I guess, got our food. So it's a good example of how supply chain have worked. And they are global supply chains. And the question was during the pandemic, should we go back to national supply chains and should we forget about the global supply chains? The reality is, and I say this for the younger people here, that the purpose of the supply chain is to increase profits, basically, or how you develop the supply chain is to increase profits and to deliver better products or better services. We understood one thing, and that was right, that probably we need to understand better the vulnerabilities that was said earlier that you might have along the supply chain. So what might go wrong at a certain point? We live in a sort of dream world that everything could work sharply, and it's a matter of slow changes. And with the vulnerabilities, we understand something could go wrong. So I like very much the expression that was made earlier about, and I will definitely use it in the future, just in case something happens. And that means that you have to map your supply chain, and probably you have to diversify your supply chain. Right? Thinking about what could go wrong and thinking about how you can replace what could go wrong. But I agree with Hubertus when he said diversifying is complicated and it takes time and it could be more expensive. And this is the first part that basically repeats what was already said. But there is a second element because you mentioned what we're doing with supply chains. The question is how policy will impact on supply chains. And this morning I made a provocative question to our keynote speaker that we got this morning about sustainability. You guys talk a lot about resilience, but you don't talk about sustainability. And what Europe is doing is fostering and pushing policies that favor sustainability. That is not just CO2 reduction. Sustainability means environmental sustainability, zero deforestation, for instance, protection of biodiversity, for instance, labor rights, human rights. That means along the supply chain with new EU regulation that are being developed, you have to ensure that all the parts along the supply chains are sustainable. And that is a gigantic challenge for supply chains, and that would be a gigantic cost for supply chain, because you have to put together two parts. On one side, producers, and as we said, and as we know, the producer on the supply chains, the very beginning of the supply chain is usually a small producer. In agriculture, you call it a smallholder. That usually is a farm family. And you have to tell that farm family that you have to be sustainable. So you need to provide resources. It's a cultural issue. Don't cut trees. That's a cost for a family, not cutting trees. So you have to provide resources. And then along the supply chain that has to be monitored, and you can use technology for monitoring that. You have to get to the final one, that is us, the customer. And how you answer the customer? More prices. The risk is to increase prices of products. So all this sustainability along the supply chain means that somebody has to pay for it. Would be the companies, the many players along the supply chain, or the final user, us. And I think that is a question that we should discuss, because if Europe, the US, or other countries are going to implement these policies, there will be a cost. And we have to be ready to discuss who's going to pay for this cost along the supply chain.
May I just add one thing, because that's an interesting point you mentioned, that the discussion about sustainability in supply chains, or supply chain responsibility, which is not only a European one, but one of the things many NGOs, for example, ask companies to do is, if they don't comply to the standards, then delist them. And delisting someone, that's exactly the opposite of diversification of supply chains. So we have two political demands. One is reduce the supply chains to those who are really sustainable, and the other one is increase the number of suppliers in order to increase security of supply.
Well, thank you all for that. I think, as John said, supply chains are almost cool. If we reference the Nutella example a little more, maybe we'll hit our peak. Supply chains are cool. I think that's a very good example of why globalization is so beneficial. Let's go back to semiconductors for just a couple of questions. Semiconductor, the industry has historically been a major beneficiary of global value chains, globalization. As you mentioned, in Congress right now, there's a proposal to spend $52 billion on the CHIPS Act. You also said that you're not particularly interested in onshoring and reshoring. So how does the industry reconcile this kind of need and dependency on global value chains with this increased demand for domestic financing to ramp up fabs here? And one additional question, I think we can kind of characterize in a certain way the Biden administration policy towards semiconductors as helping American industry run faster in this technology race. I think there's another competing side of people who would argue that it's better in a technology race to try and trip the other guy. So do you think that that's a fair assessment of the Biden strategy? We're trying to help American producers run faster. Is that the right approach? Or is it better to run faster and try to trip the other guy?
Yeah, I'm going to answer that last one partially. But on the first one, I think what you're getting at is the dynamic between the pressure now to have localization of supply chains versus turning that into some kind of protectionist policy. And it's frankly a balance. I think that in the case of the U.S. semiconductor industry, we're kind of in the wrong place. Other countries decades ago made the choice, strategic choice, to provide manufacturing incentives for their chip industries, and we have not. As a result, we've seen a very significant erosion over the years of our ability to manufacture. And now, as I mentioned, we have some innovation problems as well. Our government funding for basic science and also semiconductors has been flat for decades. While other governments around the world, it's not been that way. It's been very significant ramp-ups. So what we're trying to do for our industry is level the playing field. It's not protectionist. It's just putting us in the same space as everybody else. But I totally agree with you that there will be temptations to turn some of this supply chain resiliency stuff into protectionist policy, and I think that's highly risky. As far as the Biden administration's policies here, we're very happy of a strong pivot towards an affirmative agenda. In our sector, we see it with this CHIPS legislation coming out of Congress and very strongly supported by the Biden administration, which includes funding for research and funding for chip manufacturing here. we've been with the pendulum had swung too far to the defensive side of things, as you call the tripping side of things, and now it's swung more to a balanced. You have to have a defensive agenda to take care of your national security interests and things like that, but you also have to have an affirmative agenda, and we were coming up short, and now I think the Biden administration very much has embraced that, and so has Congress.
Yeah, great. Thanks. So maybe we're in the race and we're catching up, but not quite there just yet. Hubertus, let's turn to you. You were instrumental this year in leading a GTIPA effort to write a monograph entitled Global Value Chains After the COVID-19 Crisis, which is available just back here. I encourage all of you to read it. It's short and understandable, which I think can be rare in the trade and supply chains world. Hubertus, could you walk us through some of your main takeaways from that publication and what you learned and any advice you could impart to the rest of us?
Yeah, thank you. We've written that last year in the situation where we observed strong political reactions on, well, first of all, question of supplies of medical products, and where many countries reacted by stopping exports and promoting imports. So a bit like reverse mercantilism, where normally exports are promoted and imports are not. But anyways, what we feared was that global supply and global division of labor was mainly seen as a risk, and we wanted to point out that it's one of the core fundamentals of our prosperity. And starting with that sentence earlier today, that not every country can produce everything, and that isn't, which doesn't make any sense. From the German perspective, for example, there are many medium-sized, family-owned, traditional companies focusing on very tiny, very specific things. I couldn't explain what. I'm not a technician, but very specific things, and they always tell me why that's so fantastic and needed for other things. And but what they need to do it to be successful is they need to be highly specialized, and they only can be highly specialized in that niche if they have the world market. So reducing the world markets to European markets, for example, because Europe should produce it for itself, and North America and Asia should produce it for itself, would reduce the ability to accumulate know-how and therefore also be an obstacle for innovation. So we wanted to point out that that supply chains are that global supply chains are not only a risk but very, very valuable, and we wanted to discuss what's part of the political answer and what's the role of private businesses. And I mean, there are many options that a company can do to mitigate risks. They can, I mentioned stockpiling, they can diversify suppliers, they can just try to have better contracts, long-term contracts than others. They can buy a company, a core supplier, which is something discussed in the automotive industry. Should we buy shares or buy lithium company somewhere in order to secure that trade flow? And but that's a decision on the company level, and it can also be a decision to say, well, the probability that this will happen again is so small that we don't need an insurance against that risk. Costs may be high, but probability is low, and then it may be more important, and that's also part of resilience, not only to mitigate risk, but to be able to recover quickly. So, I know if suddenly there's a blackout, and then for many companies, the question is not how to stop production, but the question is how quickly can you restart. And so that was basically what we tried to do in that paper.
Okay, let's turn now to Pietro. Do a lot of work on sustainability. I think during the pandemic in the first couple of months, there were some political changes, obviously, that occurred in the United States, and there was sort of a renewed optimism about the role that sustainability would play in a lot of public dialogues, both from participants in democracy and leadership itself. What have you seen during the pandemic with regards to sustainability? Furthermore, what have you witnessed in the transatlantic relationship? How can Europe and the United States play a more cohesive role in developing sustainability within supply chains? Sustainability in both of the senses.
Yeah, that's a very smart question. First of all, I was surprised because in Europe, sustainability is like a buzzword. Everybody says sustainability now. Everything you do is sustainable. Okay, you go to the bathroom, has to be sustainable. Everything's sustainable. I come to the U.S. is resilience. Okay. And I haven't heard anybody say sustainability, including the beans you have out there where there is everything in there. So you should be able to recycle for the next time we come here from Europe. Paper, plastic, fresh. Just for us. You can keep using your diesel, but for us, you have to do that.
We'll wait for reports.
But aside of joking, what is very interesting, and as I said, and I'm very, as a European, I should speak as an Italian, but I say as a European, I'm very proud of the attempt that Europe is taking in fighting the speed of climate change. Okay, I said the speed of climate. I didn't say climate change. The speed of climate change. And I'm very proud of the incredible work the European Commission and the Parliament are doing on several legislative process that they go under the name, for instance, of the Farm to Fork. And in the Farm to Fork, you have new regulation project. And the way the European Commission and the Parliament, the European legislative process works is very complicated. Needs probably to be refreshed. But certainly what's happening right now, it's important. There is what is called a new diligence directive or regulation that basically is including for some commodities that are entering Europe to follow specifically a very strict regulation. And this is now regarding few food products, but will be expanded to all food products and all commodities and every component entering Europe. Anything will have to be somehow certified. And this goes down, for instance, to specifically saying where a certain commodity comes from geographically, so that when I today buy Nutella, I go with my jar of Nutella to the Nutella store and say, where is this coming from? They can tell me exactly where any of these ingredients are coming from. Exactly means who is working on that, and that will be applied to all products coming into Europe, including now is being introduced a scorecard system saying this is what the Commission is thinking. To me, is about a bit crazy, but it is countries will be divided based on the level of sustainability of their supply chains. That means there will be red countries where there is a high level of deforestation, there is a yellow, green, and so on. And this is also a form of discrimination in a way, because you say, oh, I'm buying, let's say, sugar cane coming from Indonesia, red country. I'm buying this coming from, where was Honduras? Since we have a friend from Honduras, lobbyist for sugar cane. We buy this green. This is a form of discrimination in a way, because it's based on criteria that are European criteria, not Americans. So it would be nice now to understand where America stands on this. And I know that some American policymakers are a bit concerned, saying, well, this is a discrimination. This is, in a way, a form of protectionism as well. The other aspect is that this is a European legislation or regulation, as you want to call it, that is affecting producing countries around the world, but is not engaging producing countries around the world in this legislative process. I think that when you develop a legislation that is so important, you need more stakeholders to be engaged. Because otherwise, if I'm a farmer in the middle of Malaysia or the Philippines, I would be a bit concerned about this legislation that is going to affect me. Basically, Europe tells me, could be seen as a colonialist approach, tells me how to be sustainable and what I have to do in order to enter that. There is another element in this, since your question is about sustainability. If Europe puts these rules, but nobody else does it, then nobody probably will export toward Europe, or only few will export toward Europe, and all the rest will export to other countries. Just to mention one, China, where the rules on sustainability, for instance, are much lower. Okay, and this will not contribute to the battle of the climate change discussion. So my final point here is what Europe is doing is great, but it's doing it on its own. And I think that the US should be engaged in this, and probably the world community should have this discussion. So when we think about the sustainability of supply chains, since supply chains are global, the discussion should be global. Then you will tell me, Emily, and the question would be, can we get to a global discussion or global agreements? Probably the answer is, it will take time, long time. Do we have that time? Probably not, I don't know. But I think that the discussion should be at the global level. So the fact that today we're talking about it as a global alliance is a good starting point, but we're not making the rules. We're suggesting the policy, perhaps. But it has to be a global discussion.
Well, I want to be conscious of time, but just one quick follow-up is that our United States Secretary of Agriculture recently, Tom Vilsack, launched a platform with the European Union to track or more closely collaborate, which probably means to send a few more emails this year on sustainable agriculture. So do you think, can we expect any tangible results from that or not, given the kind of relationship that we've had over agriculture in the past?
Look, I don't know what is the background of this, but I can tell you that it's a certainly good starting point on agriculture. But what I heard already is that both parts were in disagreement in the sense that this platform should be, we share information, we work together in order to use fertilizers better, techniques, use of digital technology, precision agriculture, and so on. But on the other side, Europe said, okay, these are the rules. And the US said, these are, let's say, rules that we cannot accept. And the answer from the US was as well, if you put this rule, this is protectionism. So when we think about working together as well on sustainability, for instance, and in agriculture, the question also should be, the rules are done to really foster sustainability or they're done to protect certain interests or national interest. I've been working extensively in Europe on certain commodities, and clearly the bottom line is that the goal is sustainability, but the bottom line is defending French, when I say that, German, and other English, there is an English somewhere, England now is out, farmers. So the question is that really pushing for sustainability or is pushing to defending certain national interests? And this is another matter that has, in a way, to be challenged.
Thanks. I think we'll come back to the question in a little bit about sustainability versus protectionism, which I know is ever-present topic in transatlantic relations these days. But first, I'd like to go back to Chris. You guys have done a lot of work on how companies are handling supply chain crunches, including the use of technology, which you referenced earlier. Could you explain in a little more detail how companies are leveraging new technology, whether it's blockchain, artificial intelligence, to combat these supply chain issues? I think one kind of tangential but interesting point is that one of the major ports here in Virginia actually is experiencing relatively little backups compared to other ports, and it's come out recently that they have a relatively high degree of having integrated artificial intelligence into their port operations, which to me points to the fact that maybe a broader adoption of some of these tools could be quite helpful. So look forward to your thoughts.
Sure. So a lot of the discussion around sustainability that Pietro was just talking about really boils down to visibility. How do I know, where things come from, and do I care, right? And companies are deploying technologies and changing their processes to enhance and expand their visibility in real time. And that's where artificial intelligence and machine learning comes in, which is what data is it giving me that's usable quickly that I can apply to my supply chain values and objectives. Right? So I think there has been a lot of talk about blockchain, and we have done a lot of work about blockchain and its usability in different areas of supply chain. And And here's the current state of play with blockchain. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, it was the hottest thing you could read about. It was going to be the silver bullet. It was going to solve all the problems of visibility. Not the case, for two reasons. One, it has limited use, and it cannot be the overall solution, but it can be a component to a solution. So it can be a mechanism by which you increase visibility into one aspect of a commercial or an economic relationship. The second reason it's difficult, and it is still struggling, although we will see blockchain's relevance grow. We will see it deployed more extensively. Well, the biggest barrier is small and medium enterprise adoption. If I'm the owner of a supply chain and I have 10,000 suppliers, the ability for me to use and deploy blockchain is one thing. The ability for my suppliers to adopt and deploy blockchain is an entirely different story. It is a huge barrier. So even the most leading edge supply chain owners who are deploying technologies such as blockchain to increase visibility, to be able to have an accurate profile of their sustainable behavior, cannot get the supplier community to adopt it because more often than not, their IT infrastructure and their skill set is very immature.
All right, let's do one more question and then we'll turn to the audience. This one is for John or anyone else who might want to answer, but in September, the European Union met with the United States in Pittsburgh to launch the inaugural meeting of the Trade and Technology Council. One thing that came out of that initial TTC meeting was an agreement to work more closely on semiconductor supply chains. I think right before that meeting, the Europeans introduced their own bill that is sort of their equivalent of the CHIPS Act. I don't think that it's far enough along yet to have a euro amount on it, but please feel free to correct me if that's wrong. What tangible outcomes can we expect from that working group within the TTC, if any?
Great question, and it's still a little murky exactly where this is all going to go concretely, but we're very happy with these first steps. Needs to be much more collaboration when it comes to chip supply chains. I think at the very least, there needs to be more information sharing between governments and the private sector about identifying the vulnerabilities and gaps that need to be filled so that we're not wasting money and have duplicative results. Secondly, there's a lot of research that goes on in Europe on chips, IMEC in Brussels, CEA Leti in Grenoble, France, and part of the chips legislation has us having something like that here in the U.S. And I think we can learn from each other on how to develop this thing called the National Semiconductor Technology Center here in the U.S. so there can be more collaboration on research. And then finally, actually, there's one more thing, export control. We absolutely need to have greater collaboration with like-minded countries on export control. Things can get very messed up if there's not collaboration. Unilateral export control essentially is no export control at all, usually. So, and then finally, something that's overlooked quite a lot is trade. If our trade flows are not working effectively, if there's high tariffs at borders, our supply chains don't work effectively. And Stephen told me you mentioned the Information Technology Agreement this morning. That agreement, which was just launched in 1997, threw a whole swath of tariffs for tech products down to zero, eliminated them across the world. Fantastic agreement, really helped propel enabling technology, technologies around the world. Was updated again in 2015 after 4 or 5 years of very painful negotiations, but successful negotiations. We need to expand this agreement one more time. The problem is WTO is struggling, and I think the U.S. and Europe can work together to bring WTO back to greater relevance and start doing things like an environmental goods agreement that got halfway done last time, like expanding the information technology agreement again, like having an e-commerce agreement. So I think there's a lot of work that Europe and the U.S. can do in this regard.
Okay, thank you. I believe there's some audience questions. Carolina? Oh.
Please identify yourself as well.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for the panelists for their speeches. And I remember that our speaker had talked about supply chain issues about Nutella in Italy, and he also said it's a global product. As someone who's been living in the US for 15 years, the main product that goes away quickly is toilet paper. Whenever a crisis happens, you can find. Yeah, okay, but it's a global product too. I just wanted to give an example, but yeah, and my question is, like, whoever wants to pick, the pandemic has delivered both supply and demand shocks to global supply chains. The pandemic highlighted outdated processes and introduced new customer trends, and many supply chains are likely to be forever changed, as we know. And risk managers need to assess their resilience against future shocks and adapt strategies. But biggest question is how, and if you would like to give some strategies, what should be done in terms of this resilience evaluations? Thank you.
It's a great question. I'm happy to take a stab at it, and I'm sure my colleagues will have their own views. I wanted to draw a distinction between resilience and reliability. Okay, it was something that I mentioned earlier in my remarks that Matt raised first thing this morning. I think government has very little impact on resilience because supply chains are executed and, for all intent and purposes, owned by the private sector. And so the private sector, in order to deal with uncertainties, will have to deal with resilience, which is the fortitude to keep a supply chain going, and its security to make sure that it is operating when it needs to under threatening conditions. How that gets executed is going to be within the domain of the private sector. Government, on the other hand, can take measures to increase the reliability of supply chains, to make sure that goods can get through a port, okay? That there aren't tariff barriers or restrictions being imposed on PPP or Nutella or whatever product you care about, toilet paper, okay? So I think it's really important to remember that the way things get to market is not a policy mandate. Policy mandates create direction and they create frameworks, but it's the private sector who is going to determine the execution of a supply chain, its reliability, its, for all intent and purposes, its reliability. Do they know who their suppliers are, and have they been able to qualify their suppliers in real time? Many suppliers were dramatically affected by the pandemic. They were not able to withstand the cash interruptions that the pandemic caused. That an owner of a supply chain needs to know your financial capability to weather the storm. And therefore, resilience and security are the day-to-day execution responsibilities of the private sector. Government can help on reliability as far as I'm concerned.
we did some research on how companies cope with supply risk of natural resources, and so all kind of minerals and metals. And one finding was that many of them simply don't know what's in their supply chain. So they buy a component. They have no idea what kind of material is inside or what kind of product has been needed in between in order to produce the components right now. So I think the very first thing is to identify which part of this of the components you buy is so important that you can't substitute it on a short period of time. And if it doesn't come, or just to a much higher price, where's the biggest economic consequence? So what's the most damaging element that or the incident with the most potential damage. And then secondly, you should focus on that one and try to find out what's in the supply chain and what are the real risks in there. Because if you talk about transparency and look at, I don't know, chemical industry near to my office has hundreds of thousands of suppliers, tier 1. And then tier 2, it's multiple that. And even if you're a smaller company, you can't trace, at least right now, you can't trace all the supply chains that are relevant or that end in your factory. So you have to focus on the one or the two that are really critical for your business.
I'll just add one thing. We at CSIS recently concluded a study on supply chains and HVACs and transformers, which actually ended up being extremely interesting. Feel free to take a look. But we ended up talking with quite a bit of family-owned businesses, especially in the HVAC sector. And what we found is that they have a very good idea of their entire supply chain. They know where it's coming from. They know where they could possibly nearshore. They really have taken into account a lot of considerations that sometimes the government isn't able to get to on such a granular level. The other thing that really came out of all of our discussions with really under 10-person companies, very, very small, is that they are looking for reliability in government and global policy. They would like the government to play a fairly active role in making sure that supply chains themselves are reliable, but they also don't want to be surprised with new tariffs or turnaround policies or a 180 from the previous administration. And so I think they're really looking for reliability and continuity of existing policies, because it does take them time to identify new suppliers, new routes, new ways that they can nearshore. So I think that's something to take into account for those of us, especially based in Washington. I believe there are some more questions. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. While I was listening to you all...
Sorry, could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Natalia from Libertad Desarrollo from Chile. There are many goals, like sustainability, diversification, resilience. But at the same time, I think we have not really dealt with things that were prior to the pandemic challenges. Like, for example, countries that have fixed costs, high fixed costs of exporting, they would usually do fewer transactions, right? But at the same time, they would have to store what they are exporting, and storage costs are increase with the value that is of the product that is stored. So countries with high costs or fixed costs will also confront bureaucracy costs at the customs duties with malfunctioning norms or regulations. At the end of the day, if you sum up those two things, countries will end up exporting cheap goods, not very sophisticated goods, when they are in this scenario. High fixed costs, bureaucracy costs. So how can we take this challenge? Because at the same time, we're saying, let's diversify, let's ask for more sophisticated goods, let's ask for more responsibilities in terms of sustainability. But there are many developing countries that face really high costs and bureaucracy. There are studies that show that they could add up to a tax as 28%. And we're putting further responsibilities to those countries. Don't misread me. I agree with those responsibilities, but how can we take care, whether at technological advances or from a normative perspective, from these bureaucracy challenges that will diminish, at least in that part, the costs?
Let me respond to how I see companies dealing with that kind of scenario, which is whether you're a B2B company or a B2C company, we see a huge movement into becoming a direct-to-consumer company. The distributor, the middleman, is increasingly becoming threatened by their blockage reality. And a lot of that, those intermediary steps are ones that get hooked up to the regulatory barriers that you're describing. So a lot of companies are saying, if I can hop over those intersection points with regulation or barriers, intentional or unintentional, I can reduce my costs, reduce my time, satisfy and have a more personal and engaged relationship with my customer and get the feedback from the customer directly and more quickly. So we see, the alcohol beverage industry is a classic case of a distribution business, a distribution industry, right, all around the world. Companies in that area are now going direct to consumer. It will be very interesting for countries like you've described. Are they willing to enable their winemaker to go direct to consumer in another country by reducing some of the regulatory barriers they want? Or are they going to remain wedded to the distribution model that is creating the time lag and the frustration on behalf of the consumer? So direct-to-consumer is one of the huge trends we see. And technology, of course, and process transformation is the infrastructure for that.
Hi, my question is about semiconductors. Philip Thompson from Americans for Tax Reform. USTR Catherine Chai said as she starts negotiations with China that market access isn't her main priority. Is there a concern there from the industry that by taking your eye off the ball there, that's ceding market to a lot of Chinese companies and the largest growing, fastest economy?
When it comes to China, our industry, for the most part, our problems with China are not market access problems. We have amazingly innovative technologies that the Chinese need. Our problems with China have more to do with NTBs, non-tariff barriers, IPR enforcement, tech transfer, things like that. So we need to have access to that market, and we do. More generally, though, market access is very important to us around the world, and we think that needs to be a priority. That's why I say we need to start doing things like working through the WTO to get some plurilateral agreements on the books. So some wins in that column. I think a lot of trends are going the other direction, and we need to try to reverse that. Thank you.
If I could just step in with an audience question from online. This is another hot topic in transatlantic affairs, which is the carbon border adjustment mechanism. The question from our audience member is, what impacts would such a tax have on global supply chains? Would one of the Europeans like to take that one?
That's a good, we could spend a day on that. The carbon border adjustment mechanism on the one hand side has the potential to set a similar price for carbon emissions. That's the idea for products. In that case, then sold, and it's the first idea is to focus it on some basic materials to products sold in Europe. That might make exports from other countries to Europe more expensive. It might it depends on how it will be designed in the end. Has also an effect on supply chains. So, for example, if aluminium from a company where or a country where renewable energies are available is cheaper than when it comes from a country which is where energy production or electricity production is based on coal, for example, then that makes a difference, and suddenly the environmental quality of your energy supply is a relevant factor in competition. So that's the import from the European perspective, the import part. The export side, there is will also have an influence on international markets, as the CBAM probably will not be effective for exports from Europe. So that means that European producers of steel, but also companies that, for example, use steel and produce tools or whatever, have to pay a higher price for steel than, because it's a high price including the carbon price, and then they have to export on that higher price level, and so that's a competitive disadvantage. Then it might also have then trade effects, and if other countries or producers suddenly are more competitiveness, so that can indeed change global supply chains. But I'm still not sure if that will really be an effective tool and be adopted in the end, or if it's more like like the stick you need to show sometimes in negotiations to get maybe to a solution which is which is also engaging. I'd like your comment early on. It's not only affecting third countries, but these countries should be engaged and could help, therefore, in discussions or agreements on global pricing of carbon.
Thank you. I think with the CBAM in general, the very, very short answer is that it depends. It depends on what good we're trading, how it's implemented. I think there are a lot of details left kind of in the gray area, not only in Brussels right now, but also on how the U.S. chooses to respond or not respond. So I think we'll know a lot more about the implications of such a proposal as it materializes. I think we have time.
It has like one last sentence. It has huge potential for severe trade tensions, and if to put it mildly, and that of course then would have severe consequences on supply chains.
Okay, I think we have time for one more audience question. Maybe two.
Raj Boya, a DC resident. Personally, I'm interested in the reusing, repurposing, and recycling. I'm glad that you talked a lot about sustainability. So my question is related to environmental sustainability. With Internet of Things down the line in 10, 20 years, maybe a lot sooner, many electronic devices are going to be interconnected. So maybe billions of devices will be created in the next 10, 20 years. Rare earth elements, recycling, upcycling, and modular design and repairability. In the context of this, I mean, in general, any product, but let me focus on electronic components. I have been using this iPhone for 7 years. I hope to use it for 3 more years. I don't know whether Apple will let me do that. So is it environmentally sustainable? Because, for example, when I was in India some time ago, I could not recycle an electronic item. It was a huge challenge for me. I had to throw it out. I did not like it. So is there a nation, let's say in Europe or somewhere else, that is providing incentives or coming up with smart regulations that focus on recycling, upcycling, and modular design and repairability? Thank you.
To tell you honestly, I'm not an expert on this. I'm not focusing very much on these studies, but certainly it goes into the circular economy discussion. And there is a fight between the consumerism approach that you need to sell and sell more products and make revenues out of big volumes, and on the other side, the fact that you want to impact less on the environment. But I don't know where we're going, but certainly if we look at product design in this case, products are more and more designed with the focus on becoming sustainable. So probably we will have products that will last more. But as we know from the semiconductor industry, the question is your phone as fast, as quick, as powerful as new generation phones? So probably, I think it's a balance. But if I may, and not to skip your question, but as I said, I have a limited knowledge. And if I may, going back to but the lady has left, probably she went to take some toilet paper. The question on toilet paper is interesting because here she's coming. We were talking about toilet paper. We're talking about no. The question about toilet paper is interesting, or the joke about toilet paper, because we're thinking about the supply chain, but we're forgetting one player in the supply chain that we have today. That is the consumer. Consumer is the last part of the supply chain, because the consumer is using, for instance, toilet paper or Nutella, and is also recycling, or is also need to reuse these products. So I would say the consumer pays part of the price of the supply chain, and the consumer could be the responsible driver of the supply chain. It's not just the policy that drives companies to be sustainable, it's also the consumer, sometimes ideologically driven, sometimes not. But Europe is working, for instance, on this in what you call the sustainability certification, and this will concern all products. I'm saying this to my American friends and semiconductor friends. Even the small device that will come to the European market in the next 10, 20 years will have a little certificate or logo that says 100% sustainable or no deforestation. Europe is working on this. In the next 3-4 years, there will be a legislation, and the consumer will be part of this. You have apps that allow you to decide to monitor the visibility of the supply chain. So what is inside a product, where it comes from, and so that you can make your responsible decision. So I think that consumers are part of the supply chain.
I'll just add one quick thing about electronics recycling. I believe the Basel Convention on Hazardous Waste is currently home to the global agreement on hazardous electronics recycling. The US is not a signatory, but we're very involved in discussions, so I would guide you to that as a resource. We are at time. Thank you very much again to ITIF and GTIPA for hosting, and our panelists for their thoughts. We will begin the next panel in, I believe, 4 minutes. And so if we could take a quick break and reconvene, that would be excellent. Thank you again for your time.
Thanks, Emily.
Welcome back from your break. My name is Philip Stevens. For those of you who haven't met me, I'm head of Geneva Network, which is a UK-based think tank working on trade and innovation policy. It's a pleasure to be here in Washington, D.C. after quite a long time. Good to be back. And today's panel is looking at something that's touched all our lives over the last 2 years, which is innovation, and in particular the policies that underpin innovation. As we're all aware, innovation has been absolutely fundamental within the COVID pandemic. Obviously, vaccines, which didn't exist 2 years ago, have been created rapidly thanks to innovation, but also the technologies that have helped work and leisure remain possible during this time of restriction and limitations. And we can all name numerous examples of technologies that have helped us live relatively sane and normal lives during this time. So the topic today will be looking at the policies that are necessary to underpin and maintain this innovation. Intellectual property rights, obviously, will be a focus today, but also the governance of data, which is increasingly crucial to many of the technologies, both at the innovation and distribution level, and increasingly has to flow across countries for products and technologies to work properly. So I'd like to welcome panelists. To my left, we have Min-Chol Choi, who's the Associate Research Fellow at the Korea Institute for Industrial Economics and Trade. We have Natalia Gonzalez, who's the Director of Legal and Legislative Affairs at Libertad y Desarrollo, a think tank based in Santiago, Chile. Next, we have Andre Ayanku, who's a partner at, I'm sorry, I can't read my handwriting, Arella and the name of your law firm, sorry?
Arell and Manila.
I do beg your pardon. But more importantly, former Undersecretary of Commerce for IP and Director of USPTO. To his left, we have Nigel Corey, Associate Director of Trade Policy here at ITIF. And finally, to the extreme left, not ideologically, I hope, we have Mark Schultz, who's a Senior Fellow at my organisation, Geneva Network, and the Goodyear Endowed Chair of Intellectual Property Law at the University of Akron School of Law. So we're going to kick off with short remarks from each of our panelists, who will set the scene, set out their stall, and then we'll move into the Q&A. So we'll start off with Min-Chol, who I think wants to give us his perspectives on the role of intellectual property rights.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Min-Chol Choi from KIET, Korea, and thank you for having me. And it's a pleasure to talk about maximizing global innovation and present my recent works on corporate technological diversification and national innovation system. Yeah, the presentation is in a nutshell. My presentation is about technological diversification in two countries, US and Korea. And I will draw some implications on the importance of IP protection by comparing two countries. Yeah. IP protection is a traditional institutional method to promote technological innovation because IP rights provide tools for appropriating innovative output. Although too much or too strong IP protection may hinder follow innovation. For example, patent trolls or sweeping patents. Those are examples of using IP rights to create and build entry barriers, especially for large incumbent firms. There would be little disagreement on the necessity of minimum or certain level of IP protection. So this presentation introduces two studies conducted by myself, on corporate innovation in the US and Korea, respectively, and draws implications on the importance of IP protection. And specifically, the two studies investigate the relationship between technological diversification and anti-productivity. And it shows that the overall level of corporate technological diversification is low in Korea. And the differences in the two countries imply the importance of IP protection. Corporate technological diversification is a strategy for firms to expand their technological capabilities or their knowledge base by accumulating technological knowledge across multiple diverse fields. And there are three representative ways of technologically diversifying. First, engaging in internal R&D in a new technological field. Second, R&D cooperation. And third, technology transfer. And as tech competition is getting more intense, corporate technological diversification is becoming a prevailing phenomenon. And it has been regarded as key to managing the productivity of R&D because in a given specific technological fields, returns to R&D tends to diminish with R&D investments. So by deploying resources into diverse technological fields, firms can offset the diminishing returns to R&D. And there are also other benefits such as economies of scope, learning effect, and risk management. But unfortunately, there are also some disadvantages involved in technological diversification. For example, technological diversification comes with increasing coordination and integration costs, and risk involved in exploring new unrelated technological fields, and similarly, low productivity or competitiveness in unfamiliar or inexperienced field. So the latest study conducted by me shows that the relationship between technological diversification and R&D productivity is U-shaped. And it means that the benefits of technological diversification tends to be relatively weak or even negligible at a limited level of technological diversification. And it needs to go beyond a certain level or threshold for the benefits of technological diversification to become greater than its cost. So as you can see in the figure on the left, there will be a U-shaped curve with the level of technological diversification on the x-axis and R&D productivity on the y-axis. And this is from the benchmark of the U.S. manufacturing industry. And recently, I also conducted another study with data from Korean manufacturing sector, and I found that technological diversification has actually a negative effect on the productivity of R&D for Korean firms. And that is primarily because the level of technological diversification is low. And it is not enough to make greater benefits than costs. So that naturally brings us the following question: why is the level of diversification so low in Korea? So there's no clear-cut answer to this question yet, but we can draw some implications from the national innovation system perspective. Now, there are two main points. First is about policy system. Korean industrial R&D policy is characterized by strategic focusing on some specific promising technological fields, which include smart manufacturing, future mobility, smart healthcare, and green energy. Yeah, and these types of intensive R&D investment in some specific promising fields can lead to efficient R&D overall, but on the other hand, may hinder technological diversification. So, and the other point is weak IP protection. Yeah. The U.S. is naturally the first in the IP environment, while the Korea ranked 12th. So the weak IP protection in Korea and the following low likelihood of appropriating their innovation leads to less or weaker incentive to invest in R&D in unfamiliar technological fields. So let me wrap up my presentation with some concluding remarks. The Korean government needs to increase the overall level of corporate technological diversification. And in Korea, the disadvantages are greater than the benefits of technological diversification. So firms, and it discourages firms' spontaneous technological diversification. So governments needs to do something. And in order to increase the incentive for firms to technological diversify, stronger IP protection is necessary. And along with IP protection, I suggest that direct support such as government subsidy and tax credits for R&D in new technological fields are necessary. And policy tools for promoting R&D cooperation and technology transfer, which are two other ways to technologically diversify, as I introduced, are also necessary. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minchel. Nice way to start the panel and to set the scene. Let me give a few housekeeping notes that I forgot to mention at the beginning. There's a reception after this at 5 p.m. Until 7 p.m. Nice decent amount of time to get stuck into the extensive alcohol collection that ICAO is no doubt providing. And the final panel will take place at 3:45. And today we have to end at 5:30 sharp. Because Natalia has to go and get a COVID test. Very time sensitive. I think she might even have to sneak out a few minutes. Anyhow, so now we turn to Andrei Iancu. Excuse me. I believe you're going to talk about the TRIPS waiver, is that?
Yeah.
That right? Yeah, the TRIPS waiver. I won't say too much about it because no doubt you're going to tell us what it is and why it's important. But please, the floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you very much. And thanks for the invitation to be here with all of you. So the fundamental question is, what role does intellectual property rights play in the pandemic? And the short answer is a huge role in many different ways. Obviously, we have the pandemic came to the United States in early 2020. And by the end of 2020, so in less than a year, we had multiple vaccines, not just developed, but fully developed and approved, and not just any vaccine, but highly effective vaccines, in comparison to vaccines of old. None of that just happened out of the blue. That came about based on decades of innovation. And that innovation itself didn't come out of the blue. That was based on a robust intellectual property system that enabled lots of investment from the private sector and the public sector in the United States and the Now, what I'm saying sounds, to me personally at least, and I'm sure to a lot of people here in this room, obvious. In other words, that intellectual property rights form the basis, is the driving engine of innovation and technological development. Unfortunately, that is not generally accepted anymore in many quarters around the world. A lot of policymakers and some academics have come to believe that innovation just happens. And intellectual property rights are a sideshow, and if you're clever enough, after you have innovated, you're going to apply for, and if successful, you're going to get some IP rights to exclude other competitors from entering the market and therefore deny access and follow-on innovation. That, in my view, is not based on any facts, and it's a counterproductive view. There is no example in history of mankind, and there is no example among the various countries of the world where innovation without intellectual property just happens. Everywhere where innovation happens is in a system of robust intellectual property rights. Now, many other things have to fall into place, obviously, not just IP rights, but IP rights are a necessary ingredient for this. So IP rights have played a critically important role in the creation of the technologies that are helping us manage the pandemic. Second, intellectual property rights are playing a critically important role in the broad-based manufacturing and distribution of these technologies, including the vaccines. Quite to the contrary of public perception, intellectual property rights are not a barrier to the transfer of the technology. In fact, they are the bedrock on which such transfers can happen. Take vaccine manufacturing, for example, COVID vaccine manufacturing. There have been hundreds of collaboration agreements around the world. Big companies collaborating with big companies such as J&J and Merck. Big companies collaborating with small companies such as J&J and BioNTech in Germany. Cross-border collaborations, again, Pfizer and BioNTech, such, big company, small company, and cross-border. AstraZeneca and the Serum Institute of India, and many, many others. Companies would not feel comfortable to have a deal with other companies, especially some of their main competitors, unless they knew that their intellectual property is secure. Third, intellectual property rights enable follow-on innovation because we are able, through the disclosure of technology, because the rights are protected, companies disclose, it's a quid pro quo, others can see what has been done and invent follow-on technologies. And that is helping us navigate the pandemic as we go on further down the road. Unfortunately, what has happened, though, so for an IP lawyer like myself, to me, these things are obvious. But unfortunately, what has happened for a variety of reasons, there's been a pushback against intellectual property rights in the middle of the pandemic and against the very companies that are working to save human lives in the pandemic using the technologies that result from these IP rights. And one of the main drivers of this is that vaccine access and distribution has indeed been unequal around the world. There is no question that there is an inequity in distribution of vaccines. Here in the United States, approximately 70% of the country is vaccinated. We have enough vaccines to vaccinate the entire country here, and we're on to booster shots and so on. That is true in many of the developed nations. Yet in others, the penetration rate is extremely low. In Africa, it's in the single digits, for example, in many countries, and so on around the world. But IP rights has nothing to do with this. And there are many reasons for this inequity in distribution. Unfortunately, however, governments around the world have seized upon IP as the main source of this inequitable distribution. And there is a proposal from India and South Africa at the World Trade Organization to waive all IP rights, patents, copyrights, trade secrets, industrial designs, all of it, surrounding COVID-19 technologies, effectively forever. I can talk about the timing a bit later. But that is the proposal. That proposal has gained the support of many, many countries around the world. Some countries are opposing this waiver. For the waiver to take effect, there needs to be effectively unanimous consent because that's the way the WTO works. In May of this year, the United States has signaled its support for some form of a waiver. As I said, some countries are opposing it, and the discussions are ongoing at the WTO. In my view, this international discussion and this focus on the waiver is having, frankly, tragic effects, not to be overly dramatic. And that is for several reasons. First of all, because, as I said, there is no evidence that IP has acted as a barrier to anything having to do with COVID-19 technologies. In fact, it's promoted the quick development of those technologies. Second, it's tragic because if implemented, it will make it much more difficult for society to invest the dollars necessary to create the technologies that are going to help us navigate the pandemics of the future. And third, and most importantly, it's tragic because it's diverting attention from real solutions that will provide real answers to the existing problems. Last Friday, in his press release surrounding the Omicron variant. President Biden said that, and I'm paraphrasing, this variant shows that we need to engage with the rest of the world and vaccinate more and more people around the world, something I agree with entirely. But then he concluded in this one press release, the one solution he gives is this shows the need to waive intellectual property rights. And I find that, frankly, to be a tragic statement, because if we do what he suggests and take it at face value, then we should just go ahead and do it. Unfortunately, he's not going to get a single additional shot into any additional human being around the world. The fact of the matter is that there are real problems that countries need to focus on, such as export controls, last mile deliveries, refrigerated trucks, local regulatory issues that governments should be focused on. But they're not focusing on it, and they're not talking about it because they are hiding behind the red herring of an intellectual property waiver. And that is unfortunate, because there are real problems that need to be addressed worldwide, and there are clear-cut solutions for us to be able to get there. And we are having difficulty making progress, in part because the focus of world governments is on the wrong issue. So we'll have to see where this goes. There was supposed to be a ministerial conference in Geneva this week to try to come to a final agreement on a potential IP waiver. I don't think they were close to it, but they suspended the waiver. They suspended the discussions this week in Geneva indefinitely. The stated purpose, the stated reason for the indefinite postponement, was the Omicron variant. But we will see if it picks up and where it goes. So let me stop there, and happy to answer questions down the line.
Thank you very much. For those who are interested, I think your views are more set out in more detail in a paper available at the Centre for Strategic and International Studies website. And also, Mark has written a very interesting paper on the role of trade secrets in COVID vaccine manufacturing, which is available at the Geneva Network website, so do check it out. Natalia, please give us the Chilean perspective on all this. We've heard enough of America and the EU and so on. Let's hear what Latin America thinks.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Stephen, for the invitation, for gathering us all together one more time. I'm going to follow up from your presentation, because I think that what's going on in this discussion is that there is like a leaked contradiction between like free competition and industrial property rights. And that contradiction is put into place, but it doesn't really exist. When you look competition from a more dynamic perspective instead from a static perspective, you would end up concluding that actually industrial property rights and free competition rules are complementary towards the goal of obtaining more innovation. But this is hard to read for some politicians, for some public actors. So actually, industrial property rights or intellectual property rights are enabling instruments for innovation. And as long as there's more innovation, then you are opening the space for new actors to entry and compete and challenge the current actors in the market. So these are complementary rulings. They're not contradictory, as they should sometimes appear in the public debate. So we're not going to solve the problems of supply shortages, of distribution channel problems, overriding IP rights. Actually, they have nothing to do with that. And I think that overriding those rights or suspending them for some time would really create such a terrible precedent. Because if you do it now, if you do it once, what's the problem with doing it again for the next crisis or the next pandemic? Besides these allegations about contradiction between competition and industrial property, you do not see it reflected. If there's monopoly preventing other actors from providing vaccines, then why do we have the amount of vaccines that we have right now? There's almost 6 billion people that have already been vaccinated. The availability of the vaccines by various laboratories has shown that this is not a monopoly problem. The problem is in other aspects. We have a supply problem. One of the vaccines actually uses a Chilean supply, which is in shortage right now because the demand is so, historically huge. So you're not going to solve those problems by overriding property rights. Instead, some countries, and Chile is in that position right now, confronted to the waiver issue, are promoting the solution that the solution should be revealed by trade issues. So the more trade and the more you promote less barriers on trade, then the solution will come. And so they have formed a group, which is called the Ottawa Group, with 12 countries, that they are promoting solutions for trade barriers, for supply channels, for distribution, to facilitate the distribution. Of course, it's hard for countries like Chile because we have a very deep commercial relationship with the US. So sometimes countries like ours won't appear in the public opinion as contradicting the US, but they have found what they call this third way, in which what they are promoting are exactly measures in which you can promote trade, override trade barriers to overcome the problem of vaccines that are not available in underdeveloped countries. So we'll see how that goes, and if the discussion takes place again, because now it's suspended, as you were saying. So I believe that treaties also provide certain flexibilities that states could look at, and also the voluntary licensing agreements that are available right now. If we override intellectual property, the advances in agreements or the contracts that are being used, we're gonna risk those contracts, and those contracts are really needed if you think of the variants in this pandemic.
So thanks for that. Am I correct in assuming that the Chilean government is going to oppose the waiver when the discussions reopen? Or
yes, and they're going to offer this other way, this third way, which goes to promote health in trade.
Yeah, the Trade and Health Initiative,
yeah.
Supported by the Oxford Group.
Yes.
Great. Well, that's good to hear. Thanks for that, Natalia. Let's slightly change the topic, turning to Nigel. So, as our panelists have already suggested, a lot of the R&D or innovation or research that's taken place in these vaccines was the result of collaboration between different countries, different companies, but that often involved data flowing between organisations and across borders very often. And also, as we've all been locked at home, we've increasingly taken advantage of telemedicine. New services have sprung up, allowing patients to talk to doctors without actually physically being there. Again, that's a lot of data flowing around. So Nigel, I think you're going to let's set out a few points here. It's not as simple as it looks.
No, but I think it actually holds many similarities to the points that I've already made about the long-standing battle over the role of IP in health development. Whereas I'll be talking about one of the new issues, one of the new flashpoints in conflict between countries as it relates to innovation, and that being data. And so Phil and I actually did a joint report a few years ago on the role of global health data flows and the need for a sort of more work about health data governance. And we presented this to the World Trade Organization because it's more a newer issue that they're dealing with within negotiations at the e-commerce forum. But it at the heart of this report that we did was that the movement of health data is a critical component that countries should look at as they seek to use data and digital technologies to drive better health outcomes. So in a way, I see data, the free movement of it, as another essential precondition alongside IP. in ensuring that we sort of continue to drive innovation in health. Because put simply, the movement of health data across borders allows for the aggregation of larger, more diverse, higher quality data sets that researchers and firms can use to come up with new drugs, new treatments, new services for all of the health issues we're battling now. And that obviously this allows them to look at issues writ large, population-wise. It obviously allows them to look at issues really quite narrowly in terms of like rare diseases, in terms of the power of aggregation allows researchers to look into new treatments for disease populations that are really quite small. And if they're not able to aggregate that data across borders, it becomes much, much harder to do for these rare diseases. And I suppose it's important to highlight up front that when I talk about the free flow of data, I'm not talking about some sort of like Wild West whereby firms are escaping local legal responsibility by transferring data out of the country. It's quite the opposite. The basis of our work on this in terms of principles to build a global data governance framework is the principle of accountability, in that firms are held responsible for how they manage data from a particular country, regardless of where that data travels to. So that's just an important clarification, because whenever I talk about the free flow of data, Europeans get very nervous that I'm sort of talking about this sort of like lawless Wild West, when I'm actually not. And this issue of data flows and health data governance is really important, given obviously everything we've seen and heard about where AI and digital technologies are going in driving innovation, from screening chemical compounds to optimizing clinical trials to improving post-market surveillance for drugs. The increasing use of data and digital technologies is transforming drug discovery and the discovery of new treatments, and ultimately the lowering of healthcare costs. And a major goal here, and I mentioned drug discovery, is on reducing the time and cost of this, given at the moment it can take upwards of 14 years and a few $1 billion to discover a new drug, whereas through the power of data and AI, we can hopefully shorten and make much cheaper this process. And data is obviously can be very expensive to collect, especially in formalized structures. And so the ability to aggregate it from across borders is enormously useful, and especially as it relates to data that may be tied up in administrative records or other operational services, deploying AI onto that to extract, sort of like squeeze out every sort of potential insight is enormously useful and valuable to do for firms across borders. And indicative of this importance, I mean, COVID's really highlighted it, is that when I checked the US Food and Drug Administration's clinical trials database for a separate report I did on EU-US data governance a few months ago, I found that in this database, that upwards, I think it was like 24% of all registered clinical trials involve clinical trial sites in both the United States and the European Union. And so, which highlights the importance of transatlantic health data flows and what would happen if that would stop. And a number of these clinical trials were related to COVID treatments. And so that's just one particular area and just between two regions. And so you can extrapolate out from that. And there's obviously a long way to go here in terms of our ability to use data and digital technologies in new and interesting ways for health outcomes. And that is no silver bullet, given the broader health challenges that prevent sort of better health outcomes. But we've started making the case that it needs to be one part of the toolbox that countries deploy. So what are the two main issues we're facing here? And I'll quickly sum these up. It's twofold. First, it's that a growing number of countries are making it more complex and costly, if not illegal, to transfer personal health and genomic data across borders. And this is the European Union, Russia, Turkey, India, China, my home country of Australia, the United Arab Emirates. If they're not able to transfer that data across border, the big firms are obviously not going to set up R&D units in every country. It just goes against the grain of the power of cloud computing and data analytic units. My report that in June I did on global data localization and data governance basically collected every known case of data localization where countries force firms to store data locally, And it showed that 62 countries had imposed 144 restrictions, with dozens more under consideration. And that was a rapid increase from just 5 years ago. The second main issue is that domestically and internationally, there's a disproportionate focus on enacting restrictions around the collection and use of health and genomic data. And to a degree, that's understandable because it's obviously very sensitive data. But enacting greater restrictions does not lead to greater health outcomes. And so one of the points we make is that there needs to be an equal emphasis on how do we create a legal and regulatory framework for the reasonable, responsible, and ethical sharing and use of data so that consumers can, by their own consent, contribute their data to research or issue-specific projects like health data registries, which exist for lupus and colon cancer and all sorts of other diseases. We need to ensure that the system allows people to recognize that, hey, I can contribute something here, and that in aggregate, that could lead to something new and useful for the next generation. In conclusion, it's sort of self-evident in a way in terms of like the enormous potential benefits of new digital health technologies for us all. Like we're all seeing it day to day. I am an expectant father. I'm having a baby in birthing class over Zoom tonight. I've already had genomic markers tested on my baby and my wife to clear us from certain known diseases. Like I'm living it. And there's obviously a lot of work that needs to go into addressing health data and privacy protections, but there needs to be just as much emphasis put on like how do we work together to build this framework to share and aggregate the data so that we can all benefit from the power of AI and other digital technologies for the future. Because unless we can do that, unfortunately, the general trend is that more and more countries will enact restrictions on this data in a misguided sort of industrial development, misguided privacy sort of panic, and we will lose out on the opportunity to really maximize the benefits that come from health data research and such. So I'll end it there. Thanks, Phil.
Yeah, thanks, Nigel. Just quickly, before we move on to Mark Schultz, looping back to the earlier panels about the relevance of the WTO, is the WTO leading any initiatives to try and harmonize global frameworks for data?
One of the 62 issues on that the WTO is dealing with to prove its relevance and worth is that within the e-commerce negotiations, there will be very hard discussions between the US and Europe and China about commitments on allowing the free flow of data, such that the United States has already done with the US, Mexico, Canada trade agreement and with the CPTPP in the Asia Pacific. Because Europe takes a very different approach to privacy, and that is a major barrier to health data flows, whereas China just straight up blocks firms from transferring genomic and health data, and so it's hard to see an ambitious outcome there that provides the type of certainty for the movement of health data that we would ideally like to see.
Thanks, Nigel. We'll touch on some of those issues a bit later on. So we've done health, which is pretty serious. Let's take it down a notch with Mark and talk about this goggle box, television. Television's been quite important, I would say, to people recently. But yeah, this is another area of regulatory confusion in many different countries. So I think Mark's going to say a few words on some emerging issues that are cropping up around the world on streaming television and video on demand.
Thanks, Phil. I've probably spent the majority of my waking hours writing, researching, and speaking about IP and COVID for the last 18 months. But now for something a little different, let's talk about the industry that entertained many of us while we were shut in, particularly video streaming on demand. And I think this is worth considering because it's actually a really significant area of digital trade and an emerging industry and an emerging area of regulation that's quite complex. But streaming services reached over 1 billion subscriptions last year. It's now about a $70 billion industry, expected globally expected to grow at a compounded rate of about 21% for the next 7 years. Now, streaming, unsurprisingly, at the moment constitutes the majority of revenue for the global motion picture industry, because we know theaters were shut last year, but it was already on the verge of getting there. It was getting close to being the majority of revenue, and COVID, like it did with so many things, accelerated those trends. Now, regulation of video streaming on demand really falls into three categories. First, there's cultural policy. Second, industrial policy. And third, I guess what I'd characterize as sort of legacy regulation or regulation by momentum. It looks like a television station, so we're going to have the television regulators regulate it as if it were television. That kind of regulation often has disastrous consequences, but I won't say much more about that. But I will talk about various examples of cultural policy regulation and industrial policy regulation. So, we've been talking today about trade and some very familiar institutions, and over the recent decades, although the Washington Consensus seems to have evaporated, the Washington Consensus for decades was that trade was good, right? The exception was always cultural goods, and it remains the exception today. And so, for example, countries are typically worried about being dominated, and perhaps by American culture most often. And so they institute policies to try to protect local culture, and they're more often allowed to do this than they would be in any other area of trade. So the European Union, for example, has an audiovisual media services directive. Currently, that requires 30% of local European content on their services. But more important, the recent rules allow countries to impose rules that the revenue earned in that country from streaming services must be reinvested in those countries. So, for example, France, always first with these sort of policies, is requiring that 20 to 25% of streaming revenue earned in their country has to be reinvested back into their local content industries. More important, maybe, or more significantly in some ways, both France and Italy are proposing, or in some cases have, directly interfered with freedom of contract and contractual relations in these industries. For example, in France, you can no longer have exclusive licenses. So what we typically see is long-term relationships. Netflix, for example, might license a series for a long time. Those are limited to 36 months now. Italy is proposing rules that would allow only Italian producers. There's significant lobbying going on in Italy that would only allow Italian producers to contract to buy rights from local content creators, actors, and others. In other words, to stop the big streaming services from contracting directly. And Australia is also considering these kind of local investment rules. So those are the kind of cultural policies we're seeing. I'll talk about the industrial policies now. In these cultural policies, though, let's acknowledge they're often really industrial policies in disguise. They don't necessarily promote local culture. A good example of this is a recent Disney show, a Marvel superhero show, Falcon and Winter Soldier. One of the main themes of that show was who would be the worthy successor to Captain America, to bear the name Captain America and carry his shield. Now, of course, this is a particularly American preoccupation, and yet this plot line wound through Eastern Europe for several episodes as this, dilemma was being, sort of debated and fought over. Why was that happening in Eastern Europe? Well, when Disney spends when Disney spends the money there, they can characterize that as local content, even though it was terribly, Disney didn't really do much to promote Eastern European understanding. It did lend some picturesque locations. So, but there are some more direct examples of industrial policy. So South Korea, for example, has had very good, some very interesting and productive industrial policy to promote its culture with great success. But some examples of perhaps some more dubious industrial policies that Korea has engaged in are things like its service stability law, which imposes online services, imposes a duty on online services to do a variety of things that contribute to service stability, which may keep some foreign entities out of the market. But also internet service providers pursuant to these type of duties in the service stability law would like to see streamers pay what are called network usage fees. In other words, a lot of Netflix content goes over Korean bandwidth. They should pay the internet service providers. So is the theory, and Netflix is in litigation with SK Broadband over these network usage fees, and SK Broadband has won at the trial court level. And there's this proposed, the trial court says that yes, Netflix should pay to use the bandwidth that the corporate and individual users are also already paying for. Another type of industrial policy that is being considered in both India and the United Kingdom is data sharing. You know, in India, in the UK, it's more specifically aimed at streamers. In India, it would be a byproduct of their data localization rules they're considering more broadly. But essentially, as a matter of industrial policy, some countries have seen that Netflix and other streamers have a lot of information about what users like and when they watch it and how much they watch it, and they would like their local champions to have access to that data. And so there are proposals that they must share that data. And similarly, the UK is proposing, local prominence rules that would dictate that the BBC and other local content be promoted on the front page for users of these sites. Okay, so briefly, I just want to talk about what some of the problems with these policies are. Well, first, in the area of cultural policy, anyone who's followed it like I have for many years, what you tend to see is a lot of unintended consequences. And I know we see that with government policies quite often, but in cultural policy, it seems like they often there are these perverse effects where the opposite happens, of the exact opposite happens of what the policy intends to do. For example, the French have subsidized their film industry for years and had local content rules. And as those subsidies and government involvement have increased, I've seen wonderful graphs. As that line goes up, the share of French box office attained by French films goes down, and the share of the American share of the French box office has gone up. We often see these opposite effects. And one problem with streaming particularly is local content rules, language rules that we've seen proposed in some Asian countries and European countries, local content rules, local production rules. They work on the supply side, but the problem is on the demand side, many countries have really big piracy problems. And I've often said, talking to officials around the world, I said, the best local culture policy is copyright enforcement, because if people can get big budget American entertainment for free or at super low pirated cost, it's really hard for local content industries to compete with really cheap, high production value content. There's always some local content that'll win out if you give it breathing space, because people prefer their own culture. They want things that reflect their own experience, but you've got to give it breathing space. And one way you do that seems to be most productively is by enforcing copyright rather than by subsidizing the supply, because there's no guarantee of quality with respect to the supply. There's no guarantee it'll have mass appeal. And in fact, when it tends to be subsidized and enforced, what happens is you take away the market incentives. And that's why we see often that heavily subsidized creative industries don't appeal to local people, because they don't have to anymore. They have to appeal to government bureaucrats who have rather different tastes than mass tastes. And, finally, things like the network usage fees, which of course are being proposed in Korea, but also lobbied for by Indonesian telcos. If those spread, they could have unintended consequences too. Sure, make the big foreign guys pay for the bandwidth they're using. But in Korea, what happened is there were many streaming services, Korean streaming services in the early 2000s, that in fact could not pay these network usage fees, that had difficulties. So you may actually suppress a local champion that could emerge, particularly if they have to pay for their bandwidth in accordance to how popular, in accordance to their, if they have to pay fees that are proportional to their success. Any early success they have could actually penalize them with large usage fees. So the better policies tend to build capabilities, which Korea has done well, through things like local training, tax breaks, building production facilities, things that once they're done, they're kind of short-term government interventions that build capacity, and in the long run that pays off. We've seen that happen in Korea, in South Africa as well. And then enforcing copyright tends to be also a good policy because, as I said, it gives breathing space for local creators. So this is an emerging industry. I think for our think tank colleagues here, it's an interesting field of regulation we wanted to bring your attention to and perhaps start a conversation that we can continue because it's very early days in regulation of this field. But the question isn't whether it will be regulated, just how and how much. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more about this as the years go by, but good to kick the conversation off. Natalia, I know you've got to go in a minute, so I'm going to put the first question. Do you have time to stay for a question? Or?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's a slightly complicated question. I think policymakers in Chile, countries like Chile, and economists realize that as the world changes and knowledge-intensive goods and services become more important economically, IP is like a no-brainer. The protection of IP is increasingly important. And yet, countries such as yourself are experiencing waves of populism, economic populism, where there's a mass sort of revolt against capitalism and the market. How can you reconcile what's happening? How can you protect or encourage the policies that are going to grow your economy and give you competitiveness with these bigger trends that are happening, which could undermine a lot of the progress that's happened in countries such as yourself? Sorry.
Thank you, Philip. Actually, it's a very important point. As I was saying, in my country, actually, policy debates see some public goods as contradictory, as in competition or industrial property. But also, I can reflect on what Mark was saying. They are each and more promoting regulations that will protect local artists, local producers, establishing percentages that are mandatory to be complied by radios or TV shows, etc. But I think in innovation, we have an opportunity because as contradictory as it sounds, the same guys that are promoting the policies against property rights because they see in property rights somehow like an obstacle for competition or for other goods, these guys are the same that promote entrepreneurial innovation. And these guys are the same that are putting on top of the public discussion and doing congresses of the future, as they call them, promoting innovative solutions to in many disciplines. So at Libertad Desarrollo, we work, for example, with a lot of congressmen, and we have found a way to defend property rights, industrial property rights, intellectual property rights, when you approach this congressman through innovation. So when you are able to show them the correlation, which is a strong correlation, between property rights and innovation, and between property rights and the appearance of new actors, SMEs, then they would hear you and they would turn out to be more rational in their proposals. So as contradictory as it is, because they are promoting waiver of property rights, actually they are limiting property rights, I guess, in the new proposal of constitution that we're going to have. When it comes to science and innovation, you can revert that approach.
Yeah, I think you're right in that there's enough data and evidence out there showing that IP is particularly important for smaller companies.
Yes.
That's often the only asset they own,
Yeah.
whereas bigger companies have plenty of other things to fall back on.
Yeah, and politicians don't want to enter into a fight with SMEs, at least in Chile.
Quite right,
Yeah.
So I do think that's a good angle for groups like ours to explore in the future. But feel free to vanish
so
now.
much.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
your efforts. Give up with your COVID test. Hope
Yes,
it doesn't
thank
hurt.
you.
Thank you. So we've got about 10 minutes left, and I wanted to put this to Minchol and Korea. And Kyunjun Song is about to leave the room. Kyunjun, before you head off, maybe. Oh, you've got to go as well. Okay. So I'm going to leave this for you, Minchol. So South Korea is like a case study of the anti-intellectual property community. They claim that South Korea developed owes much of its development to the copying of high-tech goods and services that were made elsewhere. And only when it reached a certain level of development, then it became interested in intellectual property rights. Do you buy that? Do you agree with that analysis? Or do you think there's a more complicated story to tell?
For economics, it's a very hard question to answer, but I believe that there is optimal level of IP power to support innovation. As I said in my presentation, then I'm not sure whether the current level of protection is optimal or low or higher. So, but I'm not sure about whether current level is lower or higher than the theoretically optimal level. But
I think Korea has pretty high standards of IP protection. I mean, there may be some differences with the US or Switzerland, for example, but it's a high tech economy and it has a high level of protection. I suppose the question is, do the policymakers in Korea, believe in IP, or do they still see it as something that they have to do to satisfy the Americans?
You said Korea has a higher standards, but policymakers in Korea believe that IP protection is always necessary.
They do,
as far as I know.
So there's a cultural change now. There's an acceptance of the importance of IP rights for economic progress in Korea.
I think policymakers will not change thoughts about the protection.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you. And let's turn back to the waiver, which is obviously the big issue at the moment. I think we've heard some cynical people might say that support for the waiver is involved in comes to industrial policy, the desire to take new technologies and implant them in your own country to get a boost up. Andre, do you see that as a valid reason to support the waiver, and do you think countries are actually doing that, or do you think this is all about humanitarian needs?
No, unfortunately, I don't think it's about humanitarian needs. I think the humanitarian angle is being used in the public debate. There's, in my mind, this is an old debate. It predated COVID. There are people who have disliked the TRIPS agreement for decades, from inception, in fact, and they've been fighting this battle for the past couple of decades, and now are using the pandemic and the populist views on access to vaccines to regurgitate the old arguments. It is being used as a boost up in industrial policy by some countries. But to answer your last question, no, I don't think it's valid. I think, waiving intellectual property rights might give you a temporary boost in a static economy. Eliminating intellectual property rights or weakening intellectual property rights, waiving them, whatever, will indeed create immediate widespread access to those technologies in certain circumstances. But that's it. It will dramatically harm the dynamic competition down the road and the dynamic innovation ecosystem because the investment dollars will no longer flow into the innovation economy.
Okay, and Mark, gonna ask you to turn your mind now to IP rather than streaming. So building what Andres said, assuming that a country does want to boost its economy by developing new manufacturing plants for mRNA vaccines in sub-Saharan Africa, for example, and the TRIPS waiver is in effect, imagine that's happened. Is it going to work? Is it possible? Can that technology be transplanted from here in the US, for example, to Kinshasa, Uganda?
So I've spent a lot of this, as I said, I've spent a lot of the last 18 months doing research on this, including talking to manufacturing experts from the leading vaccine makers and their IP council. And the difficulty with transferring know-how is that it's a very collaborative process. For example, when Pfizer went looking for partners, and it did, Pfizer found a lot of manufacturing partners because when we talked to Pfizer in our research, they told us, it's quoted in our report, we could not do this on our own. We had to find partners. And they tried to find all the partners they could that had the technical capacity to do this. And so when Pfizer, for example, decided to work with Thermo Fisher in Italy, they spent 7 months. They transferred over 4,000 pages of confidential information. They put a staff of 21 people on site at Thermo Fisher, working side by side with Thermo Fisher employees to train them how to manufacture the vaccine. So this is not the sort of problem where you take a recipe, and even though we may know you don't even transfer a recipe that way. Sometimes grandma has to show you how to make the recipe. What's on paper isn't enough, but it's certainly not in this case. This is such a complex process with hundreds of steps, hundreds of ingredients, many of them novel to these vaccines, and it's brand new technology. The last thing I'll say is, as Andre rightly said, you can waive IP rights and then progress stops. And if we had stopped progress 10 years ago, we would not have mRNA vaccines. We would not even have the adenovirus vector vaccines like AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson, because the first one of those was approved last year for Ebola in 2020. So these are largely brand new technology that billions of dollars from the private sector has been invested in developing over the past decade. And so if we stop progress now, what will happen is 10 or 20 years from now, future generations or our future selves will be robbed of solutions we badly need. And so it's not just an economic issue. It's also an ethical issue. What do we owe future generations and future people? We owe them more innovation and more cures and more ways to improve lives. We have to keep the system going.
Great, thanks, Mark. I think that's a nice place to end. Sorry, Nigel, I couldn't think of a way of getting data back into the TRIPS debate, so apologies, but we can talk about it at length afterwards. So unless there are any questions from the floor. We got one question, please, sir.
Do I need a mic?
Thanks to Netflix and Amazon for their presence in India, quality improved a lot. So regarding data localization, are you in favor of data localization rules in each and every country? Because as US citizens, would you be okay if our data resides, let's say, in Iran or Russia or China?
Well, data localization is a pretty complex issue we could spend an hour talking about on its own panel. I would say that a lot of our data does reside in other places, and as long as they are countries we trust. You did in your question kind of loaded the deck there, didn't you? You used the countries where most of us would be uncomfortable having our data, rightly so. But we do transfer data across borders. We do have employee data residing in other places. If you work for a European company, they have data about you. And that's okay because we have trustworthy regime, have protections, and yes, we need to work on that, but it won't necessarily increase security or proper use through data localization. It may make data more vulnerable to attack. So data localization rules are troubling, and they've been estimated to greatly increase prices for consumers too, because they require a lot of duplicative services.
And Nigel, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, no, I mean, just quickly, I mean, data localization just is misguided on a privacy, a cybersecurity, and on an economic front. But whenever you look at the justifications and then how it actually stacks up to how you do best-in-class cyber protection or data privacy protection or digital development, it just doesn't stack up. And as Mark was saying, what you're doing by artificially altering the market and forcing everyone to use local providers is that by trying to support the development of local data centers, you're increasing the price of data services for the entire economy. And so the impacts are disproportionate to the very narrow, limited benefits. And then when it comes to cybersecurity, what matters are the administrative, legal, and technical protections used to protect data, regardless, and they can be strong or weak, regardless of where the data is stored. So what is critical is that the provider, whether it's a cloud company or some other local firm, are committed to those sort of best-in-class cybersecurity protections rather than misguidedly focusing on the geography of data. Because even with the latest best protection measures like encryption and sharding and everything else, the data can be in or transit through China and Russia and essentially be invulnerable to sort of inadvertent disclosure. So it's like data localization is the knee-jerk reaction that policymakers revert to in trying to address an issue that is more complex, which in many ways is similar to the focus on IP when looking about how do we improve health outcomes.
Let's take India into consideration. For an Indian citizen or for the Indian government, let's say it wants to have access to data from a company for a legal reason. If the company says, well, we don't store data in India, it's beyond your reach because even though our customers are Indian citizens, their data resides in the US or somewhere else, then every government would have an issue with something of that nature. Don't you think so? For the consumer and for the government, from the legal standpoint.
I mean, then the responsibility falls upon the firm to manage the data as per regulations, whether in India or elsewhere, so that regardless of how they store it, that they can fulfill those requests if India has that. That's the nature of it. It's up to the firm to do their due diligence, which is what they do when managing their data across jurisdictions. If that means they identify certain jurisdictions as problematic and that they decide not to store data there, then that's up to the firm. And that's essentially what we're seeing in many ways. Like there would be very few US firms that would be choosing to store data in China because they realize the enormous legal complications that would come from doing it. So they just don't do it. It's not that the government necessarily needs to tell them to do that, but their own internal assessment will tell them to do the same. And that's the same in the scenario with India.
And when it comes to things like law enforcement access to that data, intergovernmental cooperation is key, I think, as opposed to data localization. Because you're never going to have all the data you need for law enforcement in your borders, and so what you need is proper and amicable intergovernmental cooperation and agreements for these sorts of things.
Great, thanks very much. Right, well, that's the end of this panel. Thank you very much to our panelists for their great contributions. We will reconvene in 10 minutes, so enjoy your break. Thanks.
Alrighty, well, thank you all so much for still being here. This has been a real pleasure to be, all together in person after what has felt like quite a long time of many Zoom calls and Teams calls and pings online. So, we're excited to have in-person engagement, but I understand that there can be its own fatigue from that as well. But thank you for sticking with us. And my name is Luke Discoli. I work for ITIF on their global innovations team. My background is in econometrics and working with big data. And so I have the pleasure of doing a lot of the quantitative research that falls on issues of trade and innovation policy. And so the panel that I'll be getting to introduce to you all today, we've titled Stimulating Innovation from Regions to Nations, Results from the North American Subnational Innovation Competitiveness Index. And I'll get into exactly what entails that report, but I do want to preface the purpose of this panel, and it is essentially that as a global organization of think tanks whose work centers on innovation, that it's very important that we have an understanding of a common means to identify innovation performance, both between states and as well within states. And so that is the purpose of this exercise that my colleague Stephen Ezell and I have set out to do in our report that we've titled the Subnational North American Innovation Competitiveness Index. And so the goal of this index essentially is to incorporate 13 unique economic indicators that rank and score performance of North American states in a number of innovation-based measures. And so these 13 indicators together suffice to identify a state as being both knowledge-based, globalized, and capable of producing new innovations. And so together we've calculated composite scores using these indicators to grade innovation performance of North American states on a more easier to follow 100-point scale, essentially as a sort of grading. And while the report is still in review, we're excited to share some of the higher level findings from the rankings thus far. So out of 92 states, that is 50 U.S. states, 32 Mexican, and 10 Canadian provinces, and we have excluded the territories in Canada for simply lack of availability of data, which we can get into as one of the key issues in trying to compile subnational analysis when there are kind of notable international disparities. But essentially, out of the 92 states, innovation leaders Massachusetts, California, Maryland, New Jersey, and Washington rank within our present top 10. However, we see Ontario and British Columbia ranking very highly. Both of those Canadian provinces score within our top 5 states among the 92. And we see innovation leadership from Canadian states, from Canadian provinces that's accounted for by their highly educated workforce, their high receipt of foreign direct investment, high share of private R&D personnel per state, and then attraction of immigrating knowledge workers, which Canadian provinces have also scored very highly in. U.S. leading states, conversely, lead higher in indicators that signal more innovation capacity. So on on a number of patents, R&D intensity, they also score well in certain knowledge-based indicators, such as states having high manufacturing productivity and a higher share of scientific, technical, and professional workers in their workforce. And so while Mexican states at large on this index rank largely behind U.S. and Canadian states, the index is still helpful in quantifying that innovation gap between countries. And on this 100-point scale, U.S. innovation laggards such as South Dakota, West Virginia, and Wyoming rank around the same level as above average Mexican states such as Aguascalientes, Coahuila, and Quintana Roo. However, key leading Mexican states score highly in their indicators of business creation rates, decarbonization, and their share of high-tech exports. And given how technologically intensive certain states such as Tamaulipas, Chihuahua, and Baja California have become in their share of total exports, their overall innovation performance is appearing to rank more closely to the average U.S. state than the average Mexican. And so our rankings, on average, have shown Canadian states score 55 out of 100 points, U.S. 50 out of 100, and the average Mexican scoring 26 out of 100 for their state. But the purpose of this report is not necessarily to draw a grading system as it is to draw out regional innovation linkages and to be able to determine strengths and weaknesses that exist interregionally within North America, and in order to ultimately figure out how these states can best collaborate with one another to improve our global competitiveness and our own more competitive global value chains. So next I'll be introducing each of our panelists, and we'll follow that with having them open up some remarks regarding the North American innovation ecosystem and its regional nuances. So I will go, let's see, in order of seated. Next to me is Eric Miller. Eric is the president of the Rideau Potomac Strategy Group and works with clients on a number of trade and economic policy challenges. He presently serves on the External Advisory Committee on International Trade Policy to Canada's Deputy Minister of International Trade. And he's also served for 3 years as the Senior Advisor to Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation. Next, we have Carolina Guerto, who is a partner of the leading Mexican think tank, Fundación Idea. She holds a Master's of Public Policy from the University of Chicago, is a Fulbright Scholar, and has done previous policy and research work for the OECD, as well as the Peruvian Ministry of Economy and Finance. Next, we have another Canadian friend, Brad Wood, who is a Senior Advisor of Innovation and Industrial Policy at the Canadian Embassy. And he brings several years of experience as well from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, where he previously served as the organization's Senior Trade Policy Analyst. And lastly, but certainly not least, we have Sean Randolph, who is the Executive Director of the Bay Area Council Economic Institute. Sean previously served as the President and CEO of the Bay Area Economic Forum, and has quite an extensive background in his work in the state of California. So I'm very pleased to be joined with you all today, and I'm excited to extend opening remarks to Eric now.
Thanks very much. It's a great pleasure to be here today. So first of all, I wanted to praise you for the value of doing the North American Subnational Innovation Competitiveness Index. Having rankings are something that is extremely important, so it's good to draw out differences, but I spent a lot of time working, for example, in Vietnam, and one of the things they've done there to drive innovation performance is they do an annual provincial competitiveness index. And so this is something which gets picked up in the press and people talk about and is used to grade the performance of leaders. Obviously, it's a different political system, but putting that on the table and letting people know annually, particularly those who have ambitions to improve, it's something that's really important and would encourage you to make this a continuing and ongoing feature. So in terms of the results, they were generous enough to share the preliminary draft, so I have the sneak peek here, $20 if you want to see the real rankings. What you see are in many ways a list of jurisdictions that aren't surprising. And whether it's in the US, such as Massachusetts and California, you look down the list of companies that are domiciled in those jurisdictions, or in Canada and Ontario and British Columbia, you see ecosystems that are strong, you see good universities, you see good K through 12 systems, you see financing available. And most importantly, I think you see a belief in the value of innovation across the political spectrum. And so this is something which is really important to emphasize. It's built up over decades. It's something that people grasp and that people understand. And so you take, for example, the sector of quantum computing, which we are hearing so much about. Between 2000 and 2018, Canada invested $1 billion into building ecosystems across the country, and this was matched by money at the provincial level. And so there are at least 5 really good centers of excellence on quantum in Canada. And that's something that was developed deliberately with careful investment. And then since 2018, the government has started developing a national strategy. There was $360 million that was put forth in the last budget to extend the advantage. And I did a report in 2019 where I looked at who were the most successful companies in terms of attracting venture capital. And of those globally, 3 of the 10 were Canadian. And that's mostly a tribute to having come out of an ecosystem that has been consistently well funded. And so, to the laggards out there who are not focusing on this, you are losing opportunities and being left behind. And I'm having a fascinating experience at the moment because I'm advising a group in Honduras, and they're putting together what's called Altia Silicon City. They have already a business process outsourcing operation with 10,000 employees, a university there. They're setting up a tech innovation system, which is essentially teaching people English and training them in digital skills so that they will be able to create and manipulate software and do cybersecurity. And they are approaching this deliberately, and they're approaching it slowly and carefully. And the idea is that the jurisdictions in North America who aren't paying attention are not only just competing against the Massachusetts and the Californias and the British Columbias of the world. There are others that are out there, and they will find themselves, if you did in America's competitiveness index, to be laggards in that particular case as well. And so those that are paying attention and are building innovation are really moving ahead. Now, I was asked to talk a little bit about the North American production system and about USMCA. So the North American production system is something which should make North America the most competitive jurisdiction in the world. But when I look at, for example, what's gone on with energy, where you have President Biden canceling the Keystone XL pipeline and then calling up OPEC to say, please produce more oil and send it here, you're asking yourself, are we not missing an opportunity here, to put it mildly, in terms of leveraging our energy resources? So figuring out where we fit in transition to low carbon economy is something that's important. You also see in terms of the current discussions on Buy America and automotive issues. And then you have the case of innovation. There's an awful lot of innovation exchange that goes on in North America, but we need to do more, and doing more comes out of the USMCA. And so in terms of what does USMCA do for innovation, I think of it basically as a business enabling environment play. And so you have zero tariffs, intellectual property protection, liberalized trade and services. You got a very important Chapter 19 in digital services trade that was added to the agreement relative to NAFTA. What that does is it in essence commits us in the aggregate to doing good things and not doing bad things. And that's really, really important. And we almost lost NAFTA, and that was a very scary proposition because it really meant that in the fundamentals that we had been getting right for so long, we were really positioning ourselves to mess that up. So don't get me wrong, it's really important. It's a necessary but not a sufficient condition. What we need to do, now that we're not in the mad rush of saying, are we going to kill NAFTA or aren't we going to kill NAFTA and what's going to happen, is we need to say, how do we actually use this to make things better? So if you look at Chapter 26 on competitiveness, there's nothing really in there. And there's nobody within any government across North America that is thinking systematically about how do we use a trade agreement to enhance our competitiveness other than not doing bad things. And so that's something which we need a serious dialogue. And I would argue within the U.S. system, USTR is probably not best placed to have that dialogue because culturally they are focused on enforcing the rules and developing new rules. But this is something that is strategic and important. Good regulatory practices. It's great to say we're going to follow the best practices set forth in the OECD, but how do we actually align regulations? So how do we actually make for a real live business, make it easier to actually sell something in Mexico or Canada or the US? And that's something which is important. And then the last piece, and I have a paper coming out on this, is on professional services. So we luckily did not kill the temporary entry provisions in the NAFTA, but we're still stuck with a scenario where the only digital profession allowed is the computer systems analyst, as defined circa 1992. And so thinking about how do we incrementally make these things better? How do we get the committee system to work better? and to move things forward, and also thinking a lot about environmental goods, which is another area to look at. And so I think to close off on some of this, it's important that we see USMCA as something that's really good to anchor our system, but it's something that does not absolve us from doing all of the good things on innovation, funding universities, supporting research, supporting interesting market development, regulatory experimentations when you get new business models that are coming along the line. And a lot of that is not something that's dealt with in a trade agreement. It's something that is dealt with by governments in their own domestic economies. And so not doing bad things is a great strategy to start with, but it's not a strategy that will, say, improve our competitiveness relative to Europe or China or other regions of the world. So let me stop there.
That was great, Eric. Thank you so much, and I look forward to getting to talk more about USMCA and its efficiency, or perhaps inefficiencies, and discuss where we can try to go from there in terms of building a connected partnership in North America. So I'll turn things over to Carolina.
Thank you. So first, thanks to the ITIF. Thank you, Stephen, Luke, also for all the great work that we've been doing in the past months. And I think this initiative is a brave one during these times, but I think that we all appreciate it. I had some notes on the day, but I think that what you just mentioned, it makes more easy for me to explain why Mexico and the states of Mexico are where they are when you put in a comparison with the states of the US and Canada. And the main reason is that even though Mexico still is a very open economy, is one of the leaders of Latin America, it's still there is a pending agenda on economic and social policy that is still there. And I think that with this administration in particular, some of the gaps that we've been seeing the last years have increased. So Luke mentioned at the beginning, if we compare the states in terms of competitiveness, the states of Mexico with Canada and also the US, you will see them like in the bottom of the ranking, of course. And probably the only city that will highlight is Mexico City. And I think you already know Mexico City is the capital of Mexico. And Mexico City, in fact, in terms of different variables, economic variables, and also education variables and social variables, is very different from all the country. I think that the reason why Mexico City, besides being a capital, highlights is because they've been trying to incorporate and put into practice some specific policies, local policies in terms of increase the strategies with the private sector. They have a more structured, even civil society, a less informal economy, but still there is a long way to growth. The other thing that I want to comment is that we need to understand that Mexico, at least in Mexico, at least two Mexicos. And I think Sean will mention something about this, and I will not comment on things that I know that Sean will do later. But it's important to understand the context of Mexico. So in Mexico, like I mentioned, there are at least two Mexicos. The first Mexico is the one that gathers all the North states, which are in the border with the US. And of course, you will see that in terms of competitiveness, in terms of the presence of innovation hubs, clusters, it's very different. it's known that the automotive industry is one of the main industries there, but there are other reasons why they are what they are. And I was commenting this with Luke, and I think that one of the reasons is that they've been like Nuevo León. I think that it's funny because we may joke about this, that people that live in Nuevo León, they are more more Americans than Mexicans, uh, because they have another mindset. That's simple, and they try to figure it out how to leverage uh, the closeness to the border, but also the presence and how the industry is interested in seeing the economy grow. So you will see that there are like very interesting strategies and alliances between not only the private sector with the public. That's that's something that we try to think that there are the solutions, are not, but also interesting alliances between private. Public and the academia, and I think this is a key factor to see changes, because not only you create jobs, but also you have to be aware that all the people have to be skilled for those jobs, and that's how you maybe transition uh, from a very niche um, industry to a cluster, and maybe something that is more engaged to global value chains that we discussed this in previous panels. So I think that's something that we need to understand. That's happening right now, and I think that for the last 5 years in the North States. But then there is the other Mexico is the southern Mexico. So, and that's where I think that we have a lot of things to do there, and not only because it's in the bottom of the ranking, it's just that we need to understand the reasons why they are where they are. First, social complexity. I mean, it's very complicated, even for if you work for the government or work for any industry. If you want to schedule a meeting in the south of Mexico, you have to at least have 3 days, because 2 of them are going to be very complicated because there is a strike somewhere. So it's funny, but it's true. So the south of Mexico is very complex in social. Also, security is very complex, and right now, with all the migration crisis from Central America, this has been, I think, is more complicated. The other factor to understand about the southern states is the presence of micro enterprises. So it's well known that Mexico, at least 96% of the industry is micro, but in the south we are talking about not only the size what matters, but also the type of business that they are, and these businesses are not the ones that you will expect them to engage in value change of value, in global change of value, right? And that's something very, very complicated, and that's something that we need to understand to create new policies, right? And then finally is also, so what you're going to do with these states in the south when you don't have any interest from the government to do something. Uh, we will discuss, I think, this later about what is happening right now with the high-level discussions, dialogue between the U.S. and Mexico, because I think we can expect a lot to change the situation from the southern states. But what we've seen in at least the last two federal administrations, is that they have been there is a lack of specific projects or specific programs for that for those states. They expect them to behave like the northern ones or like Mexico City, and that's a mistake, because the industry is very different. When we see the values, the value chains are, for example, honey, those type of value chains, and then the federal government in the past years, they haven't been understanding like what their needs. And so even though they were programs for often entrepreneurial programs and stimulus programs, these programs were not attending, the real demand. So, and that's something that even though we are not seeing right now any institution that is in charge of promoting innovation hubs, entrepreneurial ecosystem. So that disappeared, and right now what we have, at least for those states, are the pet projects of this administration. We can discuss about them later, but even though they try to concentrate in the south, these projects, at least you don't see that they are going to have an impact in the long term, because our infrastructure projects that are not quite the best ones, right? The refinery, the train, and so it's complicated. So I will just stop there. The main takeaway and my conclusion is that yes, there is a long way, but we need to understand that even in Mexico, inside of Mexico, the comparison is very complicated right now because we have like different types of challenges that these states are facing.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Carolina, for those comments, and especially I'm excited to when we go back to Q&A, get to discuss the sort of different states that Mexican states are facing and their level of economic development, because it is such a kind of the variation between Mexican states' economies puts it in a different position of managing its federal system than, say, the U.S. or Canada. So, but yeah, thank you so much, and I'll be excited to turn the remarks over to Brad. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, and thanks to ITIF for having us today and for pulling this panel together. You noted that the Canadian territories are not included in the report, and I think, the Tale of Two Mexicos is probably a similar case when you're looking at our Canadian territories, and just the very rural and northern kind of nature of those economies would make them very different and probably ranking more in the middle of the overall index. But in my role at the Embassy of Canada and in representing innovation policies here in the U.S., but also trying to translate innovation policies in the U.S. back for Canadian stakeholders, I often turn to ITIF as a resource for all of the reporting and publications that you put out. And so I've referred to the state new technology or state new economy index that you put out in the past, and often looked at it and said, I wonder where the Canadian provinces would rank in such a study. And so, I'm probably in the minority asking such a question, but thankfully I'm not alone, because ITIF has answered the call. And with this new North America index, it's great to see, the Canadian provinces alongside their U.S. and Mexican state counterparts. And, it tells a story that's not unsurprising to me, and that I try to tell often here in the U.S., that our Canadian provinces are amongst the most innovative in the world. You see, as was noted in the summary, that I think Ontario and British Columbia are in the top 5. If the draft results have maintained, I think they're second and fourth. Sandwiched, right ahead and behind California. And when you look at the overall top 10, I think Quebec ranks very highly as well. And so I think that tells, a little bit of the story of where we are in Canada. And there's a couple of reasons for that. Some of it is systemic. When you look at the areas that we rank quite highly, it's a lot of it has to do with our highly educated and highly skilled workforce. And so I suspect if the rankings, though, were undertaken a decade ago, you probably would have seen a very different situation for Canada. While we've always had an educated workforce, some of the other changes and policy drivers that the government of Canada has prioritized, I think, have helped, springboard the innovative nature of some of our regions in Canada. Structurally, I mentioned, the open access and highly skilled workforce. And so when you look at the
post-secondary institutions in Canada and the level of education across industries, it's higher than a lot of areas. And I joke with my wife, who's American and has 4 degrees, that her 1 year at GW cost more than the 4 years of my undergrad and my master's combined. And so having the accessibility of the Canadian education system makes it a staple to help drive the innovation. But on top of that, and in combination with the high-skilled domestic workforce, the government's also advanced express immigration policies, in particular to attract highly skilled workforces, and being able to bring in new talent in a matter of months. They've tried to streamline the process so that you can go from an application to having somebody in the job in a matter of 3 to 4 months. Obviously, the pandemic has derailed some of those timelines and some of the program, but it's still a commitment to really combine and bring the talent that the Canadian ecosystem requires. And so we've seen that not only help a number of Canadian businesses, but also with the attraction of FDI into Canada. A lot of U.S. companies in the last number of years have set up R&D centers in Canada, really to take advantage of both the domestic skills force, but then also the open immigration system that we have in Canada. The commitment to innovation really came a number of years ago in 2017 with the Innovation and Skills Plan. And so that brought about a whole of government strategy that's been replicated each year since then, trying to drive future innovation throughout the economy. And so it starts very early on in education with support for coding, support for STEM in schools, but then also extends to the federal superclusters initiative, for example. And when I think about the regional strengths of different parts of the Canadian economy, the superclusters is a great example where Canada has taken a tailored approach to looking at the strengths of each individual region to try to support the economic drivers. And so in Quebec, we have Scale AI, where we've invested in the artificial intelligence ecosystem. In Ontario, the focus has been more on advanced manufacturing and really trying to reinvigorate the manufacturing workforce. In the West, you have in British Columbia, where they're quite strong, is on software and digital technologies, in particular graphical intensive industries, applications for aerospace and automotive, LiDAR and artificial intelligence. Overall, the Supercluster Initiative has funded more than 250 projects, but amplified with billions of dollars of investment, combining the government resources that are behind it with private sector. And it brings together partnerships between not only private companies, but the academic institutions, the research centers, and the think tanks. And it's starting to have network effects in these regions. So when you look at the AI ecosystem in Quebec and expanding to other parts of Canada, it's really started to drive and develop more intensive investments, both in and outside of the program. Beyond that, and in more recent years, Eric mentioned Canada's commitment to quantum over the last decade, but in the last budget, there's been another $350 million for both artificial intelligence for a pan-Canadian AI strategy, as well as for a national quantum strategy. And this is really emblematic of the government's focus on trying to invest in the enabling technologies that are going to help drive innovation into the future. And so having a real foothold in these technologies will be something that I think will pay dividends in generations to come. Finally, I also want to highlight when I look at the draft report and the results for Canada, it talks a little bit about a risk aversion and Canada not being as entrepreneurial as a number of other countries and to some of our U.S. counterparts. And from the government perspective, certainly seeing an inclusionary environment for entrepreneurship is a priority. And so in the last budget, we created a Black entrepreneurship strategy as well as a women's entrepreneurship program. And so both of those really are aimed to prioritize and incentivize participation in the innovation economy amongst, parts of the workforce that have traditionally been not as well supported. And so that includes not only favorable loan terms, but mentorship programs and other resources available to support their partnership in the overall economy. I think Eric did a fantastic job highlighting what USMCA means for Canada. Certainly, in terms of driving Canada's innovation as a trading country, we have prioritized, trade agreements with our trading partners, CPTPP with our Asian counterparts, a recent agreement with Europe, and most recently CUSMA with our friends in the US and Mexico. And so I think that, as Eric rightly noted, really presents the predictability that we need and the rules when it comes to the digital economy. But we do need to see more adherence and I think a reprioritization of trade rules. Right now, I think the commitment and trade in the public vernacular has taken a second stage to a lot of the other priorities. And I think as rulemaking comes forward in the coming years for the innovation economy, whether it's privacy rules, whether it's around data flows, I think USMCA is a great springboard, but it's going to take, I think it's consolidated effort to create, rules that are going to help advance our joint, competitiveness. So looking at, the success of any individual province, really it relies on trade and our trade with Mexico and the US. I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, Brad. And it is interesting to see, based on these rankings, that Canada's innovation performance at the provincial level is, due in part to this kind of cohesive innovation strategy that you're talking about. That it's not just, making one push for, say, higher rates of college grads, but it's, trying to make a series of complementary policy actions between public and private sectors. So excited to get more into that, but I will direct now for we have Sean Randolph for the rest of our opening comments. Thank you.
I found it really interesting as a gateway product to a whole range of questions that we could look at in the future and nuances between the categories, the 12 that you've chosen to evaluate things by. So I think one of the questions that came up for me reading it is, it's really a challenge to compare 3 different countries with exactly comparable data. So that kind of limits the scope of what you can do. So we're not talking here about venture capital, but if we could actually include venture capital in that, that would enable us to get a finer bead on the topic, because venture capital tends to be highly concentrated where it's directed. And that's, guess what, where most of the startups and fast-growing companies are likely to come from. So I think there's this question we need to think about, can we in the future aggregate sufficiently comparable data to address some of those further questions? The other big thing in my mind reading it, though, is the idea that we're looking at states, but we shouldn't stop at the gross rankings, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like, what's behind the rankings? And there, I think it's really cities. And the fact is that competitiveness, industrialization for the most part, certainly R&D and innovation tends to be highly concentrated in cities and a certain number of cities. And I think the city data can get submerged or diluted in the state data. So I think about California. So California has the world's #1 innovation cluster in Silicon Valley. But it's a state with 40 million people. So, and very diverse at the end of the day. And so that sort of gets diluted a little bit when you talk about across 40 million people. And in Mexico, I saw the same for Jalisco, where Guadalajara is kind of the tech capital of Mexico. It's the hottest place, Silicon Valley companies, global multinationals all over the place with the R&D centers, lots of startups going up there.
but they're part of a really large state, Jalisco. And so the Guadalajara story, I think, risks being a little bit diluted in just the size of the state of Jalisco. So I think we need to be thinking about their states, and this activity within states tends to be concentrated in some key cities. So we had done two studies in recent years, one about 2 years ago looking at innovation in Canada and how that relates to Silicon Valley, and the other earlier this year on innovation clusters in Mexico and how that relates to Silicon Valley. And Caroline was a part of that, so thanks, Caroline. We're glad. It's one of the great things about GTIPA. We find friends and partners to do things together like this. So on Canada, I'm really glad the mega clusters have been mentioned twice now, because that's really significant and it's built around provinces. But you look at the city, it's like overwhelmingly, it's Ontario, of course, but it's Toronto. So that's where so many Silicon Valley companies have their Canadian headquarters. They have R&D facilities. And we say, why are you going there? Well, there's this fantastic, very diverse technology workforce that Canada and Ontario have invested in. And back in the last 4 years, when our immigration policies were a little bit less friendly, I was hearing from the Canadian embassy in San Francisco, or consulate in San Francisco, that they were getting a huge number of applications by Indians who want to go to Canada, and especially to Ontario and Toronto. So Toronto, especially the Toronto-Waterloo corridor, is really intense area. But then, of course, Montreal, each city with its own strength and specialty, kind of reflected in the cluster work, and of course Vancouver. So we see those as really kind of the provinces rank high in the index, but then the index, the cities rank really, really high as driving the activity in the provinces. On Mexico, I'm going to take kind of an upbeat view of Mexico. You look at the rankings and it's the lower part of the tier, but I think again, it's sort of hopeful news on Mexico. And again, that's about cities. So the federal government in Mexico is the only national government I can think of that does not really seem to care about innovation or technology or startups. Okay.
Oh, this administration.
This administration. So that's not helpful. On the other hand, the ball has already been taken up by a number of states and cities across Mexico. So we looked at those states and cities and kind of going clockwise, I guess. You start with Baja California. So you got Tijuana with Mexicali next to it, and then Ensenada with a lot of R&D centers down to the south. And so traditionally a maquiladora manufacturing area. But what's interesting there is you don't think of it this way, a lot of universities, 27% of the graduates of the universities are engineers. So there's a wealth of engineers there. And a lot of advanced manufacturing industries going on there. So they've got this great engineering base, and then they're connected to the binational economy with San Diego and Southern California. So you go across to Juarez. I was surprised by Juarez. I thought of it, it's sort of a dusty town and, maquiladoras, but actually the city and the state of Chihuahua and business groups are working together quite closely. They've got, like a Chihuahua 4.0 strategy around digitalization. They have a large new accelerator that's in a former U.S. consulate in Juarez. They've got an AI research center that's operating now, and they have a binational economy that's working quite smoothly, sort of comparable to what San Diego and Tijuana with El Paso, where they kind of don't differentiate much. Are you in El Paso or in Juarez? You're there. So Juarez is kind of interesting. And then you get to Monterrey, so it's kind of the industrial capital of Mexico. And so a lot of manufacturing. What they've got is a lot of the corporate headquarters, industrial headquarters, but that means there's a lot of wealth and a lot of family wealth. So a business orientation, and a lot of the business leadership one of the things they've done is they supported the University of Tec de Monterrey, which is one of the top entrepreneurial universities in the world. So you have this entrepreneurial bubbling and ferment, engagement by industrial leaders, and then you have, the biggest tech event in Mexico, in Monterrey, which 8,000 to 10,000 people every year. You could drop it in Silicon Valley, and you wouldn't be the same thing. So Monterrey is really interesting. Then you get to Mexico City. It's the big enchilada. Most of the venture capital is there. It speaks for itself. And then you get to Guadalajara, which is really the tech capital, Silicon Valley companies there, lots of entrepreneurs, second biggest university. And then we found interesting things in El Bajío, manufacturing, but they're getting religion here. And then you get in Yucatan, it's not the state, it's the city of Merida that's wanting to do interesting things with IT and investing. So there's some common themes there. What are these places doing? Well, one is criteria for being competitive. Universities, a lot of engineering graduates, which are kind of the raw material for what we're talking about here. Local and state level digitalization policies that provide some of the policy infrastructure, and also business university government collaboration. Like Jalisco has done it really, really well with the business community in Guadalajara. They're doing it quite well in Juarez, and that seems to be a formula where you get the right government policies around business, working with universities and working with business. Things start to happen there. And then lastly, I said binational clusters. You've got this unique asset in between Tijuana and San Diego, where Thermo Fisher Scientific was mentioned earlier. They have 3 R&D labs in the world. One is in Tijuana, one's in Bangalore, and the other is in Budapest. And they're all equal. And they have a huge staff, and they do advanced IT R&D there, and they collaborate around the world. It's one of their 3 centers. And they said, well, we risk losing people to the U.S. to move there, except we have our R&D set across the border in Carlsbad, California. So our people can have career opportunities in California. We move them back and forth. And then also, it's not quite the same thing yet, but if you have growing semiconductor activity coming in Arizona, the report points to this. Could you develop sort of more of a cluster across the border with Mexico? It's an expensive business. So the last thing I would say is reading the report, the nuances between the categories. And it tells you the work to be done. So in Baja California, you've got foreign direct investment, ranked 35, R&D intensity 66. Like Chihuahua, so Juarez. For FDI number 18, a lot of maquiladoras. R&D intensity 74. These are big gaps. So what's going on? There are these cities across Mexico that include El Bajío in the central part of the country. Big manufacturing centers, high quality, sophisticated, not much value added, not much R&D. So it seems like if you read the index carefully, you think, oh, the big challenge is how can Mexico invest in getting more R&D, IoT, machine learning on the ground to add more value on the ground to their existing manufacturing base and become more competitive that way. So there's lots of work to be done, but you can see the pathways.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sean. I'd love to hear exactly what I'm kind of hoping to segue next in this conversation, because you're pointing out the performance in these states, especially you see in Mexico. We know how highly innovative that there are some key cities such as Guadalajara, you've mentioned, which more commonly has been referred to as Mexico's innovation capital and a hub of technology. But as you had pointed out, Jalisco, the state, ranks not as highly as you would expect for the state containing the nation's innovation capital. And so really what this index also shows is that when we're constrained to state level data, it gives us at least an insight as to how the urban hubs and the leaders of innovation and are bringing in more opportunities for, say, getting involved in the higher wage partnership and R&D and manufacturing. We're seeing how is that being balanced with the wider and in some cases more populous rural areas in the state. And I guess this question would be best based for Caroline's expertise when in Mexico. But when you have a state such as Jalisco, which has so much innovation consolidated in a small amount of space, how is Mexico at the federal level and also states as well making efforts to be able to address this urban-rural divide, and as we see states transition into a higher income economies?
Perfect. I think I was after hearing Sean, I was like, oh, I want to comment about what he was saying, and it's about that. So the fact that right now we don't have clear strategy from the federal government is creating an opportunity for the local governments at the state and at the municipal levels. And I do agree with Sean about that. Okay, yeah, we are seeing that if we compare states, states of Mexico can rank at the bottom, but if we see only cities, you will find like something that is very surprising. So I would just to answer your question, I think that there is because of the dependency of the local governments. I think that they are doing the best they can, but not only relying on public expenditure, which is I think is like a great news because right now federal government is controlling that. So what they are doing, and I think that that's the path right now, is creating these alliances. These triple helix alliances are very important. What we are seeing right now in Nuevo León or in Chihuahua, I think Chihuahua is another example, just not to mention Nuevo León because Nuevo León is like the common example. Chihuahua is attracting a very it's attracting investors, but it's attracting new industries for Mexico. The aerospace, for example, industry is a very new one, but you will see Boeing and Fokker settled there. Also, you will find that, and that's because they try to create these alliances with the private sector, offering them better conditions, like not only for their investments, but also offering, lands, offering a special treatment in terms of public procedures, which is a great problem in Mexico. And also creating these programs with universities, and I think universities at the local level are playing a crucial role right now. Tec de Monterrey was mentioned by Sean, but Tec de Monterrey, in fact, even though it's based in Nuevo León, has different sites around the country, and it's playing a crucial role because they are trying to ensure investors and new investors that they will find skilled workers, and I think that's key. So right now, with all the situation in which there is low budget transfer from the federal government to local governments, right now what you have to rely on again is in this type of alliances.
I would say, though, that one of the values of looking at it at the state and provincial level is that in many ways cities are creatures of those jurisdictions, like it or not. I mean, yes, most of the innovation happens in metropolitan regions, but even if you take something like the Toronto-Waterloo corridor, which Sean mentioned, it is the responsibility of the provincial government to build a high-speed train between Waterloo and downtown Toronto in order to ensure that that ecosystem is as connected up as it needs to be. And so, to me, the state and provincial level feels right because the policies of those jurisdictions so much impact anything that cities can do on their own that I think it's important to look at that. I mean, I don't disagree with Carolina at all about the importance of federal policy, and that I was in Guadalajara right before the pandemic, and it's a great and innovative place. But one does also have to look at who can affect that innovation ecosystem, and it's really states first and foremost in terms of a lot of that core infrastructure.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Eric. That is a great point on to showcase what is actually dictating the growth of cities, and we've talked a bit about maybe one of the advantages of the federal system, and as to why we're trying to look at state level data is because as multiple people have mentioned so far, is that if there is a lacking commitment to innovation at the federal level, it provides the opportunity for state governments to try to take leadership and create more initiatives to form, say, industry university partnerships and break into maybe new product markets and industries that might not have occurred otherwise. But I'm curious if any of you have any thoughts on maybe some of the disadvantages or challenges that are innate to, say, building a cohesive innovation strategy under the federal system. And, as we've seen, there are a tale of two countries in almost every country. So in that regard, then how might national policymakers as well work to assist lagging states and not just, direct aid, but in actually helping them speed up to the rest of the innovation leaders?
So I think on that question, I mean, one of the challenges inherent in federalism is making different subnational jurisdictions work together. And so I mentioned in my remarks these 5 distinct quantum ecosystems in Canada. Well, getting the ecosystem in Quebec and the ecosystem in British Columbia to collaborate on projects can be difficult because a lot of the money which goes into those particular ecosystems are from the province. And so they are naturally wanting to work with other people in those ecosystems, and perhaps it's more attractive for the University of British Columbia to work with the University of Tokyo in Japan than it is to work with the University of Toronto, because then they are building international partnerships. And so when there is federal funding, encouraging this kind of active cross collaboration among the subnational ecosystems should, it seems to me, to be a formal and direct policy goal, because when you get lots of subnational funding, they're going to either work within their jurisdiction or they're going to connect up internationally, but not necessarily with other ecosystems within the same country with whom they may be ultimately competing for other pots of money. So
I would just add, I mean, I talked about the strength of the Canadian education system, but I mean, to pick up on Eric's point, it is a sub-federal authority. And so when you look at trying to set federal policies to drive innovation or to stir STEM in the education system, ultimately that spills down to the provincial entities, and having a coherent strategy becomes ever more difficult once it gets into each jurisdiction.
Yeah, thank you so much, Eric and Brad. I would like to go back to a comment that John had made about data constraints, because it is very true that we are constrained by the available data that we have. And when you go to the subnational level, and then when you go to the subnational level between 3 countries, even when they share a compatibility of industry with the NAICS code system, that can still only get us so far. And we don't have the ability to filter as directly for some of these data that we might want. So, for example, in this index, we include business startup rates. Now, ideally, what we'd like to observe is tech startups, but that level of nuance just isn't available at the subnational level. So I guess what this next question would be is then, what sort of data or measurements of performance do you worry gets lost in translation when trying to compare these data across regions and countries? And sort of what, is there any specific subnational data or indicators on performance that you would really like to see that's just not out there? Because, in doing this report, I've realized that you will run into a few walls when you try to put all this different pieces of the puzzle together.
I guess the ones that would be on my list were the ones I mentioned. Could you measure levels of venture investment? Could you measure unicorns? Could you measure successful exits, whether acquisitions or IPOs? I think that would all be interesting to be able to track. I know there's a lot of data in Mexico on investment in science, but I think the way it's organized is sort of not very comparable. So I think the next big bump that would be interesting to see if we can incorporate would be venture investment, tech startups, successful exits. And that in Mexico, that would be pointing you toward Mexico City, Monterrey, Guadalajara. that's where all that is really happening. And I assume in Canada, probably Toronto, but probably more evenly across the major cities.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right in terms of venture capital. Obviously, though, if you are starting to see venture funds venture, if we can say that, a little bit further afield than before. I mean, whereas traditionally, if you're a New York fund, you want to invest in the New York area, and so on. I mean, I think a lot of it is going to be the hard qualitative work of talking to the business organizations in the various parts of the country. I think in Canada, certainly you could collect up with the Venture Capital Association and a combination of federal and provincial business registrations, pretty good data on tech startups. In the U.S., it's a bit more varied. But I guess the question is ROI, because there's never been one of these indexes in the world that's been put together where someone says, yes, that's exactly how I feel about it. And that is something that is a challenge. But I think organizations that aggregate up business registrations are important. And then also looking at the incorporation data for where people who are exiting are located and figuring out how do you reflect that. So if it's someone in Nevada that someone in California is invested in, do they count in Nevada or do they count in California, I guess is the challenge. But I think bringing in the business registration dimension will be that much more important, but it will be up to the boss to ultimately decide that this is a worthwhile addition to the work.
Yeah, I agree completely in the sense that we really, having private level and more firm specific data would really elevate this. But ultimately, we are still constrained by what national and even local statistical agencies are willing to be able to invest in and bring to the table. So in the essence of time, I do want to be able to turn into any audience questions for the panel.
Could I throw in one more topic while we're waiting?
Please.
I want to make sure we tag it. So USMCA, and nearshoring. So having USMCA in place is just perfect timing for the whole discussion underway now around reshoring, nearshoring, all of that. So when I talk to people in Guadalajara, I'm hearing feedback that there's, I won't call it a surge, but an escalation in inquiries and actual moves of companies coming from Asia to Guadalajara. Not all of them from China, but from other parts of Asia. So I grew up in San Diego, close to the border, and used to be across it all the time. It hadn't been there for like 20 years, or 15 years. And so year before, I flew down from San Francisco, and it was an hour and 20 minutes to get to San Diego. Somebody met me at the airport. 30 minutes we were across the border. 50 minutes after that, we're sitting in an office, and like, wow, that was like 2 hours from San Francisco, or 2.5, and we were doing our business, and I could have been back the same day. And I thought, this really beats getting on a plane for 18 hours to Bangalore. So when you think about the opportunity for Mexico for nearshoring, they're really in an amazing position. But I kind of feel like it's in their court to capitalize on that, because companies coming back, they'll want to have a secure environment, like physical personal security, which can be an issue in Mexico and places. They're going to make sure they've got the right scale and a stable, high qualified workforce. They're going to make sure they've got the right receptive business environment for foreign investors. And some cities and states are doing that, but it feels to me like this is another chance for another leap in competitiveness to get more of that investment that's been in Asia. But it's kind of in the court of the Mexican states and cities, at least those that are kind of more to the west. It's theirs to lose.
On that point, go Carolina, because this will feed in. The Biden administration in the last few weeks has taken to using the term friendshoring, and it points to the opportunity of the U.S.-Mexico high-level economic dialogue. And so, Eric, Brad, is it possible that these three countries can work together at the highest level to start to put plans and strategies together to attract some more of this manufacturing back from Asia that we want to North America?
Exactly. So that was my comment. So I think that USMCA is a good platform. Yes, of course, but I think that dialogue, that high level dialogue, I think it will be, it is promising. I think, at least from the Mexican perspective. I think yesterday was that the U.S. government released a joint statement with the Mexican government about this, and transparenting that, well, saying that they are going to launch a big program on social mobility. And what they want to do is they want to launch up they want to take advantage of a big federal program that is called Sembrando Oportunidades, or harvesting opportunities. And what they want to tackle is at the local level the degree of employability of people, and this will be a great opportunity, I think, for to have a local perspective of, okay, what is the industry is needing right now, in and it will be focused on the southern states. Well, this is a challenge because I think that um, um, it's not Guadalajara. We are not talking about cities or states that are more consolidate. They haven't consolidated their strengths, but at least I think that this will create a great opportunity, and this will be one of the main objectives of the financial aid that will be provided by the U.S. to Mexico. In fact, it will be one of the largest economic development program of USA. Uh, it's about $40 million. Yeah, I think it will be a great opportunity. I think that I know USMCA maybe is not the only platform. I hope that they can maybe use this report for the non-established committee of the Chapter 26. But yeah, if you take advantage of the UNCA, but also see that at least you can work towards improve the human capital of Mexico, I think that you will have more Guadalajaras, more Monterreys, I hope more Juarez and Tijuanas, right? So yeah.
I think when you look at the executive order on supply chains that the U.S. launched and the topics that are captured under there, it really highlights where there is opportunities for North American players to cooperate. A couple of years ago, Canada launched a Canada-U.S. task force on critical minerals with the U.S., and you look at how that aligns with the critical minerals work under the executive order and the need to get additional resources for electric vehicles, to get the critical resources going into semiconductors. That's an area where Canada can play and help support North American competitiveness. But these are transitions that will take generations when you look at trying to beef up the extractive sector. And so it's going to take a renewed commitment. We have had high level discussions starting with the initial bilateral between the Prime Minister and President, which highlighted a roadmap for the Canada-U.S. partnership. And within that, we've had ongoing dialogues on supply chain cooperation. And I think the recent North American Leaders Summit with Mexico gives the opportunity to have more trilateral work as well. But I do think there is a lot of opportunity. I think USMCA and the competitiveness chapter is having it in place presents the predictability that we need to be able to engage. But ultimately, a lot of the cooperation will happen outside of that. There's additional funding that's going to be needed. When you look at trying to reinvigorate or readjust supply chains amongst nearshoring, a lot of it goes against the traditional economics that we've seen over the last generations. And so it's going to take a level of government intervention and cooperation to help, bring about the incentives in some of these sectors. There's areas where Canada is not as big of a player as other countries globally, but we can really be a niche ally in the U.S. We have a National Photonics Institute, for example, where we have very specific semiconductors that are of use for the defense industry that can really be an ally here.
Yeah. So I think there is good potential for greater North American cooperation. And part of it is we have to do this. But I mean, I think we have to be honest that in the past few years, we have been more the three vecinos, or the three neighbors, than we have been the three amigos. And so the problem that North America has is there's no shared vision beyond that good business operating environment. And in order to do something like collaborate on nearshoring, we have to move beyond something along those lines. And so one of the reasons you take Mexico, for example, on electric vehicles, the renationalization of the electricity sector is another disaster for Mexico's ambitions in the electric vehicle sector. And there's no way of mincing words about that. Now, for Canada, which has put lots and lots of money into electric vehicles, and for lots of U.S. states, they're going to do just fine on this. But in terms of getting that kind of common cooperative platform, it's not something which is conducive. But ultimately, the announcements with the U.S. and Mexico, very important. I mean, this is why I mentioned in my remarks, I'm working extensively with a group in Honduras on essentially creating good paying, educated jobs there as a way of helping to stem the migration from Honduras, and linking Central America into this overall picture is something that is important. But we also have to be very realistic about competitiveness with Asia. And I spent a lot of time in Vietnam, the great competitor of Mexico, and it is a country that is relentless in trying to improve things. They've stumbled a fair bit with the latest COVID outbreak, which does offer some opportunity, but they will be back. And so despite all of the convenience of going to Guadalajara over going to Ho Chi Minh City, it is going to be, it's going to take a serious effort and a serious shift in economics in order to realistically encourage private capital to uproot from Asia and go to Latin America. And there's a lot of policymakers that say happy things about this, and it should be a great opportunity. But, you know, as Bob Dylan said, let us not talk falsely now. The hour's getting late. And so with that, I'll stop and let everyone get a drink and think whether you're happy or sad about this discussion.
Alrighty, well, I think that concludes our panel. Thank you all so much for your attendance. And if there are any more audience questions, we're happy to take them as well.
That's a great panel. Thank you so much, Luke, for moderating it. And as we wrap up here, I want to be absolutely clear that when I said bringing manufacturing back from Asia, I only meant from Asian countries that aren't members of the Global Trade and Innovation Policy Alliance, which I think now is just Thailand. So I guess that's the only beef. No, but seriously, I want to thank all of you who have joined us and been with us throughout the day here and watching online. I want to thank our great think tank members for your partnership in this endeavor. It's a good business model to put people to work on the panel, so I don't have to do all of it myself, but y'all have all been great. I want to note that video of this event will be on the GTIPA website by tomorrow. We'll also have video of our past 4 summits, which have equally scintillating panels, should you ever wish to go back and hear the brilliant things we've all said before. Also sign up for our newsletter at gtipa.org. We are hopeful that our next summit will be in Seoul, in Korea, in 2022, in which case we'll let you know and invite the public to join us there as well. With that, I want to just conclude by saying thank you to my colleagues Sydney Burton and Grace Sly, our intern, who have done phenomenal work. And we welcome you all to join us at the reception. Thanks so much.